tunes, tunes, to the tunes, to the tune, tune, to the tune, tune. I did not plan this out very well. No one joins, we will be reacting to a nostalgia playlist. So I'll give it about 10:00. 10:10. Meantime, I'll get the whole nostalgia thing set up. Good old Wheel of Names. But none of the given names. That would be insane. Fnaf musical. Sabotage modification return. First me decision trap. Various monsters. Hello, Blink Tester. How are you doing? Actually, what I could do if nobody joins at first is I could also discuss stuff with the chat. Yeah, that is the Japanese Spider-Man. That is a solution. If no one comes into this voice chat. Sorry, there's not much going on right now. I am currently working on a backup if this takes too long for someone to join the VC, so. Oh, the music's louder than my voice? Okay, I'll turn the music down. How about now? Is the music still, too loud, or? Just killing time before work. Now a good background. Oh, you might hear me typing too. Sorry about that. Hello. In a couple minutes, if no one joins, then I'll just talk with the chat about the stuff I want to talk about. So just give it about 1 more minute. Do I have a favorite song from Secret of the Mimic? I actually haven't heard really any Secret of the Mimic songs. I mean, unless you want to count Jackie's Box, which I don't think you are. I have not heard any Secret of the Mimic songs that weren't jokes. Someone is here. Flipside, hello. You are the only one to join the voice chat.
Hello. Would you like me, just so more people know about it, would you like me to, what do you call it? Advertise this on my community posts, this stream, so people know to come?
Oh yeah, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, we got terminal error in the chat. Hello.
Hello, terminal.
Yeah, I did not plan this out well, as you can tell.
Yeah, it's all right though. The anniversary kind of snuck up on me, so I had a whole video planned that I was gonna do. It was gonna be big, and then I was like, oh crap, it's like this. It's the last week. It's not gonna happen.
For some reason, even though I knew the anniversary was coming, it also didn't really feel like it was coming.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like we got spoiled from how the 10-year anniversary was.
Yeah, it was such a big event.
Yeah.
We got 2 different games technically because of 5 laps as well, and Into the Pit.
Yeah.
Talk about. We're gonna be talking about the interactive novels and Secret of the Mimic, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to do something like talking about all the new stuff.
Absolutely. All right. Wait. Out. Apologize. I have a little bit of a scratchy throat, so if I have to drink water consistently, that's why.
Yeah, you're good.
Try not to be annoying about it. Hey, okay. No. So what's up first on the venue?
It'll be the week before.
Week before. All right. That's actually the interactive novel I've actually gotten to read the most, which is nice.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to keep up with them, but it's just I don't know. I think after like Return to the Pit, I kind of got lost a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they started off strong, and then
Yeah, I think
they kind of went downhill.
VIP was okay. I listened and read VIP like the day it came out, and I was like, this is cool. I don't think it's anything like super special, but I think it's cool.
Yeah.
But week before was nice because it was like it's the one thing that's been like absolutely confirmed mainline. So there was like no debate about it, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's cool to see.
Probably the only book there's like no debate about.
Pretty much, yeah. And it was nice to it was just nice to get some characterization over Phone Guy too as well.
Agreed.
Because I actually really liked Phone Guy as a character. I know some people were like, "Oh, he's a slimy corporate scumbag," but I was like, honestly, I like him though. He's not like a bad. He's not a villain. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. I realized I was completely wrong about Phone Guy because I also kind of thought of him as just like corporate slimy villain. So
I think it's comedically like on brand that he is just like genuinely just unaware of what's going on until it's like right in his face. Like he knows some stuff's going down, but he's like, oh, it's probably just it's probably nothing. It's just we're cool. And then of course he realizes he's like, oh crap, we're dealing with dead ghost children. This is some effed up stuff.
Yeah, I like that. It's a lot darker than you expected it to be.
Yeah, I like that he had a daughter, Coppelia. I liked Coppelia a lot. That was a good because she's also a really solid character.
You know, it reminded me a lot of the FNAF movie, actually. Mainly the stuff with Coppelia.
With like Mike and Abby's dynamic a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, because like he comes home to her every night, checks on her, etc., and that's like we see that kind of interaction with between Mike and Abby.
I like, and then the Brunwin stuff too. I thought was interesting.
Brunwin, I can't. It's so weird because so I only have a digital version of the book, which makes it hard because usually the links to other pages are broken. So I haven't gotten through the fullness of Week Before. I've gotten several of the endings, I've gotten etc., but I haven't gotten through the fullness. And Brunwin Light is one of those characters that I'm so interested in, but so I was like, okay, well I can't really find anything about her much in the book, so I'll go look elsewhere. But I feel like I can't find anything about her anywhere, and it's annoying because I'm like, this character interests me so much.
Wait, like you can't find her in the Week Before?
I can't. Well, I mean, I could, but it's just there's so many pages, and the only version I have is digital, so I have to follow links. And so I looked for like auxiliary, source of information, like a web page about her or anything. But I feel like there's not very much on her. Is that like a genuine thing in the story? Is that just like people just don't talk about her that much? Welcome, Term.
What's up, gamers?
Howdy.
I've not. Hello, Terminal. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are things going here?
Things are going good.
We were discussing before.
The peak before?
The peak
Exactly.
before. With Bronwyn, I feel like I have not actually seen many people talk about her.
Yeah, I
But
feel like because the interesting thing about her is not just like she's like this reporter, which is like a really cool character that like we haven't gotten a character like that in an official media, so it's nice to see that. But it's also like she has like a very keen understanding of what's going on, because she like even knows that Bonnie is like being possessed by Jeremy. Like she name drops that. Which is so interesting.
I remember I literally gasped when she said Jeremy. I mean Bonnie got me.
Yeah, that was an insane drop to me, because it's like she has to know a lot. If I remember correctly, she mentions some type of source in the story. I don't know if I'm right about that, but she mentions that.
I think I vaguely remember something like that, but
because that actually sparked theories about Michael Afton potentially being her source, or like her link or whatever, which I thought was really interesting.
hold on. Now I'm actually gonna search source in the. Oh yeah, my sources say that the animatronics are planning something.
You cheater! You have the digital copy.
I get digital copies of all the books just so I can like search up certain stuff if I need to.
Yeah, real. It's better than just going page by page.
Yeah.
I have the physicals too, but
yeah. I stopped buying physicals after like the 9th Fazbear Frights, because at that point I'm just like, dude, I'm gonna be like, I'm using too much money. I can't keep doing this. So I would just kind of resort to like, usually people would have the book digitally and they would just give it to me for free, which is really nice.
oh,
So I
that's
could,
nice.
if I needed, so if I needed to like look up something, they were like, oh, here, check this out. I have this thing of it, this PDF, and I was like, oh, sweet. Yeah, it's official. Flipside Pirates FNAF books. Sorry, Scott. But yeah, I think the idea of like Mike being her source is interesting, because like that's such an intimate detail. Like, how does she know that that's specifically who possesses Bonnie? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like from a meta standpoint, we know, because we have the mask scene at the end of FNAF 3 and we have the graves, but it's like she doesn't know which kid got possesses and got stuffed into which suit. So
yeah,
like,
if she was an investigator, I feel like it would make sense. I think it's believable to say that she would figure out that the missing kids became the animatronics. Like I can believe that. But you're right. Like, how does she know? Like, how is she knowing like which kids possesses which character?
Yeah, that's interesting, because it's like if she discovered the bodies were inside the suits and they're inside the animatronics, like I get that. Like honestly, the fact that's one thing that bugs me is like the police in FNAF 1 are so, like FNAF 1's lore specifically, the police are implied to be so incompetent.
Yeah.
William stuffed the bodies of the kids into the suits. And then they're like, oh, we can't find the bodies. And then in another news report, they talk about, oh yeah, the animatronics started leaking blood and mucus for some weird, strange reason, to the point where people were like, they look like reanimated corpses.
Nah, we're not gonna check the suits after that.
And the police were just like, oh nah, I don't know. That's weird. That's nothing.
Man, it's so weird. I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I think it's just the police are incompetent, but at least Bronwyn was smart enough to figure it out, which is nice.
Well, isn't it that the police have been like underfunded or something in the area? Like, there's an ending where Ralph can call the police and it's like, sorry, we actually aren't available right now.
Oh yeah. I think that's into the game, I believe. Unless that isn't.
Maybe I'm kidding.
Wait, yeah, isn't that the Into the Pit game where like you called 911 and they're like, there's like no police in your area or something like that?
No,
Maybe I'm gonna get mixed up with Into the Pit.
Hey, Blink Tester.
Hey, you guys were just talking about Brunwin Light, and her identifying Bonnie as Jeremy. And I just wanted to throw a thought out there, and I thought it'd be easier if I just jumped into the voice chat and said it. So one of the things that the community is talking about right now with Secret of the Mimic is whether F10N4 is Fiona, or whether Edwin is sort of projecting that idea onto a robot. And so I'm wondering if during the investigation, she might have learned about the victims and also is projecting that idea onto Bonnie. And it might be true, it may be accurate, but the part of the mimic program is that it reinforces the patterns that it sees. So when you tell it you're Jeremy, it'll start going, I'm Jeremy, right? And so like, in theory, you could project any personality onto a mimic copy.
Yeah.
I see what
Just
you mean.
throwing that out there.
I think I could see that. My thing is though, I would need to believe that the FNAF 1 animatronics necessarily have mimic in them. But I could see that. I could see that. I could see that being a thing too.
Yeah, because I think part of the part of what I love about FNAF is that it plays both in the supernatural space and the sci-fi space, and it asks the question, where's the line between them, right? Like, is it really true that a ghost is possessing a robot if the robot is doing all the things that the person would have done if they continued to live, but they aren't a ghost? Like, what does that mean? Is that possession?
It's kind of like It reminds me a lot of the dynamic of Circus Baby in Sister Location, because like it seems like Baby herself is kind of her own, like she's obviously possessed by Elizabeth, she's influenced by Elizabeth, but she kind of acts as if she's her own. I think the fun times just have an advanced AI on themselves.
Yeah, they definitely seem to have a personality and also ghost stuff going on.
The interesting thing is that Baby talks from the perspective of her and sort of Elizabeth while she's talking about her story in Sister Location, and I think she does that in the Fourth Closet too. In
the books, she specifically talks about how weird it is to experience both sides of being grabbed by the claw.
Yeah,
both sets of eyes, because Baby. Yeah. The interesting thing about Baby's story, and I think Bonk Boy pointed this out, was she mentions like all the stuff that Baby experienced while on stage, but at the same time she mentions that she smelled like birthday cake, which is like, she's an animatronic, unless that's like some I could see like the Glamrocks having advanced technology where it's like they can technically like smell, but like Baby?
Oh no. See, this is where we would see, this is the direct evidence that there is a ghost and there is also a robot, and its experiences are being overlapped in some way. Right? Like if you woke up with someone else's memories, in addition to your own memories, you know, you'd be like, I remember the smell of cake, but I don't know why I remember that, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of like, because then like because then like Baby and Elizabeth talk in two different voices during the Entered ending as well. And then in FNAF 6, you have Baby, like Baby adopts she adopts her killer instincts as an animatronic, as a machine, but she's also mixing in the identity of Elizabeth because she calls Afton Daddy, which is something Elizabeth called, William. So
I will make you proud, Daddy.
Exactly.
Yeah, in a way, it's sort of like, is there a real distinction between those two at that point? We're saying like she has Elizabeth's X and we're saying she has a Baby's Y, and those may be where she got those things, but as a singular conscious being, she is now just herself. She's just Scrap Baby, which has her own motivations. And in the same way that like if my dad was a carpenter and I became a carpenter to fulfill his legacy, and my mom was a serial killer and I also became a serial killer, I'm doing both. And that's not like contradictory. It's just because I got them from different places.
Yeah. I think when it comes to FNAF 1 and like the week before and such, it's interesting because I think there is some overlap there too, with the characterization of the animatronics. I think it's something that's also kind of in the movie too. It's like, the interesting thing about the animatronics is that I always found it interesting that they only seem to like do anything at a specific time frame, which is obviously 1 through 6 a.m. Then they seemingly just stop. So to me, that's like it's kind of like I think that's might have something to do with their programming, where it's like they are only active. They're mixed in with the programming to the point where they can only be active at a specific time frame that they're set to roam free, because that was taken away from them. That privilege of roaming free was taken away from them due to the Bite of 87. So they only can do it during the night. And it seems like they behave pretty normally during the daytime, because they of course like after the Bite of 87.
Presumably nobody gets close enough to find out.
Yeah. So it's kind of a thing where it's like, they're performing on stage and they're acting completely normal, and then at night the monsters come out. I almost kind of view it as sort of like, I wonder if like the children's spirits are sort of like semi like unconscious while it's daytime and the programming kind of takes over. And then at nighttime it's like now they're fully awake and they're active.
It would be very neat if it was just basically like sunlight and heat causes like a slight weakening of the remnant, and then that's it.
Yeah, perhaps. I think it's
like that's all it needs.
Yeah. Interesting.
Although technically that doesn't really work with the how molten metal works. You need a specific heat and all that.
Someone in the chat said that they wonder if the paranormal investigator girl in the second movie could be like a loose parallel to Brunwin.
Maybe. That can maybe be the case. I don't know. It depends, because Brunwin, she wasn't necessarily a paranormal investigator. She was a, if I remember correctly, she was a junior investigator, which is slightly different because that's like more like actual like news coverage. But I could see that parallel being made, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like if they name drop her as Brunwin, that'd be crazy.
That would actually be pretty insane if they did that.
Or a name related to that. Gwen is part, like the Wen in Bronwyn comes from Gwen. So if her name is Gwen or Gwyneth, that would also be related. I'm gonna bounce because I'll leave it to you YouTube heads. I just wanted to jump in with that one thing.
Yeah, thanks for giving us your input.
It was cool having you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
What else?
All right, so week before. We're weeking the before. All right.
And not everything necessarily has to like specifically be lore related.
Yeah. I think the interactive novels in general were honestly cut very short. I feel like they could have done more with them. Like I'm okay with a trilogy. I just feel like you mentioned before, like it kind of got progressively downward as they went on.
Yeah. Which kind of surprised me, because I thought these would be like probably like the best like books of the series.
Exactly. So I was when they kind of just ended off with the PizzaPlex, I was like, really? Like that's it? I was shocked. I was like, especially with like the trend of how like, with all the like for the past few years we've had these constant books of just the anthologies, and then all of a sudden this one book series shows up and it's like, oh, it's this cool interactive novel with like all these different endings and all this lore, and then it's like, oh, there's only 4, and then we're done.
And 2 of them are in the same location too.
Yeah, that's so funny you mentioned that, because that actually related. Actually, no, I'll bring it up later when we talk about Escape or whatever, because I think that's more relevant to the PizzaPlex. Something I think that makes for good discussion when it comes to the week before is Golden Freddy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he makes for good discussion in general, but the week before is interesting because this is like the first time we've seen Golden Freddy like mainline since like really Ultimate Custom Night, if you think about it. Like confirmed mainline.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And obviously in Fnaf 1 he doesn't really have much of a character, so this is the most we get of his characterization we get.
Also kind of interesting to me, at least, is that every time we've seen Golden Freddy, he's always in the slump position, but the book does not describe him in that slump. Like he's standing in a lot of his appearances. Because he has to like go over to Ralph and grab the sides of his head and things like that, which is
Then he
just
mind melts him.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if that's lore relevant or if like it's just something that they didn't really think too much about, but like it's a strange detail.
Didn't
I
it?
think with interesting.
Didn't
think
it? Sorry.
Freddy. No, it's okay. Did he actually? I actually didn't realize he stood up when he melted Ralph's brain in one of those scenes.
I mean, it's my assumption because I don't think he would be tall enough from the slumped position to reach Ralph's head.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And I also think that it is described whenever he's looking at him through the cameras.
Yeah. So that's interesting. I think the thing with Golden Freddy when it comes to him like standing is I think he like is able to. I would think it just takes a lot of
stand.
Yeah, we've seen him stand before, like in the movie. I think it just takes more effort. Like he's exerting himself to do so because he's locked. You know, he's not in suit mode. Or he's in suit mode. He's not in animatronic form. So it's harder for him to just stand on his own. But I'm sure like with enough supernatural force and willpower, he can do it. Oh yeah, you mentioned the brain melt. The brain melt actually reminds me. I wonder if the brain melt is meant to explain what him literally crashing your game does in FNAF 1. Like if that's him like melting the Mike's brain. Because I could see that being a thing, to be honest. Like what does crashing your game mean in the context of like the actual in-universe? Like obviously it's crashing our game as like because it's a video game, but like to us, like in universe, like what is that doing to Mike? Is he just killing him?
Yeah, like why does the game crash instead of just going to a game over screen like with the rest?
So I can honestly see like his jump scare is literally that he's just frying Mike's brain with like intense supernatural wrath.
I think that probably is what's happening now.
I'll headcanon that, honestly.
Also, if I remember correctly, didn't it say that there was like you could hear like a female voice when getting killed by Golden Freddy?
Yeah, I'm actually on that page. A woman saying, "It's me. Thank you. You did it. She'll be all right now. She's safe. She's safe." And then it changes all the "it's me's" on the page to "she's safe."
Yeah.
So the interesting thing about that, some people have interpreted that as Cassidy, but I actually don't think that's Cassidy because it feels the need to specify that it's a woman's voice, not a little girl's voice. And I wonder if that is meant to be Brunwin. So I've seen that idea going around, and honestly, I kind of think that's what the implication was. Not that I think Brunwin is necessarily possessing Golden Freddy, but I'm wondering if like that's Golden Freddy delivering that message, possibly. Because I feel like if that was meant to be Cassidy herself, like they wouldn't have specified that it's a woman speaking, not a little girl.
I have an answer because of a theory that I'm coming up with right now. Okay. That I'm trying to make a video on, and I know nobody's gonna like the answer. It's Fiona. It's Fiona is the answer.
That is
because
not an answer I was expecting.
If it was Brunwin, he would recognize the voice from the call that he has with her earlier, right? And if it's Cassidy, it would be a little girl. And if it's any other character, it would most likely be male because there's so many men in this series.
So
Fiona is like one of the only few people that kind of fits this like really well.
What? But besides that, what makes you think it's like Fiona specifically?
It's pretty much just that she's a woman that is not like recognized by Ralph. That's like the main thing from the book that makes me think that. But I'm also believing that somehow Fiona is like the game's version of the storyteller, which means that she gets plugged into the
because it's Emerald.
Freddy's. Yeah.
Okay.
So the thought process is some version of Fazburger exists. They plug Fiona into a very early version of Freddy's, maybe even Fredbear's. because of that, she gets access to everything, including the animatronics, because we see through Security Breach and some of the teaser games that Scott has put out, like, what is it? Freddy in Space 2, that once the AI is plugged into something, it gets control of everything, including the animatronics. That makes me think that Fiona, once plugged in, kind of like homes herself into Golden Freddy, which
I think yeah, no, that's an interesting idea. I think alternatively, what you could say is has to do with so a concept introduced in Fetch was the 0-point field, and it's implied that like literally like telepathic messages can quite literally be sent through that 0-point field. I could honestly see that literally being, for no better words, it's a joke in my creator circle, and it's your creator circle too. But the field, that's constantly
field,
Yes,
yeah,
the field.
I could see it like literally being a field thing if that's her, and it's like passing through Golden Freddy, because I think because that's how like Fetch seemingly like receives thoughts and intentions from Greg in the story. I think the 0-point field is actually like an extremely like important thing in the franchise that people kind of just like. Game Theory made a whole video about it, and I'm like that. I'm actually glad they did, because that's a very important concept, because I think it actually explains how the animatronics control the animatronics, and that's through I think it's through REGs, random event generators, with their AI. It seems to me like that's how they actually control the animatronics. Obviously they're haunting them, but I think that's implied that's how they do it. And then obviously there's other stuff, like if you believe like something like Shatter Victim or God Victim or God David or whatever, the field comes into play, because it's like that's literally his agony. Thanks to the Shatter Victim, it's like that's his agony, like cascading and affecting things throughout the timeline through the field. So honestly, I could see that being the case with Fiona, if the field was like in play. That's just something I thought I would point out.
I think she also like is implied to have a connection to the field. Like that's what a lot of people were thinking from the message that she leaves about going to Fall Fest. If I remember correctly, a lot of people were saying that she says that she just has this feeling that she needs to be there, exactly. Which is like, she already has a connection to it, putting her into a literal machine that would possibly intensify it.
Because they specify in Fetch that the 0-point field is a proposed explanation for people who are theorized to have psychic abilities, and part of psychic abilities is like getting these sort of premonitions or these gut feelings of like somehow knowing the future. When we get to Into the Pit, I actually want to talk about Oswald's potential connection to psychic stuff. Or Return to the Pit, I guess, would be a better.
Basically Into the Pit.
I mean, yeah, it's just Into the Pit, but just the same thing. But
yeah,
we'll talk about it
with extra steps.
Yeah, pretty much. That's interesting, though. Interesting. I think with Golden Freddy, something else was the whole concept of the fact that the week before gives like the most overt evidence that the crying child like literally is in there because of the Bite of 83 game over thing. Like that was an insane moment, because they have all these different theories of him, like, oh, he doesn't possess anybody, he attaches himself to Michael, he possesses this character who possesses all of them. So it's interesting. Like, I feel like that was really solid thing, because that also heavily links back to the connection of Golden Freddy and Fredbear, which I always thought was like Golden Freddy's literally just like he's just an apparition of Fredbear, which would make sense,
Made sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I feel like people who try to draw a distinction, like, I understand because they're slightly different, but it's like it's pretty obvious there's meant to be a connection. Like, because especially like in Fnaf 4, when you have the four main animatronics, and then you have Fredbear. It's like obviously he's meant to be in the place of Golden Freddy, and this is just before Golden Freddy is like a thing.
Yeah. Honestly, I do think that the two like Fredbear and Spring Bonnie from the diner are probably just the same ones that get used at Freddy's.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think genuinely what like with the two suits, I think it's just the suit was Fredbear. There was Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. They were the two Springlock suits at Freddy's. And then obviously, you know, William wears one, and then obviously the other one was used to most likely stuff the fifth missing child.
Yeah.
Because like that would just make the most sense, especially with the narrative that the new kid seems to point out, where it's like implies that whoever's possessing Golden Freddy seemingly got springlocked, which would make Golden Freddy a Fredbear suit. Which I think is great narratively. Like that's actually really, I love that concept of the missing kid, the fifth missing kid, getting springlocked, and then they're the one who pushes William to get into the Spring Bonnie suit, and then he gets springlocked, and so it's kind of this sort of karmatic justice in a way.
Yeah, I really like that idea.
Is the code that we put in for the Bite of 83, is that the one that Ralph has to put in backwards? Like he puts in forward and then he hears the message backwards and then he puts it in backwards?
I don't think it's that one.
I think he literally just types in 1983 and it gives him the recording.
Though,
Okay.
wait, I do remember something like what you said though. I don't think it was with 1983, but
there is one that he has to do that, and I was just like brain blasting real quick. I was like, is that the one that we have to put in backwards? Because if that's true, then in the logbook, the way that we're supposed to get his name is by reflecting it, and that would be such an amazing callback.
I'll tell you what, if you were right about that, I don't know if you're right about that because I don't have the book on hand, but if you are, tell Hyperdroid. I'll tell him for you because I have him. I've talked to him, so
I will be telling a lot of people if I can find it in this damn book. Please, please. What page is this?
That's interesting. Yeah. So the weird thing about that, I think, I actually want to talk about the recording itself, if that's okay.
yeah.
Because the interesting thing about that recording is that why is that recording on a phone in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? It doesn't make any logical sense for there to be a recording of the Bite of 83 on a phone in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do find that. Oh, hello. Century.
New gamer?
Well, hello.
Oh.
We're just talking.
I don't know if you saw the stream or not, but we're talking about the 1983 part in the week before.
Oh yeah, Golden Freddy is sequentially confirmed.
Indeed. But the interesting thing about the recording is that like that shouldn't be on a phone recorded in Freddy's. And then of course like the crying child continues to cry before Ralph gets bit, like even after the phone disconnects. So I think that implies that like that is a memory that's literally like being projected into the phone. You know what I mean? Because like that's like, why would that be a recording that's just on that phone specifically?
It would also make sense because if I remember correctly, you can hear some adult in the background trying to stop the kids, but they sound farther away from the events that we're hearing very clearly. So if it's from the crying child's perspective, just kind of taking that memory and putting it through the phone, he's going to hear himself crying, his brother, the animatronic very clearly, and the person who's far away being like, hey, you should stop that. He's going to hear them very faintly.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely.
So it is just his memory, like somehow like in the phone then.
Yeah, I think I don't put it past it, especially with like all like the way that the memories of the children and the haunting like just kind of interact with the environment. You know, the crying kids posters, the "It's Me's" everywhere, Foxy's sign just changing to "It's me" and whatnot. This is a question I have for anybody here. that man who was screaming for them to stop in the background, do we think that's a employee? Do we think that's William? Do we think that's Henry, potentially? Because I think the fact that they point that out is interesting.
Considering there seems to only be 2 maybe 3 employees in the building during the mini games, and 2 of them are in suits, there's a high likely chance that it is William. But it's not off the table that it is one of the 2 in the suits being like, oh, wait, hang on a second. I couldn't see before because I'm inside this suit, but now I am seeing this child is about to get stuffed into this animatronic.
Yeah. I sorry.
You go ahead, Libra. You go ahead.
Really all I was going to say was I kind of did just think it was a random employee. I guess it could be William or Henry. That was not something I thought of before, but
the only reason why I mentioned that is just because, like, if it was just like random people just screaming at them to stop or whatnot, like I could see that just being like, oh, it's random employees, random passerbys at the party, whatnot. But I feel like, to me, a reason why I thought maybe it was William or Henry is just because, like, the fact that they feel the need to, like, directly point out that, like, oh, there's specifically a man yelling at them to stop and to get away from Fredbear. So that was, like, to me, I was like, oh, I wonder if that's, like, meant to be in someone important, like obviously, like, William or Henry. That's why I kind of thought up the idea.
yeah.
Oh, I just realized if it is William in the phone call, Ralph and Dave is supposed to be William in this book. He would recognize the voice. So it either is William speaking and Dave is in fact not William, pretending to be somebody else, or Dave was just supposed to be a red herring this entire time.
Oh, I forgot about Dave.
I forgot about Dave. Now think about it. I forgot about Dave.
I think this is a random employee.
Actually, speaking of Dave, Speaking of Dave, do you guys think that's, like, actually William, or just, like, someone with, like, the name that he used?
Nah.
I don't I could see why people would think it's William, and I think there's a chance, but I don't personally think it's William necessarily.
Yeah.
Especially with the whole scandal of, like, FNAF 2, I feel like he'd be really dumb to, like, just actively be working here again and, like, showing his face. Because I feel like at that point they'd be on the lookout for him even more than they already were. And I don't know. I just feel like I feel like maybe I don't know. For me, it's like I don't know if that's actually William or not, or maybe it's just like a nod potentially, where it's like, oh, haha, you guys look, it's Dave. Everyone knows Dave. Well, who knows? Who knows? Honestly.
Yeah. Personally, I feel like they would have, like, I mean, maybe they did and I missed it, but I feel like they would have, like, put in some hints that it would have been William if it was him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of the thing for me too. It's like it could be, but it's like I feel like they should have, like, pointed at something more important if that was William himself.
Yeah. I mean, he knew about animatronic stuff, I guess, so there's that.
I mean, he did. Yeah, he was a technician.
Bingo.
Or a maintenance man. Dave the maintenance man. Yeah, so who knows? Who knows if that was William or Henry on the phone, I guess. I would think... Yeah, so if it's not Dave, then I could say it might be William, but I could also see it being Henry.
Oh.
Who knows?
Interesting question, which I haven't seen a whole lot of people talk about.
Yeah.
There's one ending where the animatronics, like, come after Capellia. Like, Foxy specifically goes to Ralph's house, and Capellia says that she's gonna fight back against an animatronic possessed by, like, the vengeful spirit of a murdered kid. So Capellia knows about them being possessed.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Throughout the story, they try to kidnap Capellia. Like, they want her at the pizzeria.
Yeah. So it's kind of like an Abby situation.
Yeah.
So that makes me wonder, actually, now that you mention that, if if the possibly like in the movie with Abby, with the ghost kids were already reaching out to Abby near the beginning, if they were doing the same thing to Capelia, the ghost kids, potentially.
Yeah, I was thinking that probably is the case. Like, I'm wondering, like, if Capelia is actually friends with the other spirits.
Yeah, interesting.
I wouldn't say she would be friends just because she is absolutely terrified of the building. Like, she doesn't want to go visit it the same way that Abby does. Abby's like, oh, let me go see my friends.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
Capelia is literally the exact opposite. She's like, do not take me anywhere near that restaurant. I will have a fit.
He's like, Dad, please be the only competent father in this entire franchise and do not take me to this place of death.
Or wait,
he did his job.
Maybe that's why. Maybe she knows about the spirits. And that's why she's terrified.
I don't want to go there. There's dead kids. I've seen them. I don't want to go there. They showed up outside my window. On the topic of Capelia, I wonder, so something interesting is that, I can't remember which night it was, but one night when Ralph gets home and she gets scared because she thinks that he is one of the animatronics when he first gets home. She throws a pillow at him. And she specifically mentions, I thought you were that Fredbear thing. And then he's like, you mean Freddy? And she's like, whatever. So that implies she knows who Fredbear is, which is interesting timeline implications.
Yeah.
Because... Anyway, go ahead.
I mean, for you, we're the same character. I would point.
Yeah.
Still, she would have been like really young when Fredbear was still relevant.
Yeah. I mean, it depends if they were still using the suit. Were they still using the suits after 83? I mean, they would have to. Because
I mean, maybe like up to 85, but.
Yeah, because the tapes imply that at that point, well, I guess that only happens like briefly before the MCI is when the suits are like, oh yeah, these things are dangerous. We probably shouldn't use them, and we're moving. And someone moved the Spring Bonnie. Don't do that. Don't bring people into a back room, etc., etc. So the interesting, yeah. So I guess it just depends on when you think FNAF 1 takes place. That really like be dependent on like how soon Fredbear would be around. It's like that's obviously intentional. Like it's not just like it's like that's Fredbear is an actual character. That's not like just like that's not a mispronunciation of Freddy's name.
Yeah.
Because like Ralph even draws attention. Like doesn't like brush it off. He draws attention to it. He's like, "Don't you mean Freddy?" And she's like, "Yeah, whatever." Which implies like she knew Fredbear as the character, which I think is really interesting.
And then say like Capelia. Oh,
sorry. I was just gonna say I have another hot take that the spring locks don't stop getting used until sometime before FNAF 1, like during that building's era, because the Golden Freddy suit isn't locked away in FNAF 2, and there's no safe room to lock it away there.
Yeah.
So if it's not locked away during the 85 location, and we see it in 87, and the only safe room that we know is in the FNAF 1 building, which was simultaneously the 85 and FNAF 1 location.
And it has the Spring Bonnie suit inside.
Yeah, then it kind of implies that the spring locks made their way back to that building during their 88 to 90 something era, and then gets locked away sometime in that era, which would mean that Capelia could have seen Fredbear while Ralph was working at that building.
Yeah. I guess you could make the argument that like it was specifically just Spring Bonnie that they wanted to stop using, but they kind of kept Fredbear around because it's like, well, it's a fine suit.
Yeah, I have seen that as well.
Spring Bonnie had the bad hold bad. I know Fredbear has it too technically because the bite, but I guess if you like, I mean, if they just change the color of the bow tie, I mean, then it's not technically the same character. But more it's sorry, what?
I was going to say, doesn't the FNAF 3 phone call specifically say stop using the spring lock suits, like both of them, because they're both going to get locked away?
Yeah, maybe. I just thought about that because it's like he's like, remember that spring bonnie costume, don't use it. It's specifically dangerous and it shouldn't be worn under any circumstance.
Right.
And then in FNAF 2, it's like they have Golden Freddy just kind of stored away in the back. So I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah, because we at least know that it has to get locked away before the week before, because by the end of it, Ralph dies. And if Capella is 11, then that gives us 11 years to work with. And Capella has to have seen Fredbear, and it can't be during the 87 location. Or in my opinion, it can't be during the 87 location, because we see Golden Freddy.
Well, there is that like drawing of kids with Golden Freddy in 87.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is true. Dang, now you got me thinking.
Did it say how old Capella was? Because it says she was like taken to Freddy's one time when she was younger. Did it say how old she was like when she was taken to Freddy's?
The interesting thing is that line, some people think that's a mistake.
Oh, is that the page that nobody likes?
Yeah, well, that's because it actually contradicts another page in the book where it says Ralph never took her there. Maybe it was the other way around. It says the page that says Ralph never took her there was the one that I can't remember. I haven't seen the Under the Truths video in a while.
So I think this, I have the page open. This is the one where he's talking about take your child to work day. And he said that he specifically didn't bring Capella to this, and he's glad because somebody else's kid got injured. So I think it's later in the book, it's mentioned that Capella has been to Freddy's at least once.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I don't have that one sticky noted. It looks like.
I was trying to remember like how old they said Capella was.
So the date of 11, I believe. I think it's because Ralph says like she's gonna be turning. I think it's gonna be turning 12.
Yeah, it said she was turning 12 that year.
So would imply she hasn't turned yet, and so she still would be 11. Interesting. Yeah, the week before's timeline kind of messes me up just because of the two conflicting things of like, oh yeah, I brought her here. Actually, wait, no, I never brought her here ever.
Doesn't it also say Ralph has like memory issues or something like that?
It doesn't say it, but it heavily implies it because he just cannot remember anything in this book.
Yeah. My question, that brings up one more topic in regards to the week before, because some people have theorized the loss of memory thing made me think of some people have theorized that this book is actually a loop, because of course it's FNAF book, it's got to have a loop in it. That Ralph is reliving this memory of that week over and over and over again because of the whole thing of like, it seems like you have to replay the book again to get the canon ending.
Oh yeah, that was kind of the thing I always found weird, is that you have to like discover all the stuff with Brunwin and then grab her phone just to get the item that you do to do for the canonical route. Right.
So that made some people think that it's like literally a constant like memory loop where he's like actively reliving that week over and over and over again.
Like what people think with Into the Pit, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Into the Pit, I could honestly, the Into the Pit's like the most I would say solid loop version, like loop theory, because it's like it actually makes sense in the context of what's happening.
Yeah.
Honestly, I could see that happening with Ralph, because here's the thing with FNAF, it's like we see, and I think it was Coming Home, Chica or Susie's spirit is like looping the day where she doesn't realize she's dead constantly, and every night Chica comes and gets her. She's like just looping this thing where she doesn't really realize she's dead. So I could see that happening with Ralph, where like he's been dead, he's been stuffed, and then he's like he's still like replaying it over and over and over again, that memory. because he died.
So he's in a loop.
Some people think that, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's
You guys have any thoughts?
it's possible. I don't think I believe it, but I think it's a possibility.
I just think it's a good way to explain like what's going on with like why he somehow gets an item from another version of the week, and then it's like, oh, now he has it, and now it's the canon route. So,
Yeah.
it's
I think the
strange.
hardest part to explain about that would be him going home and talking to Capella, but then again, we already know that people have connections to, especially kids, have connections to the field / being able to see spirits and stuff just randomly.
Right.
So, yeah.
All right.
Interesting.
Is there anything else with the week before?
Do we want to talk about the cheater ending?
Oh
Is that
yeah.
what people call it?
Right.
Where it says something like cheaters something makes the purple man grin.
Yes, page 83. A master key is not in this game. You are the one who must live, ? With your shame. You know what they say, cheaters don't win, but those who might try make the purple man grin. And the only other time that this shows up is in Return to the Pit, where it changes master key and purple man to map and yellow rabbit.
That is so interesting. Because that to me like kind of like solidifies that there's that. So I'm someone who personally I believe the interactive novels are canon. They're in continuity. It's because of I feel like if some books were going to be canon, like those are the ones because of how the week before is obviously every week before is already canon, obviously, but then like other ones like Escape the PizzaPlex and VIP are just kind of like they're just kind of prequels to Security Breach, and I don't think they like directly contradict anything majorly. Because like in VIP, the PizzaPlex is different, but it's like that can just be explained as in the story they say they're renovating. They haven't added the daycare yet, so they could just change the building. And then obviously Grand Mark Bonnie is a thing in VIP, which shows that he's still around. And then with Escape the PizzaPlex is just straight up a Security Breach prequel with Cassie and Gregory before the events of the game. Return to the Pit, it's like they make stuff so where it's like it definitely matches with the games very well. With them Oswald finding like 5 kids in a back room instead of finding 6 kids in a party room and so on and so forth. So the fact that you mentioned that those 2 endings like pretty much use the same wording just in different contexts now makes me think that implies it even more. That they're in the same universe. That in Return to the Pit is in the same universe as week before, which would imply that by extension, they're in continuity.
Interesting. Because I came to the opposite conclusion, which was that they are connected, which means that they are not in continuity.
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah. My whole thought process was it treats this as a quote unquote game over. Let me double check with the page. Because it says the game crashes, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it ends the page by saying the game crashes. And they both do that, which made me think that these were like in-universe video games. And the whole character of Ralph was based off of the phone guy that they talked about in the indie games, where like the indie games were made by Fazbear Entertainment. A lot of people liked Phone Guy because in the real world, a lot of people like Phone Guy. So then they made a spin-off game about Phone Guy. And that's what we are playing. Like, it's one of those games that like sucks you in to the video. Like we see in Escape the PizzaPlex how Oswald gets sucked into the video game and like is like, oh, the only reason I can tell that I'm in a video game is I'm pixelated right now. I think that's like a similar situation that's happening with these books, is like we're getting sucked in. We're playing as Ralph. We're getting all these endings because we're literally experiencing them as a real person.
Interesting.
It's not, I'm not happy about it because that means that the week before is not an exact thing that happens on the timeline. And it's just another thing that Fazbear Entertainment created. But
it's not necessarily off the table though.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's an interesting conclusion.
Which the other part of that was the other two books don't have that stupid purple guy code, which means that they could still be on the timeline. It's just Return to the Pit the week before that have them. So it's, oh god.
VIP and Escape the PizzaPlex.
I think it's interesting. That the week before, like, that's technically our first, like, quote unquote canonical, like, name drop of, like, calling him the Purple Man. That's like a thing for the community. Like a thing for the community, and like FNAF World, it's like a meta thing, but it's like in universe. Like, when has he ever been called the Purple Man? You know what I mean?
Right. And I think the only other time other than FNAF World and this now is Dead by Daylight, because they have the purple guy drawing.
Yeah.
Takes 10 seconds.
Interesting. Dang, I got a lot to think about now.
I take 10 seconds to draw.
Is there anything else we want to go over with?
I have been looking for this part of the book where Ralph inputs the number. I cannot find it. I am desperately looking for it. I really want to find out which one.
The backwards thing?
Yeah, I want to figure out which one he puts in backwards, but I cannot find where he puts in any of these numbers.
Okay, I know, the phone call, that was on night 5, I'm pretty sure, where he got the phone for...
Vitamin 3 thing was on night 5, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Purple guy poem, tell me, where does night 5 start? 158.
Okay, I'm just gonna get the digital version and just speed through night 5 just to find the thing.
Yeah, I think the way he inputs it too is it's a number and a dash and a number. So if you just do that, you might also be able to find it faster than me.
Let me see. Also,
wait, someone's running about 20.
Where are my books? I've lost my FNAF books. Where are they?
No.
Here we go. Okay, interactive novels. The week before. Let's do this. See if we can find it.
Oh, okay. 193 is where you have the option to put them in. If you enter 1983, go to page 195.
93. Yeah, 4 digits could be a year. You think you can't remember what year the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza opened, or its predecessor, Fredbear's Family Diner. But 1 year does stick out. It was known as the Big Bite until it happened again 4 years later. Kind of like World War I was just the Great War until another one came along. Speaking of tragedies that could have been avoided. You punch the numbers 1983 and the phone line crackles. You then hear a sobbing child. It's definitely a little boy crying on the other end of the line. He's shouting, "No, let me go." You lean forward. "Hello? Are you there? Talk to me, kid." "No, please, I don't want to."
Sorry.
So, I can't remember.
It's 1987 that you put in backwards. I just found it.
Okay. The number that's still associated with Golden Freddy. So
you try typing numbers again, or should you enter it in 7891 instead to get back to normal. This time you hear a series of clicks and the whir of the tape deck being rewound. Then a voice speaks. It sounds familiar. Then you recognize it as your own voice, and it pretty much plays the FNAF 2 call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
Thank
punch the
you.
number 87, and there's a long pause before you hear two garbled words slow down. Two garbled words slowed down, and they're backwards, like how Golden Freddy talks.
Weird that it's 87. They have you put in backwards.
F1 1987 summons Golden Freddy in the custom night. Remember that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So it's still
You want-
connecting to
you
Golden
might be
Freddy
onto
in some
something.
way.
Might be onto something. Okay. It's such an interesting find. It's
Films.
It's specifically garbled words, and it's slowed down, and it's backwards, which reminds me of how Golden Freddy talks with the backwards dialogue and garbled dialogue that's slowed down, where it's like autobiography of the Yogi.
Where he's just going.
Oh yeah. Then before you put it in backwards too, there's like a voice that says incorrect passcode in reverse.
Yeah. Yep. That could genuinely be Golden Freddy's voice. Talking in the backwards garbled. Hey, Bronze Films, welcome.
Hi, Bronze Films.
We got Bronze in the chat. Okay. Okay, and then
Is there anything else to talk about the week before?
There's a ton to talk about, but nothing comes to mind.
I know there is something to talk about. I just can't think of a single thing to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, have we mentioned Chica yet? I don't remember if we talked about how
she gets
Ralph.
She gets mad at the Susie name.
Wait,
Yeah.
So I think in the book, when Ralph goes into the port and service room, Ralph sees a Freddy suit in which he says dates back to the February era. So that means that Freddy was.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So this can be used as evidence for that Shark died at Fredbear's.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. I actually know what you're talking about, because people connected that to Cake Bear.
There's
Yeah.
also the I'm glad they restored Freddy to his classic version.
Retrofit theory.
Yeah, right.
It's all
That was actually what finally got me to believe retrofit theory.
genuinely the movie to me. To me, it's either retrofit theory or that Scott just genuinely doesn't care about the design change, and I think people care too much about it. Either one works.
I mean,
will be
my most popular video shows that people care about it a lot. Even though my video is wrong, there are a lot of views on it.
Honestly, I just don't think Scott cares about the Unwithereds.
Yeah. I don't know, because it seems like that there's something there. Like, Chica alone has way too much of a design difference for you to just be like, yep, they just slightly adjusted the models. Like, no, that's a completely different jaw design. She has different amount of toes. Like, everything about Chica is just not what we saw in FNAF 1. They redid her completely.
Yeah, Freddy as well, like with his face shape.
Yeah.
But yeah, the movie is now also like just having them be the classics and then turn into the Withereds, it seems like.
Yeah, which is either them just trying to make things simpler for a wider audience, or that's just Scott being like, just forget about it, man. They're the same.
Same. I like the designs are cool. That's why I changed them. Just get over it.
The designs are cool. I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, with the scrap characters. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat, Bronze Films.
Let's go.
Oh, thanks.
But with the what was I even saying? Oh yeah, with the scraps. Like those don't look like Mole and Freddy don't look like Ennard. Scrap Baby doesn't look like Baby. Scrap Trap doesn't really look like Springtrap.
And Candy Cadet doesn't look like Candy Cadet and Ruin and Help Wanted 2.
That is also true.
I don't know. I think people are just a little too attached to character visual consistency considering this franchise.
Yeah.
But, who knows? Maybe I'm just out of my league a bit. I just feel like.
I don't know. I feel like for at least some of them, there is at least like with Scrap Baby and Circus Baby and Ennard and Molten Freddy, there's a reason behind the design difference. So it feels odd for most of them to not have a reason for it, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't think it's all just like, oh, he just doesn't care. I think just like for like some specific characters, I'm just like, I feel like at this point, it's like specifically with the Wizards, I'm just like, dude, it's either retrofit theory or he just legitimately does not care because we have never been directly shown the Unwithered existing like in 1985 or whatever. The only time we've ever seen, what we have seen is the classics existing since the 70s. So to me, that's like at this point, it's just like, dude, and like and the same thing in the movie universe, like they were never the Unwithered in the movie universe. They were always just the classics, and the same thing in the Silverhouse trilogy too. And then later on, they get withered. So I don't know.
Yeah. My current interpretation is they had the original designs, and then whenever they first tried opening the FNAF 2 location, they tried upgrading them to the Unwithereds, but because they just turned out really bad, they had to close down. They were like, oh god, put it back. So then they closed the area, and that's why we have the line in the voice call where he says, "Welcome to your summer job, but we're working in fall." He's still reading from an old script that whenever the Unwithereds were there. Because we see that the Unwithereds were in that building from the drawings on the walls.
One thing I do think is interesting about retrofit theory is that I think it actually is supported by that one random Chica image at the very tail end of the logbook, because it shows what seems to be classic Chica, but she has a withered endoskeleton. It seems.
Oh, Scrap Chica?
Yeah, Scrap Chica, whatever you want to call it.
Or
Logbook Chica.
Or that's just what I call it.
Yeah, the Withereds, the classics being turned into the Unwithereds, is just like, it's just the meme where it's like, upgrade, go back. I said go back.
Go back.
Go back.
Yeah.
I think they put extra black ink in my logbook. I can hardly see Chica in this image.
I have the digital version. Maybe I could find the image real quick.
There's a digital version of the logbook?
I mean, I have a scanned version of it. That's a friend gave to me because I was like, dude, I'd never owned a logbook in my life, and they're like, oh, here, have this one. Like, oh, cool. So
I have an issue of Googling.
No, honestly, Terminal, I don't think it's yours. I think it's just like the image itself. It's like so incredibly dark because it's like almost black too. It's not just you.
Okay, because I thought I've seen the image like brightened up. That might have just been because people threw it into a program to like increase the contrast or whatever.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is.
I think people legitimately just brightened it up because it's so dark.
It's so unbelievably dark.
Let me see if I can brighten this up. No, that's not the right setting.
This image does go hard though.
It really does. I feel like, I wonder if that was, I don't know what it was for, because this was like around the time of FNAF 6.
Oh.
If I'm right.
You know what?
Huh.
About last December or something like that, I made a video suggesting that because in one of the week before endings, the animatronics specifically stuffed Capelia into a Chica suit. And I was wondering if like maybe that could have anything to do with Scrap Chica.
Yeah, I could see that happening. That's actually an interesting connection. I didn't even think about that.
Oh, that is dark. Wow.
Yeah, you see, it's in the side chat. You see that? Like, look how dark that is. So yeah, it's definitely not just your terminal. It's just the image in general.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad it's not my ancient eyes.
You are not going blind. Yeah, here's the
For now.
Brighton version that everybody always uses. This is the Brighton version. I don't know how they managed to achieve this, but there we go. As you see, it definitely resembles a FNAF 2 Endo, but it's like that's clearly classic Chica's body. Some people think that seems to point towards retrofit.
Yeah, I could see that being good evidence for a retrofit theory.
Yeah. The only thing for me though that seems to like is that Ralph mentions in both games the classic and the wizards always are seem to imply to have a bad smell, which is like obviously a reference to the dead bodies that were inside of them at some point. And FNAF, like obviously Ralph always says like, oh, they were just so ugly and the smell, which is obviously like nod to the MCI. But in the first game, it's also like he has the classic animatronics and he's like, oh yeah, they've never had a bath, which implies they still smell. So
Striker.
Is that Shadow Libra?
Is that Striker Creations?
Yeah, it's me.
He's striking at the creation.
It's me, Pike and my rations.
Is that the Microwave Man?
Yeah, it's me. Me, Pike and my rations. How's it going, guys?
Going
Pretty good.
Hello.
Do we want to go to Return to the Pit or what's up?
Return to the Peak?
Return to the Peak.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm sorry.
Oh, I love.
No, I know I'm in a small minority here, but I actually enjoyed Return to the Pit.
I the book. I haven't read it.
I appreciate the book because of how unhinged it is.
That's why I like it.
But I feel like it's definitely a step down. It's not as bad as Escape. We'll get to that, but I wouldn't say it's as good as the week before was.
Yeah,
I
no.
think-
Week before, amazing, like top tier FNAF content. Return to the Pit, still very good. Just not anywhere, like 3 or 4 rungs down on that ladder.
I mean, it's all right.
I like Return to the Pit. I think really the only issue I have is we've just gotten the Into the Pit story quite a few times, and it's just the same story again.
What's Return to the Pit? Like the 4th time.
Yeah, they could have just used this to be another.
God,
story.
they could have used Into the Flesh.
Exactly. Where's the In the Flesh interactive novel?
Where's the In the Flesh game? Raven wanted it.
Oh, that would be so
Matt
funny.
remembers to wear a rubber.
Oh God.
Oh man. Yeah.
Hello,
with
Devon Music.
Return to the Pit.
That's one of my people.
With Return to the Pit, it's kind of like it's either to me it's just because Into the Pit is super lore relevant. Scott wants us to focus on it. It's Scott's favorite story, or it's both. To be honest, I feel like those are the major 3 options in my mind.
A lot of people say it's his favorite. I think in Dako's interview, he says what his favorite is, and it's Bunny Call, if I remember correctly.
He did say Bunny Call, yeah.
While
Bunny
he
Call
might
is good.
really like Into the Pit, it is not his favorite.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it's like up there for him though, considering how many adaptations and remakes and all that stuff.
Considering it's his first story other than the original trilogy, it's probably like second on his list if it's since Bunny Calls his first. But
And honestly, like Into the Pit itself just feels very Scott coded. Like Oswald as a character, the way it's written, it definitely comes off as like Scott wrote this. So I could see him being very proud of it.
Yeah.
wanting to adapt it. And it did make for a good game. I was extremely impressed with the end of that game. It's probably
I thought it was
top
a
5.
really great game too. Yeah.
It's like top 5 for me, at least.
What we need to talk about is why Oswald doesn't like orange soda in this book. It's
You
more
right?
relevant, I promise.
Didn't it say he
I
got like a Coke instead?
Yes.
Terminal. I watched your video and you pointed out like all the differences between this story and like even the small details, like him liking Coke instead of orange soda, and him mentioning TikTok as a social media instead of like something else. I was like, oh my! I guess I watched your video. I even commented on it. I was like, oh my gosh, he's right. I didn't even know about it.
In the
Like,
game,
it's-
in the games universe, he loves Coca-Cola. In the Frank's universe, he loves orange soda.
It's so similar to the original story. Except it just has fine
But
little details that are changed around.
Exactly, and it's so like random. I do think the interesting thing about them mentioning TikTok though is that it kind of puts it at a specific time frame, because that means it has to be at least after 2016, I think, at least 2016 and forward.
Yes, I do believe that 2016 it wasn't named TikTok. I think it was still Musically. But-
Still music.
Yeah, 2018, I think 2017 or 2018 is whenever they changed the name to TikTok. But also, his mom is a nurse, and his dad loses his job at a factory. Both of those, like the reason why his mom would be working so much at the hospital and his dad losing his job could have been explained away by COVID, the real life event that happens in 2020. So the fact that they don't like retroactively make that part of the story either means that COVID does not happen in this timeline at all, or it happens before 2020.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, the original story was written before we knew COVID was going to happen. In all fairness,
It's funny. Well,
Yes,
in
yes.
the original story, his dad loses his job because the mill closes. I don't know if the mill is still a thing in the Return to the Pit. I can't remember.
It's not.
It's not.
If I remember correctly, it exists, but he again loses his job because the mill closes.
Huh. The interesting thing about COVID in FNAF, that's a sentence I never thought I'd say, is in Security Breach, there's actually a thing for like standing 6 feet apart, 6 feet distance, which some people think like that implies the PizzaPlex is open during when COVID was a thing. It's either that or it's just a reference. Or it's just a reference to the fact that COVID affected Security Breach's development, which I could see either or.
Faz COVID.
That's cool.
Someone in the chat said.
As COVID, it said the spread of COVID-19. It was the spread of Phasgo. It was the spread of the
We need to
Phasgo
get the
virus.
theorists on this.
That was cool.
Someone ate Phasgo and got some horrific diseases from it.
COVID spread slower because everyone was wearing Freddy Fazbear masks.
Exactly.
It slowed the curve. That way, it lasted all the way till the 2030s.
Was
I don't know.
FNAF even a thing when
I don't know.
COVID was there? Because didn't
I'm-
FNAF 3 happen in
I'm-
2023, so I would have just
Maybe.
narrowly missed it.
Maybe. FNAF 3 might not have taken place in 2023. It might have, but it might not. I am very
It's not
mixed
confirmed,
on the
but
time
A
frame.
lot of people think it's 2023.
I know that was the common consensus for a long time. I'm very mixed on it because on one hand, if Security Breach is like around 2020ish or sometime after, I could see it being like FNAF 3 2015, which is on the table. But other people think it's still 2023 and whatnot. I think for me personally, people aren't gonna like this.
Okay.
People aren't gonna like this. I am a lot more open to the idea of Vanessa Afton now. So I think if the implication is based on FNAF AR's emails that she was born in the late 90s, then that would, the Security Breach being around 2020 would match up pretty. But then FNAF 3 would have to take place in 2015 if that was the case.
I think another thing though that some people like also pointed out is that it calls out Vanessa's birthday being in September, So
Yeah,
some people were
there is
thinking that could be September 7th.
there is that too. I remember that there is that too.
That would be a weird way to put a date, in my opinion. I'm
It
not
would.
knocking it completely out of the park, but it's similar to like why people are like HRY 223 can't be 2023 because that's not how you do a date.
That's February 23rd.
It's
Yeah,
like, what?
So I honestly, if paired up with the whole 6 feet apart thing connecting to COVID, which would be in 2020 with security breach, if that was the case, and Vanessa was born in the 90s, then I could see, and not just like in the 2020s in general, I could see that like being a thing. Because if the AR, let's say theoretically, if the AR emails are correct and that she was born in 97, then she's said to be 23, then by 23 it would be 2020. And we have a direct 2020 COVID reference in security breach. So who knows? Who knows? But I'm not gonna harp too much on it because I know that's a very touchy subject for people when FNAF 3 takes place and whatnot. So
I mean, I will say
know.
I think 2015 is actually pretty. I think it's more possible than other people think.
I think the thing about 2023 is that most people they associate with that is this headcanon that William was locked in the safe room for 30 years. And that's actually people that's a complete like Mandela effect thing in the theorist community because Williams was never specified to be locked up in the safe room for 30 years.
No,
The 30 years. The 30 years line comes from the game description that says that it's been 30 years since Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closed, which there's been 3 that's closed, so who knows which one that is. And then Fazbear's Freddy's opened. Now William gets spring locked in Follow Me, which is after Freddy's has already been closed for a while, considering the state of the building.
Yeah.
And Dead by Daylight's collab backs that up with it implying that Freddy's has been closed for a long time in the description. So he could, genuinely speaking, William could have been spring locked anywhere from between FNAF 1 and FNAF 3.
Yeah, honestly, I put it like more in like the late 2010s or early 2020s for the spring locking.
I mean, that could be the case because, like, in the novel trilogy, he like gets spring locked, like I think like it's like a couple years or like a year or two before Silver Eyes, and then he's already like green and rotting. So it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like if Vanessa, if it is in 2020, I could see that matching up with Vanessa's potential birthday. But anyways, enough about that. Back to Return to the Pit. I only got on that tangent because we were talking about dates. Because Terminal, your video, reminded me about it. Oh wait, I actually have to. I'll be right back. So you guys can continue discussing. I'll be right back.
Another call.
All right.
Receiving a phone call. Maybe it's from the week before.
He's getting a call from
He's
phone
too
guy.
close to the answer.
Too close to the answer. Scott Cawthon's ringing him up.
He's getting a phone guy call. Okay, Return to the Pit. Should we talk about the endings like outside of the normal one? For example, the time travel cult.
Which book?
The Avenger ending.
I'm sorry?
Hang on. Let me grab my Return to the Pit book. I'll read it live on stream.
Read the whole
Read
thing
the
on
whole
stream.
story.
Chet, we may have a problem. I've just accidentally knocked all of my mystery minis off the top of my desk and they're just falling down to my computer.
How could you?
They're stuck in the wires and they're on the floor.
How could you?
It wasn't done purposefully.
Or
Don't worry,
was
none
it?
of the good ones are on the desk. All the good ones are on the shelf behind me.
Okay, well, at least the good ones are safe.
All of the actually rare ones are behind me, including that Helpy Funko Snap, who's actually staring into my soul with eyes. Return to the Pit. Oh, I got game over immediately.
I think it is important for us to talk about the stuff that Return to the Pit gives that is different from the original Into the Pit, because that's like we kind of talked about in one of my videos. I said that the main story that we get from Return to the Pit is almost identical to Into the Pit, other than like a few small details being changed. So the other branches have to have some sort of importance to the
I
story.
think we can probably consider Return to the Pit the canonized version of Into the Pit. If we're thinking about it that way, Return to the Pit is pretty much just a retelling of Into the Pit, just with new endings, obviously, to justify it being an interactive novel.
Yeah. I kind of think of it as...
I think if we're thinking storyline-wise, you should probably disregard Into the Pit, and I think Return to the Pit's main story should be the main one you look at.
I still can't.
Honestly,
there's too many things that are wrong with this story for me to be like, yes, this is in game's timeline. Like,
I
how we
personally
talk about
I don't agree with it being in the game's timeline.
Oh, okay.
I'll never agree with that. I'll be waterboarded before I agree with that.
Honestly,
okay, I thought you were trying to say that this was in the game's timeline. I was like, the Chica is his neighbor.
If you're trying to think like book canon, I think Return to the Pit should be the one you consider rather than Into the Pit.
I kind of just think of it as like the movie and the movie novel for Into the Pit and Return to the Pit.
Yeah.
Because
like Return to the Pit will have more extra details in it, and it's like a retelling.
Because the movie novel also had like some stuff changed like here and there, but for the most part it was pretty much the same as how the movie was. Actually, I think the main difference with Into the Pit and Return to the Pit was that Return to the Pit had the amount of kids Oswald said he saw dead actually be 5 this time, instead of like being 6 like the original.
I disagree. Oh God. Oh. So yes, in one of the endings he sees 5, but that's on the 3rd time that he goes into the pit. If you go on day 1, you can find 1 kid.
Oh yeah.
But that's also the day that you're able to do the 2 different kinds of save the kids, give cake or whatever. You're able to do the arcade one, and you're able to just stop the yellow rabbit from killing the other 5 kids, which saves the timeline somehow, which makes me think that there is a 6th kid. He's just separate from, it's a separate event.
Yeah. There is that one kid that is already dead, where it's like, oh, well, look at that, the kid's dead. The rabbit turns you into another dead kid. I do think that I do think that is meant to be Andrew still.
Yeah.
And it's just saying that like he didn't die on the date of the missing children's incident. It's just like sometime before.
What else was important? Was there anything else that I thought was important in the original story? I don't know. Oswald likes Coke in this one. That bothers me.
Why does he not like orange soda?
My consensus was the same with the week before, where this is just a video game that somebody is playing, and his drink choice is because whoever is playing the video game prefers Coke. Or it's like an ad thing. It's like, oh, hey, would you like this nice, refreshing Coke? Trying to like subliminal message the person who's in the video game.
This book has been sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Exactly. Because this is the other one that has the purple guy poem. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
I'm looking at Return to the Pit on my desk, and I'm hoping it's going to give me the answers.
It's not even open to you.
It's not even open. Yeah, I'm assuming that's how you guys do it, because I read these books and then like I don't find these things.
Spring Bonnie's actually gonna like crawl out of the cover and then start talking to you.
He's gonna have a chat with me.
He's gonna put on his old man glasses and like get a pipe and be like, yes.
No, Spring Bonnie gets a little hay needle. This is what happened last time.
Orange is close to yellow. Orange soda is meant to be the yellow rabbit.
Oh my god, god, orange is
Boom.
close to yellow. That must mean the yellow guy from Pizzeria Simulator is actually made out of orange soda. Either that or he's called Freddy.
No,
Either that or he's
Mustard
called
Man
Freddy.
isn't mustard.
Mustard Man is made of orange soda, it's confirmed.
It's confirmed.
Someone make a YouTube short about it, it'll do millions. In fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna write the script for it right now.
Do it.
Big brain.
I'm gonna anger every FNAF theorist on the planet.
What? Because you know the
That's-
truth?
I know the truth, yeah.
It's the best way to get attention.
I know the truth behind Midnight Motorist.
I want to talk about, like, the fact that Oswald, like, after, like, in one of the endings, Oswald meets the future version of Chip, and he actually remembers Oswald from 1985.
Yes.
So, in a way, like, the ball pit does actually affect the real world, which we've seen before with, like, the Stitch Ray Stingers, where Larson saved Noel. No, not Noel. He saved Sam from the train in Blackbird. And then Sam kind of, like, returned at the end of that story.
So,
There's,
Libra,
like-
I promise this does tie into the stream. Have you watched the Umbrella Academy before?
I have not.
So I'm going to explain. So in season 4, there's this like sort of train station which allows them to travel through different timelines depending on what train they go in. Do you think the ball pit could be something like that? So instead of them actually just traveling through time, he's just jumping between different timelines instead. Similar to what they have in the Umbrella Academy with the train station. It's the only example I can think of.
Maybe, because it is shown that, like, what you do in the ball pit world does actually end up affecting things in reality. It also happens when Oswald saves the missing kids in another ending.
So I was thinking it could just be different timelines instead, and that's what Return to the Pit is showing with like all the different endings. So Oswald is actually just jumping through to these different places and doing these things. It's just separate timelines each time.
Maybe.
But the same Oswald.
That would be interesting.
Which could be a pretty cool concept and would make more sense personally to me than it's just a portal to the missing children incident.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I still don't think it can be, like, literal time travel, because that would mean, like, the missing kids were killed by, like, a Spring Bonnie monster instead of just Afton.
Yeah, which is
So,
why
like,
I think it's either what I mentioned, like an alternate timeline thing, or it's like a little parallel world sort of thing, where it's not a real world, but it's sort of created that mirrors the real world. And the Spring Bonnie is just obviously because they wouldn't know it's Afton, they just know it as Spring Bonnie, and they'd see it just as that's why it's got all like its big sharp scary teeth. It's how the kids would have seen that version of Spring Bonnie when they went back.
Yeah. See, I think it's just, like, a recreation of, like, the memories from the past.
Yeah.
When I return, I'll talk about my take on the ball pit and time travel. Okay, flip side.
It definitely seems like that the ball pit has a hold on like the entire town, considering Oswald like on multiple occasions says, "Oh, this town is like crap. This is a crappy town." And like as he gets closer to Jeff's Pizza, he's like getting a bad feeling about this place.
Yeah, and also the
along with the idea that Jeff's Pizza was Freddy's, then it was a pancake place, and then it's Jeff's Pizza that nobody goes to.
There's
Like
also
people are staying away from this place for a reason.
There's also
Any
that
people who've actually been to haunted places will always say that they get like a bad feeling going near it. And obviously, because all the kids have been killed there, there's likely spirits tied to the place, even when it's just pizza.
There's also that not like kind of like expand on what you said about the ball pit having a hold over the town. People in Oswald's town apparently have like seen the rabbit quite a lot, to the point where there's like a whole group of people like dedicated to like destroying the rabbit.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if like that agony hold on the town is like causing the entire town to become part of this like time travel flux like state where like somebody could go back in time and fix something and it like corrects, quote unquote, corrects the timeline, but like it just feels weird for it to actually be some sort of time travel, you know? Like I've went full circle. I've been like, oh, it was time travel. And then I read the story myself and I was like, this can't be time travel. And now I'm like coming full circle to the point where it's like, it's agony time travel that just like, it affects just the entire town. The entire town is like under the effect of this agony. And because of that, like as soon as it gets fixed, it corrects the entire town. The mill's back open. This happens.
Maybe it's to do with like whoever's using the ball pit, like what their intentions are. Like Oswald actually intended to save all the kids' lives, and that's what actually ended up happening. Or
Oswald's just a good guy.
When like I said earlier, like Larson like actually wanted to save Sam's life from the train, and then Sam ended up not dying after that. But then there's like other instances where like when Jake goes into the ball pit to like kind of like set all the spirits free, he doesn't like actually like stop them from like dying in their memory. He kind of just changes up their memory to make it seem like it was something happy instead. Like with Millie, he just kind of like puts her in like a fake memory of like her hanging out with her family instead of like dying to Funtime Freddy. And then she's still in the ball pit, but one of the balls like start glowing. So it's like he's like, instead of actually saving them, Jake was just like putting them in a happy memory.
It reminds me a lot of FNAF World, where they say anything that happens out there affects in here and vice versa. Where going into the ball pit, once something is corrected in there, it corrects things outside.
That's true.
It's just so... It's like that fine line that Scott loves jumping back and forth over recently with his stories, where he likes going back and forth between science fiction and like a more haunted story where he can kind of bend the rules of reality.
Which is probably the best way to tell a FNAF story, to be honest.
True. It just makes it a little more confusing when we're like, yes, we need an actual reason as to why time travel is existing. And it's like, you're not going to get the answer. It's somewhere between...
Why would you ever want one of those?
It's time travel, but it's still supernatural.
Exactly. It's like, yeah, we could just make this pure time travel, or we could just make this a pure agony manifestation that Oswald is imagining, but the answer is somewhere in between, and you're not gonna figure it out.
What if we do figure it out one day? Do you reckon Scott's just gonna like the one day we actually find something out, Scott's just gonna retcon it immediately?
Oh god.
Sometimes I wonder if one day, like when the franchise is like officially just over, no more content, if Scott will finally be like, okay, here's all the lore.
I don't think FNAF will ever be over, to be honest. I think it's gonna go for a while.
I think
They-
Scott is going to lay on his deathbed and he's going to do something like the answer to Fnaf is, and then flatline. Because we know he's a troll. We know he's a troll. He will take that.
He'll take the lore to his grave
for the bit. For the bit. Not even.
He leaves us all to suffer.
I do agree though. FNAF Prowl is definitely, I don't think, is ending like anytime soon at all.
I think I think even Scott has kind of like called it like the new, or people have called it at least like the new Star Wars, where it's not going to die out anytime soon. Even if Scott tomorrow retired from FNAF, somebody else is picking up that torch and gonna try and continue it, whether or not it's going to be as successful.
Yeah. And now we sit in silence.
And now we sit in awkward silence.
Why do I feel like we had like so much more to say about the week before?
The week before is twice the length it looks like, just from looking at the spines of the books, and it's better. It's just better.
That is also true.
Just more interesting. The week before is something we've wanted to learn. The Into the Pit is something we've had like 4 times.
Oh, here's something. In the ending where Oswald saves the kids, it's randomly called out that Pit Trap is like a lot more aggressive with one of the kids.
Are you talking about when he jumps into the video game arcade?
Yes.
Okay.
Interest.
Oh, hello.
Could that be?
Hello, Fnappy.
Could that be Cassidy? Question mark.
Probably.
Well, it also said it was a male kid.
Oh.
Happy boy. Okay.
Though it does. Wait, hold on. Another thing though is it does have you give cake to like a girl.
It could be Susie. Wait, how's she described? I can't find any of these pages, of course.
I have returned.
Been a while since I've read it.
Let's go.
Return to the
Well
pits.
done, that flip side is back.
But let me check real quick.
Because if we have any description of what the girl's hair is, it immediately will tell us who
Curly.
it is. Because
Curly.
Cassidy
It all
has.
says curly.
Cassidy has black and then Susie's blonde.
Well, here's the
Well,
thing.
also Cassidy's is straight.
The reason some people think it's Susie is because she is shown to have curly hair in both. It's a constant thing about her usually is that she has curly hair in both games and in the fourth closet. Now, in the fourth closet, Cassidy is specifically a girl with black, straight, long, straight hair. People associate Cassidy with curly hair because of her name, but the only actual confirmed description of her is long, straight black hair.
I mean, there is also
the logbook has a picture of her, doesn't it?
I don't think, honestly, if you ask me, I am not a Cassidy denier, but I will say the logbook I do not think has Cassidy.
Okay.
Because even if that was, aside from that picture not matching the description of Cassidy because she has pigtails, that picture of the puppet giving the girl cake is directly, I'm pretty sure it's directly connected to a literal, like literally, if you turn over that page, on the next 2 pages, there is included an official Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, like in-universe, like coupon for an actual Happiest Day party, which is like an event at Freddy's where the puppet will give you a cake.
Yes.
But to me, that's not actually Cassidy. That's literally that's part of the marketing. To me, I don't think that's like legitimately meant to be Cassidy.
Reserve party room, 3-tier birthday cake, receive a gift from the puppet, custom party kit with invitations.
It's like legitimately like the page directly after that image. If it was like separated, I could see it.
That would make sense why they were talking about it so much as like it's your happiest day. If it's just like something is actually advertised at Freddy's, it is just something they do.
Speaking
Yeah,
on
hang
the
That's-
curly haired thing.
I'm
Sorry. I keep doing
sorry.
that.
I was looking at the ticket after reading it and then looking back at the picture of quote Cassidy getting the cake. That doesn't match the description. It specifically says 3-tier birthday cake. The puppet is only holding 2, and it says you receive a gift from the puppet, not the cake. I'm nitpicking, of course, but you know.
Maybe we only see part of it.
Well, because that wouldn't make sense because we see the puppet's hands. Like it would have to be on the
Well, I
third
think
tier.
I think it's just like it gives you the cake and then it gets the gift afterwards.
Yeah, that's
Like, right
what
now
I'm
we're
thinking.
being
Maybe we only see like the
given the-
first
we're
part
given-
of the
Given the cake. The puppet is known to give gifts. Like that's there's the whole mini game about that. So
True.
I don't know. To me, it's just like I don't think that's the slam. Like I'm not a Cassidy denier. I think Cassidy's most likely Golden Freddy, but it's not the slam dunk that everyone says it is. To be honest,
I wanted
Now-
to.
if you want to connect curly hair to Golden Freddy, there is the new kid, which has
Yeah.
a curly-haired kid inside the suit.
That's what I was gonna bring up.
Okay, yeah.
So
Now, is that Cassidy? Who knows? Some people thought that was Andrew because Andrew also has curly black hair, and that body describes having curly black hair. But Andrew wears an alligator mask, which implies that, and the spirits in this franchise constantly wear masks of the characters that they represent, like they are a part of. So that wouldn't really make sense if Andrew was Golden Freddy, but he has an alligator mask, in my opinion. So don't think that body is meant to be Andrew. So genuinely, that could be Cassidy in the suit.
yeah, I agree that it's Cassidy since it is a Golden Freddy story. Why does Andrew possess Monty though? That never made sense to me.
Yeah, it genuinely, honestly, if he had like no mask, that would be so much better.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, oh, well, this kid can pretty much be anybody. But no, it's just like he doesn't have to have an alligator mask. So it's like, why?
Doesn't he have a connection to Fetch too? Or am I hallucinating?
Well, he does because later on, after the Man in Room 180, his soul goes into Fetch's battery pack.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I haven't read all the books, so I didn't
fine.
know. Like,
If you ever need information about the frights, I'm usually me and Libra are the people to go to because we were. At least I was previously Stitchline, so I know a lot about these books
Yeah.
because I read them back to front. So
I knew there
Very
was a
fair.
connection. I didn't know what it was though, because like whenever the mini game in the Into the Pit game with Fetch showed up, people were like, "That's Andrew," and I'm like, "I don't understand why, but I will say yes."
yeah, I get it because it's a black haired kid, and you collect 6 balloons and the 6th one turns purple.
Actually, on the topic,
Actually,
this is related to
Yeah.
Return to the Pit since it is the Into the Pit game, so I'll count it as related. But on the topic of that, like, why? Something I always found weird was Golden Freddy being in the Fetch minigame.
that is weird because he's possessed in that minigame too. He has the silver eyes.
Yeah, and that's the only
Aren't
character.
those mini games
we
just
see.
supposed to be like sort of callback to
Well, here's the thing about the Into the Pit game is that in that game, that layout of the fetch minigame, that layout is literally the same layout as Jeff's Pizza, and the Golden Freddy suit is right where it would have been in 1985 when you travel back. It's in the same spot, but now it has the glowing eyes, which implies it's possessed.
I always just kind of assumed are you on about the other book mini games in Into the Pit that have like Eleanor, Fetch, and I forgot what the.
Well, yeah, that is the fetch minigame with Golden Freddy in it.
Yeah, I thought they were all just rehashes of the older FNAF 2 mini games because one of them rehashes Foxy Go Go Go.
Well, here's the
Yeah,
thing.
but-
Those weren't Frights minigames. Originally, those were actually weirdly minigames about Vanessa helping William with the missing children. But obviously, they got cut because like it doesn't happen in
Didn't make sense.
Frights or the main line. So Scott had them cut that, and then they were basically reskinned into the Frights minigames, which obviously make a lot more sense. So The interesting thing I do want to talk about, though, because this technically connects Return to the Pit too, is the weird thing with the sixth kid in Return to the Pit and Into the Pit and whatnot. Because in the game makes a huge deal about this random sixth kid. Because in the scene where Pit Bonnie, you open the door and you see all the dead kids, that sixth kid is specifically the one in dark clothes, while the other ones have red pants or whatever. So he's already being separated, and then again in the collect the party hats minigame, the sixth one is in a completely different area from the rest of the other party hats, and it's being held by Afton specifically, which implies a connection between that sixth person and Afton. And then in the fetch minigame, you collect 6 balloons, and the sixth one, when you collect it, the number turns purple, which also seems to tie it to Afton.
It's like there's a lot of emphasis on there being a sixth victim.
Yeah, and he specifically has a connection to Afton, and he's separate from the others. Now, in Return to the Pit, in one of the endings, there's the 5 kids together usually in the back room, but then in one of the endings, or it's in one of the routes, Oswald can go into the safe room 2 days before the missing children's incident, and there's already a singular body separated from everyone else in that room just by itself.
Yeah.
So that's I don't know what to make of that. It's interesting.
Maybe I'll...
Yeah, I think it's I do think Andrew died around the same time as the missing children's incident, but I think they're trying to say that he was killed at a bit of a separate time.
Because him being killed at a separate time is great, especially if Return to the Pit is canon. Because then he's not directly being grouped in with the MCI, and then that's because that's the whole thing. It's the MCI are always together as 5. You know what I mean? So him being killed separately, the game kind of hinted that he was separate. But then if that is him in the back room by himself, then it's oh, that's great. Because then he's not being roped in with the MCI, which is way better than there just being 6 kids in a room. It's wait, but it's always been 5. So I don't know. That 6th body really gets me, because people. Here's the thing. I'm very mixed on Andrew's existence in the games now. Because I think Return to the Pit, especially with that 6th body being included, that leaves the door open for it, but I'm not certain if that legitimately is him necessarily.
How about the cutscenes from UCN?
Oh yeah. The cutscenes from UCN too, because there is the Tojiga cutscenes from UCN, which implies there's a 6th, which is MCI puppet, but then there's also that weird 7th. I talked about that. I made, back when my channel first started, I made an actual video about Andrew, and I brought up that cutscene with the 6th victim. Oh yeah, fun potential piece of trivia. You guys want to know something?
Okay.
I may or may not have indirectly been the cause of the 6th kid, or the 7th child in Tojiga is Andrew. Now, it could have been an idea that someone else came up with, but I brought it up back years and years ago, back when Stitch Line games started to become a major thing, and I never had heard anybody else. And I never heard anybody else came up with it, and I was one of the people who spread. This is before I was a YouTube channel, but I spread Stitch Line games a lot, and that was one of the things I brought up. So it potentially might have been the cause of that theory being created, but I don't know. Maybe someone else thought of it, and they thought of it before me, but who knows? As far as I knew, I was the first person to bring that up, but we'll see. If so, I'm sorry.
We got some flip side lore just now.
Yeah. I may or may not have been the cause of that theory point. But anyways. So what do you guys think about the whole 6th kid debacle and the potentially being an extra body? I believe you said some stuff on it.
Well, I said earlier, I do think it's Andrew in that ending. I do think probably the reason they would have it like that is I feel like there's a lot of confusion on Into the Pit having 6 kids instead of the usual 5.
Yeah.
So it's meant to be maybe clarification that he didn't die on the missing children incident day. He was just another kid that was killed at Freddy's, and then he's kind of more supposed to be a secret victim instead of someone we hear normally with the others.
Yeah, especially with the game very especially with the party hats thing, specifically putting the 6th kid away from the other 5. and being tied to Afton and whatnot, that made me think like, oh, I'm pretty sure he's like meant to be separate, but they just executed that extremely poorly because they had him like grouped in with the other ones.
Yeah.
Because the interesting thing about Into the Pit in general is the whole thing. I know is obviously like Oswald finds the kids in a party room, and whatnot. But I think something that people will tend to miss is why that's the case and why they're like all the kind of like just out in the open, not stuffed into the suits. Is in the story, Oswald and the story specifies that like they were set out there because the Yellow Rabbit wanted Oswald to see them like that. They say in the story, the Yellow Rabbit wanted Oswald to see its handiwork. So that's why the bodies are like out in the open, pretty much. It's because the Yellow Rabbit wanted him to see that he did that, pretty much.
Yeah.
For the story. But anyways, so. And then you guys were talking about the time traveling ball pits.
Yeah.
But this is obviously the thing that makes people like not really understand why Into the Pit would be canon or Return to the Pit, because Return to the Pit seems to have some of the most like overt like implications that it is legitimately time travel. But I still do not think it is time travel. So in the original series, it's not time travel. Like that, and it's made very obvious that it's literally just a festering pit of just agony and memories of spirits, just like all in one place. It's just this eldritch like object that just has all this different stuff like attached to it. It's like all this tragedy, all this pain and suffering and death and fear. It's kind of like the ball pit is genuinely, you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if anyone here is a Stephen King fan, and even if you're not, if you know the story, it reminds me of the Overlook Hotel in The Shining. So in The Shining, the Overlook Hotel, the building itself is sort of like quote unquote alive in the sense that it is like has this supernatural aura and energy to it that where it is literally the memories of past people. It's also like a singular ghost haunting it, and it's like the memories of past people are like inhabiting the hotel, and the hotel though that's like the vessels for the hotel. And it's got like because there's this scene in the story where Dick Halloran, he's like this psychic character, and there's the main child character who is Danny, and he's also psychic, and Dick is telling him about the hotel, and he's like, sometimes when things happen, it can leave a trace of itself behind, which is sort of like Fnaf's concept of agony. Where it's like a memory stays behind after something has happened, and then it kind of like affects the environment. So that just reminded me of that, because the ball pit is a very interesting case. Not many people know this, but the ball pit and agony, that's not like a Fnaf exclusive concept, because it's actually based on a pseudoscience that exists that is called, and it's a subject called residual haunting. Now, residual haunting is when historical information ties, or it's also sometimes called stone tape theory. It's the idea that historical information from like an event like supernaturally connects to an object, and then that event will literally play on loop as if it's still happening all the way into the present. And I think that's what's happening with the ball pit. Hence why Oswald goes into it and he's like literally in the memory of the missing children. That's kind of my take of it. I think it's still that, because that's what Fright seems to imply. But maybe I'm wrong.
Is that like literally saying that the events are just those exact same events are reoccurring, or is it like repeating similar events over and over again throughout the time? Because like I could see both being the case when like taking that concept to FNAF, because we see in multiple stories where people die and then they don't even realize that they're dead, and that they keep reliving the events in their life, not realizing that they're dead, and the only time that they can get out of that loop is when they do realize that they have died. But we also see things like the constant repetition of like Jeremy being an important character, with like face trauma, Chica having problems with her beak, even with Roxy now, a new character that loses her eyes in Security Breach, but when she was made as a puppet, was made
She has
with 2 eye patches.
Yeah. So the interesting, honestly, I feel like that would even be a thing for like a theory like God David, where it's like you have a similar event occurring with these children that are very similar. But that might be more mimicry stuff.
Did you just say fucking God David?
Yes, I did.
I zoned out for 2 minutes. 2 minutes
Hello,
that
Red
you
Bond.
guys unattended.
It's God David and
I still need to check.
anyway.
I still need to check out that video, the God David one.
It is a experience you need to just watch the whole thing. It's long, but it's worth it. Trust me, Libra. Like, it's a very interesting theory.
Yeah.
But anyways, back to the ball pit. So yeah, Terminal, you mentioned, so with residual haunting, it's you asked sort of like how that might like affect the future, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if it was quite literally the exact same events are just on repeat forever, or is it like something where an event happens and it's such a powerful event that like it kind of gets, and don't freak out over the next word I'm going to say, mimicked throughout the rest of time.
You said it's the mimic. No,
like it's not the exact same event, but like events are very, very similar. Things are like repeating in a way where it's like, okay, I've seen Jeremy's name 18 times in the past 12 years. Why does this guy keep showing up? And it's not the same man.
Well, terminal error. God Jeremy is coming soon. I promise
God
you.
Jeremy.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Jeremy.
You guys did it. Now I'm gonna do it. I'm trust. God Jeremy, it's coming. Anyways, yeah. So the thing about residual haunting. Now I'm not like into pseudoscience, so I can't like I'm not super privy on the actual like subject itself. I know a good amount about it, but I don't like practice it or anything. So I'm not like, I don't have a very intimate understanding of it, but I do know a general like idea of what it's supposed to be. And the ball pit matches up with it perfectly because, you know, Oswald, like that event happens all the way back in 1985, but now Oswald's going back and it's like it's happening in the present all of a sudden. Like it's happening as soon as he enters the ball pit. You know, all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is the here and now. What are you talking about? It's always been 1985. And then all of a sudden the yellow rabbit kills the children. Because the thing about it being like you mentioned, Libra, like the thing that breaks it from being genuine time travel is that Afton didn't kill the missing children's incident. Like it wasn't a Spring Bonnie monster, it was Afton. And even the ending that people point to where it's like, oh, this is genuine time travel, it specifically mentions that I'm pretty sure Afton gets arrested in that ending. Like there's a newspaper about it. But the interesting thing is that happens, I believe, after you like sort of recreate Happiest Day. I remember correctly, that's the end, the same ending.
It was something like that,
One
yeah.
of the endings, yeah.
But the yellow rabbit dies, and I think I could be remembering this wrong, but I think the ball pit actually disappears in that ending.
It does. I believe you're right. It does.
Okay, so it does. The ball pit does disappear, which to me, I think what happens is when Oswald enters the ball pit, he's now becoming an active participant in that memory, kind of like what it's talked about with Dream Theory in the FNAF movie. They're now an active participant in that memory. And so, but with the supernatural influence of the pit, and maybe it's connected to the field, now it's like he's actively changing that memory, because it's living people's memories are attached to that ball pit too, not just the dead people, because Chip remembers Oswald as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes, yes, he does.
So that to me is like, he is becoming an active participant in that memory, and now he is altering it. And because of the supernatural influence that the pit has, and potentially its connection to like the 0 point field, the entire perception of that event has now changed for the town, because Oswald has completely altered it. Because the town's memories, like living people's memories, are connected to that ball pit. So that's at least my take of it. I know that's less easier to say than it's just actual time travel, but with the yellow rabbit not actually being William Afton. And then you obviously have like this thing in Frights where it's telling us what the ball pit is supposed to be and what it does. To me, I think that it's still that. So I don't know. That's just my
Yeah.
take of it.
I really think the parts where it affects reality kind of just has to do with like the user's intention or something like that.
Yeah. Alternatively, there are two potential things about the events of Into the Pit that I would like to bring up since they are very interesting. But we can talk about them in whatever order if you would like. But
Yeah.
the Into the Pit being a loop, and the other one is potentially Oswald. Literally, Oswald is psychic. That is also a theory that people have come up with and are talking about. But I know the evidence for both. I can talk about it if you wanted me to explain.
Yeah, for sure. I've not heard the psychic one, I don't think.
I've returned.
Okay.
Did I miss a lot?
Okay, so I just brought up to Libra, I wanted to hopefully, if you guys are interested, talk about two alternate Into the Pit theories about what's happening in the story. One of them is Into the Pit loop, and the other one is the theory that Oswald is actually psychic.
Also, Molten
So-
Freddy is in the chat.
Molten Freddy is here.
Freddy.
Crawled out of the sewers.
Whoa.
All right, have a good night, Fred Bond
Yeah.
Films.
Oh, Fred Bond Films is coming.
I'll have to tell you about something later. But anyway, so which one do you guys would like to talk about first if you're interested?
I've not
I'm
heard
a
the
sucker for a
Oswald.
loop.
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Terminal?
Oh, I just said I'm a sucker for a loop.
Yeah, we can do loop
we
first.
can talk about both. Like there's no, like I'm willing to talk about both because I've heard both theories and they're very interesting. So, dang it! Now I can hear the Into the Pit like game over theme just playing in my head as I talk about this because it just
It's a good theme.
good theme. Honestly, if you could change the music, that'd be awesome. But anyways,
I actually can probably just.
we got it's got the game over theme of Into the Pit's got to play when we talk about this. But the interesting thing, so Into the Pit loop is an interesting thing because it goes over the idea that Oswald actually died in the events of Into the Pit. And like other spirits, he is now stuck in the inside of the pit. Like he never actually leaves. He thinks he's leaving, but he never actually leaves. And he is looping the events of Into the Pit over and over and over again. Now there's not much evidence for this in the story. So there's several versions. The one people usually go with is the idea that this theory actually is in part is to explain every single version of Into the Pit. Like there's 3 versions, and a version of this theory is that all 3 of those versions are like the same thing. It's just Oswald is looping, and each of these versions are just him in the loop. So the idea here is the idea that Oswald never left the pit, and so now he is actively reliving it. So in the original Into the Pit story and in the game too, one of the interesting things that I don't feel people feel like they talk a lot about is the fact that Oswald is already drawing the Freddy's characters before he ever even knows about Freddy's or enters the ball pit.
Yeah.
He just somehow, the story even calls that out. And in the game, it even shows that he's drawing the yellow rabbit before he ever enters the ball pit, which is so interesting to me because that implies that he somehow remembers them, but he doesn't know how. Some people have said that that's like the influence of the 0-point field, but alternatively, that could be him having faint memories of what's happening from the previous loops. Now, this is where the game comes in, because in the game, there is an ending you can get where you actually can leave the pizzeria, and that's actually just an ending you can get in the game. Now, in the game, if you try to get that ending again, Oswald won't actually go outside, and he'll specifically say, or the dialogue will play, where he specifically says, "Don't you remember what happened last time?" Which is so crazy because that implies he remembers that previous ending of him leaving the pizzeria. Which made people think that he's in a loop where he's like actively like reliving these events over and over again. And then with Return to the Pit, the name itself implies that Oswald's already been to the actual ball pit before. And he's actively like reliving, and he's actually going back to it as if he's like reliving a loop over and over again. And then the other part of that is Into the Pit, one of the endings requires you to actually, even the author pointed this out, one of the endings requires you actually play it over again. So we talked about previously the sort of Happiest Day-esque party with the cake, that ending where the yellow rabbit like dies in the ball pit, disappears. So in that ending, you actually have to get that ending by playing by going through the book twice. So you actually play as Oswald and you have half of this play token. And then afterwards, in that ending, after you play it again, you find the other half of that play token. Now, when you're replaying the game again, now you have the full token. And then you can play the arcade game, and then you can do the 8-bit ending where he goes inside the game, he recreates Happiest Day, and then the yellow rabbit explodes or whatever, and then the ball pit, it disappears. And so some people have interpreted that as that now he's changed the memory of the MCI that he's trapped in, and so he's breaking the loop, and now he's made it into a happy memory, and so now his soul is at peace. And because the ending of the story is him actually peacefully going to be with his dad after he quote unquote saves the MCI. So it could be interpreted as that's him breaking his loop inside the ball pit, and now it's that memory he's trapped in, the bad memory of the MCI, has now been replaced with a happy memory of him being with his dad, just like how Millie's memory of dying inside Freddy has now been changed, and it's been replaced with her just like having a good Christmas party with her family. So that's kind of like the whole, as far as I can tell, that's the whole gist of the Into the Pit loop theory. I know there's a lot, but I was trying to go over everything that goes toward it. So
It is called Return to the Pit.
yeah, that is something that does stick out to me.
Honestly, from the name, I thought we were going to be like Oswald as like a teenager returning back to the pit. And I thought that was going to be a really interesting story.
Yeah, that is actually I thought about before it came out too. I wish they would have went
That would have
route,
been
but-
more interesting than just a rehash of the same story that we've had like 4 other times already.
Yeah,
You
but that's
kinda right.
that's basically loop theory. So what do you guys think?
I really like it, actually.
I like it a lot
I
too.
quite like that theory. It makes a lot of sense.
I have one question. Does Oswald ever draw Foxy across any of the... Rosie, stop bumping my mic. Sorry, my cat's here.
I don't think so.
Because Foxy is the only animatronic that is not in any of the Into the Pit stories, as far as I'm aware. But if he ever draws Foxy, that would kind of be... That kind of wouldn't work with this theory.
I don't think
actually,
he does draw Foxy.
In the original story, he only mentions drawing a bear, a bunny, and a bird girl. And in the game, he draws those same things, and he also draws seemingly the yellow rabbit. But I don't remember him ever drawing Foxy on one of those drawings.
Okay.
And that would explain why Foxy's the only character just not Into the Pit at all. Because I always found that weird, but
yeah, it was so weird because like Foxy's directly referenced in the game, but he's like we never see him.
Do you think Dead by Daylight is connected to Into the Pit? Hyperdroid.
Hyperdroid, what the heck? Hi.
Hyperdroid's here.
Android.
Welcome, Hyper.
They're slowly erasing
like-
Foxy from the lore.
And no,
Because Dead by Daylight also is missing Foxy, and Into the Pit is, I think, the only one that we know of that doesn't have a Foxy.
yeah,
They literally
it's
are
so weird.
slowly erasing Foxy. He's just
Yeah,
going.
Hyperdroid. We're talking about Into the Pit and the loop theory. So Terminal. I don't think he ever draws Foxy in either versions where he's like drawing the characters. If I remember
Interesting.
correctly.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't remember either. That's why I was asking everyone to see if somebody could remember a Foxy being drawn. Because that would be evidence against the theory, but
Right.
for him to not be there kind of helps the theory.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the theory. That on a side note, you mentioned Dead by Daylight. I find it ironic. Honestly, If characters in FNAF were to get happiest days, I feel like Dead by Daylight would be William Afton's happiest day.
It actually would. I agree with that.
It would be his happiest day. Just killing people forever. That would absolutely just bring him joy.
I agree. He would love that.
I mean, he seems like he's loving it in Dead by Daylight. He's just laughing.
He is.
He's like throwing axes and stabbing people. He's like, this is so much fun. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, that's loop theory. So
I am curious about the Oswald psychic theory.
yeah, so the Oswald psychic theory is really interesting, and I came across it after I found out about loop theory because this was actually an alternative to Oswald being in a loop. Because in the Independent game specifically has a very weird thing about character consistency of when events are. So it proposes the idea that Oswald is actually he actually has psychic abilities, and that is why, and it's connected to the ball pit. They're picking up the ball pit's supernatural influence, because that's a thing with psychic characters. They always feel are drawn to supernatural places because of their psychic abilities. I mentioned The Shining earlier. Into The Shining, Danny Torrance is actively having visions and being drawn to the Overlook Hotel before he ever even goes there. He's having visions about it in the game. So you drawing the characters prior to ever have going to Freddy's, that could be interpreted as him actually having psychic connection to the ball pit, or visions of what he's going to experience once he enters the ball pit, and knowing those characters before he ever experiences that. That is a potential alternate thing. Possibility is that he's psychic and he's just seeing those characters before it happens.
Similar to
and that would
Abby.
also explain, like Abby, and that would explain why he's drawn to the ball pit, because it's specifically calling out to him because of his supernatural link that he has as being a quote unquote psychic character. And another thing about that is the idea of that could potentially explain. So one of the most interesting Easter eggs in the game is the appearance of the Stitch Wraith outside Oswald's window. If you wait long enough in the game, for 10 minutes in Oswald's room, the Stitch Wraith will specifically appear outside of his window for a brief moment, and then it'll disappear. Now, that has thrown off people timeline-wise, because canonically in the Frights universe, the Stitch Wraith shouldn't exist yet. Because the Stitch Wraith is active after Jeff's has already kind of been abandoned, and the Oswald has already gone through into the pit. Because during the Stingers, Larson goes to Jeff's Pizza, and it's already been Oswald's already done his thing. It's already been closed down or whatnot. So the concept of Oswald seeing the Stitch Wraith at this point in time, because in the Frights version of events, Stitch Wraith happens after FFPS. It happens after Pizzeria Simulator. But the interesting thing is about the game seems like it implies that version of the End of the Pit story happens before FNAF 3. Because it has a sealed wall over one of the rooms, and a lot of the arcade machines that appear in Fazbear's Fright are in Jeff's Pizza still, and a lot of the posters and Freddy's stuff is still in Jeff's Pizza, which would imply that they haven't taken that out and put it in Fazbear's Fright yet. Because the game definitely puts in heavy emphasis on FNAF 3 with what we hear Afton's Springlock and all that. So people are how is this seemingly taking place before FNAF 3? But we have Stitch Wraith, which is a character that wouldn't exist until after Pizzeria Simulator, which is after FNAF 3. And so some people have theorized that under Oswald being a psychic, he is literally seeing a vision of the Stitch Wraith from the future, which would explain why it doesn't really if Oswald, that's actually, some people think that goes against possibly him being in a loop, is the Stitch Wraith appears outside his window, and we know in the story the Stitch Wraith Jake goes into the ball pit and actually tries to help people who are in loops, and he helps people, but in the story the Stitch Wraith never helps Oswald. It just kind of stands outside of his window and does nothing. So if that Stitch Wraith cameo is meant to be lore relevant, the loops, why would he be? I mean, it's still weird because why isn't he trying to help him when he's being terrorized by this agony monster? But some people theorize that it's actually just him seeing a vision of the Stitch Wraith in the future, because the Stitch Wraith will be connected to this ball pit at some point. So that's kind of, I think there's more evidence. I'm gonna check. I have a note here. because I remember I was thinking about it. Oswald is psychic. Let me look here. Oswald is psychic. Where is it? Oh yeah, and there's evidence potentially of people possibly having like a sort of psychic connection in FNAF 2, and specifically with like I think it was what we found. Hudson's grandmother seems like she's exhibiting some kind of psychic power, because she mentions that he'll die at Fazbear's Fright if he continues to work there, and he doesn't believe her, and then later on he does. I mean, that could be like just like the field thing too, but some people have thought like maybe that's showing that like those types of people potentially were born with that power in FNAF, like Oswald with that power.
Hyperdroid also just brought up Fetch also being at Freddy's with his eyes glowing, which would be Into the Pit would be before. If it was like before FNAF 3, it'd probably be before Andrew got into Fetch.
You're right. That is true. Yeah. Does Fetch's eyes glow Into the Pit? I can't remember.
It's like a laser, like a line across, kind of like a Cyclops from X-Men, I think.
Yeah, that is weird, because the interesting thing about the Fetch's whole like giveaway that he's possessed in the actual story, like the original Fright story, was that his eyes are specifically said to be like glowing like red or orange, reddish orange, which is what we kind of see on the cover of the book. Like that's that exact scene on the cover.
But in game, they're blue.
Oh, Golden Freddy. He said he meant Golden Freddy.
Oh, Golden Freddy. Yeah.
Yeah, his eyes are glowing.
Yeah, his eyes are glowing. That is, yeah. We actually mentioned, I brought that up earlier, and I still don't really have a good explanation for that. Because, like, I don't know. Yeah, because that's the thing. That would imply that Golden Freddy, maybe, because that implies that Golden Freddy is still around after the Frights version of UCN, which is obviously the man in room 1280. So that would mean that he's potentially still around, assuming that, I don't know, that whole minigame is very strange to me. Because, like, the weird thing is, like, in the original story, the Fetch pizzeria is not the same as Jeff's Pizza. It is a completely different pizzeria in Washington. Meanwhile, the game, the same map is used in the Fetch minigame as the map in Into the Pit. So it's very strange.
Honestly, the minigames at the end of the Into the Pit game is kind of also that was part of why I do believe the game is loop theory.
Yeah,
like that just makes it seem like it's taking place in the ball pit world, and you're seeing memories of other victims.
Yeah, because technically, I mean, it depends. Like, if the ball pit is like mixing in memories with Fetch, but then that would mean that Fetch happens after. It's really strange. So yeah, those are the two like big theories that people have made about Into the Pit and just Return to the Pit as well in general. Was loop theory and also Oswald as a psychic, pretty much.
I think I've also seen some people suggest that Oswald's home could have been like the Afton home. That's why we'd have like the FNAF 4 toys and stuff in his room.
So a fun headcanon of mine was that the house that Oswald is in the game, at least, like that, honestly, it did remind me of the minigame house. Like that was a theory that when I saw floating around, and I was like, honestly, I kind of rock with that. Like, here, actually, wait, I think about it. That I'm actually have a theory about Beyond Stone, because something interesting about the story is that it's mentioned in the game and the original Into the Pit story, is that the Yellow Rabbit, like, it drives Oswald home, and Oswald comments, like, how do you know where I live? But if the Yellow Rabbit is made from the memories of William Afton and his crimes, his victims or whatever, it has those memories and whatnot, and if Oswald is living in the same house as what was potentially the FNAF 4 minigame house, then he would remember where Oswald... Huh.
That was also
think about that connection.
That was also like I've seen that be used as a reason to like maybe why Oswald would be like drawing the Freddy's characters at the start of the story too.
Yeah. That is true as well. So many theories. The game, the book, Return to the Pit. It's all a weird, elaborate web of like, oh, this connects.
It is very weird. Yeah.
The orange soda is the key.
Orange soda. Why does he like Coke instead? It's so weird.
I know.
Yeah, I guess that is. It is kind of something that kind of goes against loop theory, though, is that the fact that like those minute details in Return to the Pit are changed from the original story.
He likes a different soda. You're reading a box.
Suddenly likes likes a different soda and whatnot. But yeah. Do we, in the context of Into the Pit, I guess this is more about the game, and this is supposed to be about the Return to the Pit book, but I feel like it's worth being brought up. The interesting thing of how in the game, like it's specifically like in the game, to get the normal and good ending, which are like one of those is canon, you need to have the picture of William and Henry, because that actually stuns the yellow rabbit and it kind of sets it off, and that's how you're able to kill it. Without that picture, it'll just kill you. Do we like what I feel like that is actually a neat and interesting like look into William Afton's like personality, because the yellow rabbit is like based off of Afton's personality and his memories and his whatnot. So the fact that like seeing a picture of Afton and Henry together, like that just completely like enrages him. I think that's really interesting, like characterization towards Afton.
Yeah, because he like stops paying attention to Oswald and his dad just to like pick up the photo.
Yeah, and that's specifically him and Henry.
And then he starts freaking the heck out, doesn't he? He like starts like twitching and like.
Yeah, he gets enraged. Like he freaks out. His body starts like flailing everywhere, and then he like roars. Like so that like pissed him off. So it's really interesting like why that has such like a unique effect on him. Like just specifically the memory of Henry specifically. So this is something that I'm thinking as from the last thing that you talked about with how the yellow rabbit like might live in Oswald's house. I was thinking that the reason that the yellow rabbit might know where Oswald lives is because his dad is in the pit and the yellow rabbit is like feeding off of his memories in order to like better. Loaf, what are you doing? I see Loaf heck? All of a sudden said skibbity without joining the call. But with Oswald's dad in the pit, it made me think that he would like feed off of him in order to like get his memories in order to be a better Oswald's to pose as Oswald's dad better. Which, if going off of that and the fact that this singular memory of him hanging out with Henry makes him freak out, I'm wondering if that's like the yellow rabbit confronting the like actual William memories, and he's like, oh, this is what I've been trying to kind of, and don't freak out, mimic this entire time.
Mimic.
And now I'm like, I have a real memory that I can latch onto in order to like better become the thing that I am trying to become.
Right. Huh.
It needs work, but
actually. Yeah, but that actually is interesting. I just found that so strange when I played the game, because like that's we know that that's a picture of William and Henry, so it's just like that's the thing that like completely like knocks him off his rocker, and he like becomes crazy.
Some of his twitching doesn't look like it's out of anger. It just looks like he's like
bugging out.
Bugging out, like maybe soft resetting.
It's literally like he's like encountering a freaking system error. He doesn't know how to respond.
Exactly. Like obviously it ends with him getting angry, but like he's like something's not right here.
Yeah, because like he stopped, like as soon as it drops, like he literally like takes the time to stop, looks down, he grabs it, he picks it up, And then he looks at it, and then he all of a sudden he's like starts twitching wildly as if he like doesn't know how to process it. And then like he kind of like resolved it. He just like, okay, now I'm just really angry. Screw you, Oswald. And so he goes to kill him. So it's, I don't know. I think, I don't know. I just, yeah, I don't know. Terminal, you might be onto something with that theory though.
Because it definitely seems like he's feeding off of the memories of the other ball memory things in order to like make himself scarier, which like gives him the power in order to like leave the pit and everything. But I'm just wondering if like that's what the picture is also doing in that ending.
Like kind of like confronting him with like this, like you are not actually, real. This is the real thing. Here is a real memory. Yeah, because that actually is good, because now that you mention that, it makes me think of him, because the yellow rabbit like genuinely seems to believe that it's Afton in some capacity. Yes. Because in the game, one of his voice lines is specifically, even if I don't get you now, I always come back, which is like, it's literally just repeating what Afton would say.
He says quite a lot of Afton lines, I think, too.
Yeah, but that's like the most overt though, because, and then something interesting. So I had this theory, no one really cares about this, but I always bring it up when I talk about Into the Pit, is the idea that the yellow rabbit is specifically being influenced by the agony of not just the MCI dying, but Afton himself getting springlocked. Because in the game, one of his voice lines is, "I will make you suffer just like I did," which implies Afton has gone through like some kind of extremely painful experience. And this is, if this game is after FNAF 3 or before FNAF, or like shortly before FNAF 3, that would imply that Afton's already been springlocked and whatnot, and there is a sealed wall in the game. And also something else is the loading screens on Night 5 seem to be like the yellow rabbit is directly talking to Oswald and then somebody else. Because some of the loading screens is like references to FNAF 3. Like there's one of the loading screens says, "I always come back." Another one says, "It's me." Another one says, "You're in too deep, kid," implying it's talking to Oswald. But then one that really interested me is one of the loading screens specifically says, "All of you will pay." And to me, that comes off as potentially Afton or the Yellow Rabbit talking to the missing children. All of you, the missing children, who literally like caused him to get springlocked. Because once the Yellow Rabbit starts haunting Oswald, he can hear Afton's getting springlocked over the phone. If he types in the number. So I'm wondering if like there's a connection between those two events, where it's like the Yellow Rabbit is like, you know, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, you're not actually Afton. This didn't happen to you. You're just a creature. Here's the real guy right here.
Interesting.
So yeah, I don't see people talk about those loading screens very much, but they honestly really interested me when I first played the game because of the implications they seem to have.
To be honest, I don't think I noticed any of the loading screens. I noticed the voice lines. I did not notice the loading screens.
I didn't really notice the loading screens either.
Well, hey guys, now you guys have incentive to look at the loading screens. Night 5 specifically is the ones where all those weird ones come up.
Okay.
Those are like rare things that you can get on Night 5. It's randomized, but I'm pretty sure you can look them up. You can find. But that is kind of the thing, because I think, yeah, interesting. So yeah, that was just kind of like what I wanted to point out with that.
Yeah, because that one where he's like, "I will make you suffer," that voice line, that made me always think that something happened prior to 85 that he was trying to, because if we're looking at it from the Yellow Rabbit's perspective, he is living in 1985. He is saying these lines in 1985 / whenever he goes to the future with Oswald. He is saying, "I will make you suffer." So it made me think that there was something before 85 that happened to William, and William is like, "I am getting payback for this event." But it could also now be what you say, where after the Springlock incident, he is literally in this memory trying to get payback to these kids for them springlocking him.
Exactly. Yeah, that was my thought. I'm like I just thought about it, but I didn't vocalize it because you were talking I wanted to let you speak, but I was like, I think about it. If he's like wants the other kids to pay, then him constantly like living through this loop of like killing them over and over and over again. That's like his way of kind of getting them back. Like
His therapy.
Yeah, so he like physically can't. He's like he's sealed away, you know. So his like agony, because his like rage, because like the thing interesting about agony in FNAF is that it also like is called rage several times. Like in The Man in Room 180, Andrew's agony that spreads everywhere is also called his rage, like his anger. So the Yellow Rabbit might also be literally being affected by Afton's rage post Springlock towards the MCI, and so he's like, I'm gonna make all of you pay. You're gonna suffer just like I did. Then Oswald, of course, enters the thing, so it's like, okay, now you're gonna suffer too. Now you're gonna pay. You're part of this.
Suffer.
I have to take my anger out on somebody, and you're gonna be one of them.
Oswald walked into the rage room and became one of the glasses.
He walked into Afton's rage room, and it's an unfortunate turn of events.
Wrong place, wrong time.
It really is. But that was kind of like, that was something interesting. Anyways, I should. Do we want to keep talking about Return to the Pit? Do we want to bring the focus back towards that book more, or do we want to move on to something else?
I have one small detail about Return to the Pit that I kind of want to talk about, because we were talking about eye glowing, and it reminded me that the cover of Return to the Pit got changed. Originally, he has yellow eyes, and now he has like yellow animatronic eyes, and now he has glowing blue eyes. And I'm wondering if you guys think that has lore relevance, or if it's just to match the game better.
Yeah, because the game, it's a very prominent thing about him is that he has the glowing blue eyes. Honestly, to me, I actually think that shows that Afton also had blue eyes. But I know it's a very like weird thing to bring up, but here's the thing is because like Spring Bonnie, like the actual Spring Bonnie animatronic, he specifically is always shown to have green eyes. So I think the fact that the story, like, and both the original Into the Pit book cover, the game, and now Return to the Pit's cover always accentuate the fact that it has like these really prominent blue eyes. Implies that those are meant to be like Afton's eyes and not like just the Spring Bonnie suit by itself.
Yeah. Mike
because
has blue eyes as well.
But yeah, I was gonna bring up because Mike has blue eyes, and it's implied that Mike looks like his dad. So more evidence that Mike looks like his dad, technically, if Afton has blue eyes.
I do like that as like the reason why Pit Trap would have blue eyes.
Because like he looks like Spring Bonnie, but he's specifically like replicating Afton in the suit. Like his personality is Afton.
Yeah.
Even though he looks like Spring. So I could see like it's changing the eyes to be blue because like it's meant to be Afton in the suit, even though it's not literally him. The Spring Bonnie's official model from Help Wanted and in FNAF World, he always has green eyes.
I think the second movie trailer had Spring Bonnie with blue eyes too. Oh
yeah, glowing. He had the glowing blue eyes. Interesting.
Did he have blue eyes in the first movie? FNAF.
I don't think so.
In the first movie, he had the Springtrap looking eyes.
The picture with him next to like the kid Vanessa, they look like a teal. Of course, of course, it's gonna be like an answer in between the two.
Yeah, I would just bring that up because like as far as I know, game wise,
the picture. If you put it into like a photo editing software, could you not color grab it and find out what color they actually are?
Afton is a mutant and can change his form at will.
Dun. Afton was never
That's
human.
the next step of the law, to be fair.
He was always agony.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this up because I know eye color is very important in these games, especially now with Secret of the Mimic, where we are getting chased by the Mimic with orange eyes the entire time. And then there's the ending where we can reset the Mimic and they flash green and then turn blue solid. And I was like, ugh.
I think I think with the burning orange eyes thing, at least in the original Mimic like Tales stories, that was, to me, that was always a detail specifically meant to show that the Mimic is running on rage and agony. Like that's what it's mimicking and that's what it's being infected by. Because the story makes it very obvious in the original Mimic story that he's like infected by agony from Edwin. And I think the burning orange eyes being a trait that he is specifically called out to have has something to do with that. Because in the same way, when Fetch got and other animatronics got infected in the frights, like that happens to their eyes as well. So I'll be right back.
That would explain why the Fetch mini game has
It's so popular.
That would explain why Fetch in the mini game has blue, like that blue visor. But like anytime that we've seen it from the books and stuff, it has orange/red eyes.
Yeah.
It's like Fetch is not yet infected with, or could be under Afton's control because blue eyes.
Not infected with the Wraith. He's not wraithing it up yet.
Yeah.
It's not raping up.
I found the ultimate way to self-promote on the Shadow Libra channel of Ivan.
Subscribe to Striker Creation. Yeah, I saw that.
I've not had to say a word. The people just know what to do.
I have found that, I'm gonna be honest, the Return of the Pit talk has gone on way longer than I thought it would.
Is there another book? Or have you done the other one before I got here?
We did the week before. That's the only one we've done so far.
Well, it's time to talk about Escape the PizzaPlex.
Yeah, well, is there anything else to say
boy.
about Return to the Pit before we do that one? Or I don't really have anything to say for Return to the Pit.
Before we get into it, though, Escape the PizzaPlex, hands down, has my favorite cover of the three.
I do like the Monty one.
Oh, 4 if you count VIP. Are we going to talk about VIP, or are we just going to pretend that one doesn't exist?
I mean, we technically can. The reason. Oh, hey, Draz.
It should have been.
The
I
reason
accidentally leaked my email, my personal email, because of that book, so I hate it.
We can look that up real quick.
I was streaming and I went onto Amazon. I was like, all right, I can just click this. It said open file, and then it pulled up my email and said, "Is this your email to sign up and buy the book?" I was like, "What?"
Oh, let me go find that real quick. I'll send you some scam emails.
Genius.
Don't worry, the stream is gone. That stream is gone.
You can tell that this was not my favorite because it has one sticky note in it rather than all the other books having like 20 of them. This has one.
What are you talking about right now? Which book?
Well, we just
Escape the PizzaPlex.
finished Return to the Pit, so we're doing Escape the PizzaPlex now.
Can we all agree here, though? The Monty art on the front of Escape the PizzaPlex is probably the best of the 3 covers. It's my favorite.
It goes hard. It goes hard.
It's probably also the
good.
best. It's the best piece of Monty merchandise that we have.
The best piece of Monty merch. I find it weird that they chose Monty, because I feel like he was in there the least.
Dude, people thought, and I thought too, it was going to show how Bonnie got killed.
Yeah, it did not show that.
Too. I think Escape the PizzaPlex uses Monty because out of the glam rocks, he's not like the most recognizable, but he's the most color different, if you get what I mean. So he stands out the most on a darker background.
Yeah, like, but the only thing, like,
that's true.
The only thing, there's like nothing to get from that book. The only thing I can remember someone getting out of it is Terminal Air made a whole video how like there's 2 Gregorys to the book.
Everyone's getting self-promotion on the Shadow Libra channel.
2 Gregorys.
I literally just needed to find something in this book to talk about. And like, there's a very, very specific route in here where like Cassie does not take her eyes off of Freddy after Freddy like quote unquote kills Gregory. Like she keeps her eyes on him for almost the entire thing. She looks away for a moment whenever Roxy accidentally like knocks her backpack over or something, but it's not long enough for Gregory to hop back into Freddy, especially if both of them are not looking in Cassie's direction to know like when she's going to be looking away. So like it made me think, okay, we see Gregory die, quote unquote. And then Freddy starts chasing after Cassie. And then all of a sudden Gregory pops out of Freddy. in a different room in most of the endings to that night, which means that there could very much be a dead Gregory body sitting in the room that Cassie ran away from, and it was all just supposed to be some convoluted way of Gregory clone number 2 killing the original Gregory or something. Oh my god.
Well, that is something I have not heard before.
Yeah.
Do you still believe it, or do you think like the book was just dumb?
I don't believe it. I think it was just written in a way that like I looked way too far into it, and I also don't know if these books are even canon. So, if a second Gregory shows up in the games, I will.
Most noble
There is... What?
I was gonna say, it seems that in the PizzaPlex that they changed and cut a lot of stuff, because you had the original description that would mention things like night guards, but there's no night guards in the actual release, and they changed the description sometime before release. So it seems they changed a lot with that book. Like Vanessa is probably going to be in it, and they of course cut Vanny.
Yeah, what? I was kind of upset that there was no Vanny stuff in that book, actually. But
I'm assuming it's something that Scott was like, you don't touch Vanny. Like, we want to revisit her, but we don't want her done dirty in a book or something. We want to do more, because I think he's went on record, like on Reddit or Twitter or something. Or
he said in the interview that he wanted to,
he wanted to do
Vanny.
more with Vanessa.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna get more Vanessa representation, and I feel like them not giving us the answer in this book is because Scott was specifically like, you can't touch Vanny.
So he's cooking something.
I'm hoping. I'm really
for 2030.
For 2030. I was gonna say that one thing I did get out of the book is that in Night 5, Cassie takes out like bad programming that Gregory put into Roxy. Which I was thinking like, because in GGY we know Gregory infected the animatronics, so I was like wondering if that could connect to like Cassie actually somehow getting like glitch trap or something like that, like out of Roxy before the events of security breach. And then the main reason she would still attack Gregory probably would just be because she knows Gregory's the one who infected her and her friends.
Gregory, can you give me the password to Roxy's OnlyFans?
Oh my god.
Gregory can't afford that. Gregory's
do we think that Gregory was involved with everything that was happening in the PizzaPlex? Or do you think that something else was at play?
I think Gregory caused the bite of 83.
Honestly,
True.
I kind of think Gregory just caused everything in that book.
Okay.
Gregory's just a menace.
Including the reagent.
If anything happens near Gregory, it's 9 times out of 10 his fault.
That's fair.
He was a straight up bully to Cassie.
I do know he was
straight up a menace.
he was trying to make it seem like that the reagent was something that he was not a part of, and then the one ending, he's like, "Oh, you want to play another game tomorrow night?" But
Right
then there's
after they
also
beat
the
the
night
reagent.
where, yeah, the night where he meets up with Monty, or Cassie meets up with Monty, and the only reason that Gregory stops it is because Cassie calls for help, and then he's like, "Yeah, I have no idea what happened."
Yeah, even though I was also the one who wanted to play hide and seek with specifically Monty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gregory just... I don't think Gregory's being very truthful. I think he just caused everything in that book.
Wait, you're telling me that Gregory, who's possessed by Glitchtrap, is not telling the truth?
Whoa.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't make you very honest.
No.
No.
That's so uncowabunga of him.
I guess this is something that I wanted the book to kind of cover more. Do we think that Gregory was under Glitchtrap's control during Cassie's birthday, whenever they meet, or was he unaffected at that point? Because I know a lot of people, teachers, believe that the stutter that Gregory does in Security Breach, where he's saying his name, is evidence that his mind control was like something was trying to change him to use a different name. But in Escape the PizzaPlex, he's referred to as Gregory and under Glitchtrap's control, which means that he would have to have a different name before Glitchtrap.
He's actually called Dave.
I think the stutter is more just like, because we see in other stuff that Gregory and Freddy have interacted a lot before, but then Freddy doesn't recognize him in Security Breach. So I think he might have just been surprised when he was asked, like, who are you?
Okay.
That was something like Impulse Evan suggested in one of his videos.
I think I can get down with that.
Because, yeah, we hear him get called Gregory in pretty much everything when he's in control of Glitchtrap, when he's not in control of Glitchtrap.
Right.
So I do think Gregory is probably just his actual name.
Let's go with his name's actually Garrett.
It's Garrett.
No! Get out of here!
No, it's me.
Abby Pete.
It's Michael.
It's Cassie.
Can we just leave Michael alone? We've put him through enough.
It's David.
We're evolving, just backwards.
I don't think it could be David. He got one-tongued on by a car.
It's
William Afton, guys.
It's Evan.
It's William Afton from the hit game of Shadow.
Impulse Evan is Gregory?
I do
His name's
remember
actually Jeremy.
when the Evan code became a thing, Impulse Evan was like, I'm the bite victim?
So do we think that he was under Glitchtrap's control during Cassie's birthday?
I think that's likely. I don't know. That's not something I've really thought about much.
It's something that I've thought about because that could change. It might not change anything, but it could change a lot. Like, if he's not under control, then he's just trying to befriend Cassie. But if he is under the control, he's either sabotaging the birthday on purpose, and that's why nobody came, or trying to like ready her for the glitch trapification.
Cassie does say at one point, like, the way Gregory's acting in the book is kind of like how he's always acted. So, since like she knew Gregory, he's always like kind of been the way he is.
Okay.
Which could imply that like he was already GGY by then.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, something else is Freddy in Escape the PizzaPlex already seems to like be listening to Gregory quite a lot. Like that seems like it was already like a pre-established thing before Security Breach happens.
Yeah.
Which I'm wondering if maybe Glamrock Freddy could still like be glitch trap infected or something, but helps Gregory because he still has like whatever in him saying he needs to like protect this kid in particular, and that's like kind of conflicting because I've noticed that with Glamrock Freddy, the only one we've seen him like actually kind with has been Gregory. Like in Escape the PizzaPlex, he kind of just helps Gregory antagonize and like prank Cassie. Then in Ruin, he like literally tries to kill Cassie.
He's just a Cassie hater.
It seems like Gregory is the one.
Freddy hates women.
Oh my god. Seems like Gregory is the one that he like really like actually likes.
Yeah, isn't he also kind of dismissive towards whatever the kid's name is in VIP? Like, not completely dismissive, but he's like not super like with that kid, like the same way that he is with Gregory. He like says 2 words to him, or he like talks to him for like a sentence, and then he's like, "All right, I got other things to do."
Yeah,
I might be misremembering, but I
don't really remember what he did in VIP. But
I don't remember Freddy being there for very long, which is why I was like, he definitely
didn't do much. I remember
exactly.
that.
Because Monty got a whole maze to himself. Roxy, you do the race. Do you just play laser tag with Freddy? Is that what you? I have not read that book.
No, wait. I think you do. I think he like teaches you like
you play Faster Blast with him.
You practice with Freddy and then like you play it with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like all the stuff that we want to talk about with Escape the PizzaPlex is the stuff that Escape the PizzaPlex did not include. It's everything that's around Escape the PizzaPlex. Like, the fact that Gregory goes into what I think is described to be the room where Bonnie's body is, but then we cannot like get in there in any way. They did that on purpose.
I'm just listening to legal woes as we all sit in silence.
I'm trying to see if I can find where he does that.
Yeah, I remember that when you're like playing hide and seek with Monty, you could go to Bonnie.
Yeah, because you're literally like 2 feet away from entering that room in like 2 of the endings, where like you're banging on the door in order to get Gregory to get out of that room, and then Gregory stops Monty and opens the door, but like you're so close to the lore, and it's so frustrating. Cassie needs to like look past Gregory or like take 2 steps in or something, and she's just mad at him, and I'm like, Cassie, just look at the room, please. Describe what you're seeing to me.
Gregory's
His body
like,
in there.
I can't let Cassie in here. I'm hiding a body.
I mean, she does describe that Bonnie's been gone for a while. Oh, welcome back.
Technical issues.
Oh no.
She does describe that Bonnie's been gone for a while, and that's why his stage is all dusty. So, like, it still can't be Gregory that does it, but he's involved in some way.
Yeah. So, in actual Security Breach, it's made pretty clear that the events of GGY like pretty much happened in the games. Not the direct Tales story, but GGY itself, just those events like take place with the whole all the counselors disappearing and he gets all the high scores in the games and whatnot. So and like even him tampering with the animatronics and putting the GGY code into Freddy, because that's the thing in the Tales story, is that like they find strings of code with G's and Y's in it inside of Freddy, I believe. So that implies, I think, depending with, I don't know, because I feel like at this point in the story, it kind of implies that he's already possessed, maybe? Just from the way he acts. I mean, I know it kind of implies, maybe Cassie implies that he kind of always acts like that, but I'm wondering, like, was he already possessed before he met her, or like what? That would mean.
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
trying to
discussing
figure that out.
I think it's likely he was because of that line that you said. They just always acted that way.
Yeah, which is really, if so, that's really horrible, and that just shows me that Gregory's kind of a crap person in general. It's because like, because the Gregory was there to comfort her on her birthday when no one showed up. Like he was her only friend aside from Roxy herself. Like he was her only human friend. So, I feel like, I don't know, that just feels like, if you ask me, it's a very toxic relationship.
It's a little toxic.
It's a little toxic.
I think that's kind of like what the point they were trying to get across, though, is their friendship is very, very toxic.
Which is so sad because Cassie is like such a sweet girl.
Yeah, the fact that like after like
Gregory's just an a-hole.
After everything like Gregory like put Cassie through, and it's the fact that she's still like willing to help him in Ruin.
Yeah, exactly. Like if he's not possessed in this story, then honestly, he does not deserve to be saved.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. At least not by Cassie. By somebody else, Freddy, sure, but not Cassie.
Well, even when he's not possessed, he still like just drops the elevator to let Cassie die.
I actually.
I think that's M1 now. I think that's actually M1.
Me too.
Oh.
I think that was the. Well, here's the thing about that Libra is, it actually, I feel like it wouldn't actually be the real Gregory because of two specific reasons. One, Gregory led her to that elevator. If he was really worried about being followed because the mimic's free, why would he lead her to the elevator and not just let her die as soon as the mimic got free? Like, why would he go through all the effort of guiding her to the elevator if he's just gonna drop it? Like, why not just let the mimic kill her? And she
it's also like too that.
Yeah, and then second of all, the camera that's directly looking at Cassie in the elevator has an orange light, which looks like the mimic, or potentially F10 and 4 in Secret of the Mimic had those cameras, those types of cameras. So I'm kind of with me and Jurassic kind of think that it's not actually Gregory dropping the elevator.
Yeah, and it's also like in Secret of the Mimic, you have that elevator scene.
Yeah.
That very much mimics what happens in Ruin, and it's M1 over the speaker.
Yeah, Cassie, it's me. Edwin, it's me.
And you have M2 grasping at the elevator.
The arm gets stuck in the elevator. The two scenarios extremely mirror each other.
Yeah, they do. I agree with that.
So I think it genuinely was M1 who possibly dropped the elevator.
Which, by the way,
before we get
M1 can't be Nexus because you shut down Nexus like a minute before.
Before we get too far away from the camera, is that the same camera that we see in Sister Location? The one that we see on F10?
Sister Location? You mean Secret
of the
Mimic?
like...
No, I mean like when you're in the Sister Location like main office where you push the buttons to look at the stage and zap them.
Those have
that camera looks similar to me.
Those are they're I can see what you're talking about. They're similar. The Sister Location ones have specifically blinking red lights in the bottom, and the lens isn't orange. But I definitely see the similarity.
I do believe the Fazburger theory, so...
Yeah, Fazburger is peak. Fazburger, honestly, at the very least, MCM is... I definitely think MCM is under PizzaPlex, to be honest.
Yeah.
I am...
At the very least.
I'm Fazburger without MCM.
But that's the burger. That's the meat of the burger is MCM.
It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense to me. Like there's too many things that seem to be pointing in the direction that it's not the same. Like the number one thing is Help Wanted 2 shows us that a van comes and picks up Nexus, right? Mm-hmm. Like why would they come and pick it up if they're just building on top of Edwin's building? Like,
well, it depends.
You get what I'm saying?
Because Terminal, here's the thing. That is taking place that is whatchamacallit. So here's the thing. It depends on when that scene of Nexus being taken takes place, because so on the mailbox outside MCM, the MCM thing is specifically the number that we type into Nexus and then it drives away. Which to me could imply that we are taking Nexus to where MCM would be located, which by extension would be and we know Nexus is in the PizzaPlex, so that would imply that we are taking Nexus to MCM, which is under the PizzaPlex.
So you think Nexus is built,
especially since Help Wanted 2 takes place before Ruin. Nexus is down there by the time of Ruin, and the update is in Help Wanted 2.
So you think Nexus is built outside of MCM and then is delivered to MCM?
Yes, I think as of right now, I'm not really sold on the idea that he is F10 and 4. So I think that because we take the cradle, depending on which ending of Secret of the Mimic's canon, we take the cradle.exe, which is Nexus, away, and we drive away from it. So I think that could imply that if that ending's canon, he ends up being built.
I think Arnold does that though. I think it's not Arnold that does that, because you turn on Cradle, but he doesn't take Cradle. But a Cradle couldn't be F10 and 4 because F10 and 4 refers to it as a separate thing from herself anyway. And there's always 2 experimental computers, a storage unit.
I think Nexus was built, like the machine was built outside of it, and then now that's them taking it to where MCM used to be, but now obviously the PizzaPlex is there, so now it's under PizzaPlex.
I think we're seeing whoever took the Nexus machine in DLC.
Quick question.
Yeah, maybe that could be true. That could be true.
Should I just change this up to Secret of the Mimic, since it seems like we're kind of moving to that now?
Sorry, we're getting off topic. We'll get there. We'll get there.
No, I just add, because it doesn't really seem like we have much to say about Escape the PizzaPlex anyway.
We can talk about the reagent.
Escape the PizzaPlex doesn't exist.
What even is there to say about the reagent? Hello, Krakoa.
He's gonna be the villain. Welcome, Krakoa.
Taking a break from right now.
He's gonna be the villain in Security Breach 2, the reagent. He's gonna be the true mimic. Trust. He's gonna be M3. He's gonna be M3. That's gonna be the reagent. Believe me.
M3 and M4.
Where are we at in the terms of the Secret of the Mimic stuff right now?
We kind of are slowly going into it. There's not much to say about Escape the PizzaPlex, so
yeah, I can just change it to the Secret of the Mimic.
Libra, it's your stream, it's your decision. If you want to just switch over to Secret of the Mimic, go right ahead.
Okay, before I do that, reagent. What do y'all think of reagent? I guess
M3.
What the fuck?
M3? What?
He's M3. He's gonna be the villain in Security Breach 2. Believe me. Cawthon told me in a dream.
Oh, okay, so it's true.
Yeah, I guess you could say not only is William Afton Scarecrow, but so is the reagent.
Because Didophobia with the fear gas.
Yes, thank you.
Before Secret of the Mimic was released, I thought that was going to be the way to explain what happens to Edwin's body and Mr. Burroughs, and probably some of the missing bodies in the PizzaPlex. Now, I'm not so sure about any of that.
Well,
gotta love that gas.
I thought with Secret of the Mimic when it was coming out, the second it was announced, and I saw the 1970s thing, and I was like, okay. To me, so there was this is back when I was Tales games, but there was a very specific, in Tales, this still frustrates me, there was a very specific non-disclosed time gap between the Tales of the PizzaPlex epilogues and the Mimic story, where the Mimic just somehow got into Fazbear's possession, but we are never directly shown. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, this game's plot is clearly, it's filling in that gap of now we're going to be shown how they got their hands on the Mimic and what happens between, it being locked under the PizzaPlex and Edwin creating it, etc. Which it kind of did, but it still changes things about it to where it's like, oh, now there's 2 of these guys and there's a big supercomputer and yada yada yada.
There's 2 of them.
And if you really think about it, there's only one ending where potentially we never actually see them get their hands on it. I think about it in the game, they're the only ending where that most because in the the regular ending, he just kills Arnold and stuffs him into a suit.
Yes.
Which is the silly ending. In the parachute ending, he takes the data diver and he walks away. And then I guess the secret ending would be the one where like potentially they do get their hands on it, but then he's not evil anymore, which kind of contradicts with Ruin, where he's clearly still mimicking rage. So
Yeah.
I guess I feel like. Sorry, you go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry. I feel like the point of the secret ending was to show that, like, at the time Secret of the Mimic took place, it was still, there was still, like, a way to, like, prevent all of the bad stuff with M2 happening. That he wasn't, like, beyond the point of, it wasn't, like, past the point of no return at that time yet.
Yeah,
flip
it's
side,
trying
real
to
quick.
Yeah.
I do need to message you because I actually do have a question that I want your opinion on, and it was something that I thought about a long time ago, but people didn't like it, so I wanted to see what you thought about it. Now that things have calmed down, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, well, just hit me up and I'll look at it after the stream.
Yeah, of course. Also, there are some things I do want to say about Secret of the Mimic, but I guess for now, whatever this discussion for it is, right now, let's just go from there.
Okay. Sorry, Libra, what were you talking about? You said about M2 like not like being that far gone at that point in time.
Yeah, because in the secret ending, we can like fix M2 and.
Well, to me, I think that is literally showing like that's exactly how we're gonna fix it in the future. Like it can be done.
Yeah.
It just hasn't happened yet. Like it's showing what we need to do. And I think the fact that the data diver and the Phas wrench Steel said they were intentionally similar. I think that's going to happen potentially. Is that Cassie or somebody is going to use the Phas wrench and they're going to fix the mimic using it.
Something to point out is in the interview that Fnaf did with J-Top about a year ago. He talked about like how they wanted with Security Breach and Ruin to set up as like Gregory as like kind of the one who destroys and Cassie as the one who fixes. And I'm thinking like if they want to like do more with that, there could be like some conflict where Cassie wants to fix M2, but Gregory just wants to like destroy it.
Yeah, she's like a healer, so she could end up being she would be the good candidate for fixing M2. That's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
I forgot they mentioned that. So honestly, yeah, I feel like Cassie would be the perfect candidate for that, if that's what the direction they're going with. Because I feel like the fact that they pointed out that the data diver and the Phas wrench are very similar tools intentionally, and then of course, like the data diver is what ultimately results in M2 getting fixed in the secret ending. Is like they're just setting that up. Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of stuff when it comes to the endings.
Okay.
Okay, so
Guys, the stream's ours.
I guess the main thing that everyone is probably scratching their head or just like in awe, finally it's over, but I can't say it out loud when Lieber's around him. The book debate is over.
I think it's pretty solidly over in terms of the anthologies, I would say.
Guys,
So
we should overthrow
okay.
Libra and take over the channel. We've already got the stream. He's gone.
Another thing,
We got the stream.
I already
Libra can't
messaged-
stop us now.
I already messaged Flipside about it, but there was something I thought about long time ago when the book debate was still toxic, still somewhat is. But you know how like it said careful readers need to take a look at these scenes, a second look at the prankster?
Yeah.
I found it.
Could you say
What?
a long before time had a name?
I found it a long time ago, and I even had Sandwich Man make a video about it, but everyone hated it so much. But so you know the clues that are like Stinger Mood, and when you take a second look at those clues, there are specific the number of things.
I haven't read Prankster in a while, so I'll have to go back and reread it to know exactly what you're talking about. But
I don't have the book. My sister has it though, unfortunately. But
Yeah, I do have the book. I'll look at it after the stream. But
yeah, look up Stinger Moot and what was the other one? Even More Frights. Look at the numbers, the clues that are for Jeremy to find, but for us to find as well. That is the clue that is interesting. And I pointed this, like I said, I pointed this out a long time ago, but the book debate was so toxic and it was so bad that it was basically pushed out. But now, I think I might have actually, I'm not going to say I solved it. I'm going to say I got close.
You're talking about Stinger Moot, right?
The Stinger Moot and Even More Frights, it said in the Ultimate Guide that you...
Yeah, these are meta hints.
The careful readers need to take might need to take a second look at it. So that's what I did.
I've done that before as well. It's because it's like a meta clue. And
yes,
the way maybe you said this as well because I was getting a drink, but Stinger Moot means up for debate or disputable. It has multiple. It was all basically it's debatable and or not reliable. And so
I know.
I saw that as this is Scott trying to clue you in that these books are not completely reliable, as in like a game's timeline events. Like these are disputed events.
Oh, I know, but what I didn't tell you was that there were numbers because I didn't think anyone would think, oh God, yeah, these are wonderful to hear. And, oh God, you need to shut up and not theorize and all that, blah, 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 blah. No, there are numbers, specific numbers. I think the first one is 5. And that is very important because what was the first thing Scott said when the books were first being revealed?
Good luck with 5 books.
Exactly. And that is something that is like near Stinger Moot, mind you.
Wait, can you submit the video that Stonch made?
What is it?
Can you submit the video that Stonch made?
I need to remember what I might have to look at a audiobook or something, but it's important.
Oh, I think I know what video you're talking about. Hold on.
What? Oh, you're on. Yeah.
The video that Sandwich Man made.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I said,
it's not the Stitch Line one, right?
It's something that I think it was called This Debunks Stitch Line or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was like when Stitch Line Games was still a thing and was so bad.
All right, thank you.
But now I am eating good, I guess.
Eating good.
Because I've long said, even back then, I've long said, because of the Ultimate Guide, we most likely would just need to see, like, to understand the books, you have to look into them, the concepts, the characters, and everything. Because how else would we have known the MCI was in 1985, besides the Silver Eyes trilogy, but people still don't count that. We now have MCI 85 thanks to Into the Pit. And now we
Grass
know
might have
that...
something to say about that.
You also have MCI 87.
Why does even that exist?
Well, the movie.
What? Oh, yeah. All right. Fucking, excuse me. The song, of course. Yep.
No, not the song. Yep. It's the novel timeline it gives you. It's that Garrett dies in 87 and the MCI is after Garrett. So 87 or afterwards.
Well, also, people are now connecting the song that plays at the end to the MCI, which is the Five Nights at Freddy's theme.
That's possible. I think that's okay.
That.
Well, it says since 1987.
Stuck in our little zone since
1987. Honestly, I don't really think that was meant.
I have to listen to that. I have to listen to that song today. I just realized it's the anniversary. I have to do it.
I guess I should too. I honestly, I don't think they changed the date just because of the song, but
no, it still was the song. And if you obviously look at the book and everything, yeah, it matches up. But
the date actually comes from the novel itself, from the way it frames it, because in the novelization, assuming it's accurate, Garrett dies in 1987 when Mike is 12. Mike is 25 in 2000.
Yeah.
And then obviously the MCI happens and Garrett happens before the MCI, so that would most likely be.
Yeah, Vanessa says that Garrett was before them, so that would mean the MCI occurs in 87 or sometime before 1990.
Yeah.
I guess to somewhat end it off on that little discussion, I encourage you all, read those sections for Stinger Mode, even more fights, find the numbers. Hell, if you want, do a video on it if you find something that I didn't. Especially you, Terminal.
Yeah, Terminal.
Terminal Error is the guy.
Anyway,
Yeah.
let's continue with the Secret of the Mimic now that discussion's out of the way.
Secret of the Mimic. We're mimicking our secrets.
Mimic here are secrets.
Let's see here. So we talked about Nexus. We talked about Fiona. Do we want to talk about Fiona a little more?
How about the fact that some people are still confused on the whole Fiona or M1 killed David thing because of the freaking Moon.exe thing?
Yeah, I know about that.
Burning
the
the
idea-
owl.
Yeah, because it seemed like she cooked F10 cooked the owl, and the owl represents David.
Yes, so
Which would imply
I think
that
a lot of people think it could be an accident. That's why they said that she killed him because she might have tried something and I don't know. It's weird. Another thing I should point out, and some of you will probably say, "What are you talking about?" But beside the house, when you look at the bush in Moon.exe, it talks about how there's like a squirrel, a snake, and a lizard. And that made me instantly think the lizard is Henry, the squirrel is Edwin, and the snake is William.
you think the snake is William because of the Candy Cadet story about the snake,
Ooh.
right?
Yes. And the lizard is Henry because he's like, I don't know how to describe it, but like he's like spineless in a sense because he basically listened to William. And then the squirrel is like the somewhat of an innocent thing in terms of all of this, but not of what happened. If that makes sense. And
Yeah,
it says they're having a little tea party.
Is it a lizard? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's a squirrel, a lizard, and a snake. I remember that because that was the instant connection I made.
Glitchdinger said William killed David using snake venom.
Snake
It was so-
oil salesman
I
already.
made it up.
William killing David is an interesting theory.
I think I was actually considering that before
The
the,
reason-
game came
The
out.
reason I consider it is because the way David's death is framed, it's not really framed as just an accident. Based on what M1 says,
It's a
like,
tragedy, but
there's no logic behind it, which is like if
Exactly.
it's an accident and it was because of where he set up the thing, it's like that there would be logic behind that. You set the playground up near somewhere dangerous, so now they're like, why would you say there's no logic? But if it's like if it's some event where like someone is just killed, then I could see that being the case. But more than that, in Help 1 and 2, Glitchtrap has all the memory dolls of Afton's victims, and he also has a memory doll of the tiger, which is obviously connected to David. So that makes me wonder, like, is that meant to imply that potentially David was a victim of William Afton? But that would make sense, because, like, if it was to ruin Edwin. And there's even theories that he also killed Fiona, because in
I
Help
do
1 and
believe
2,
that.
yeah, I'm not sure about him killing David, but I am honestly pretty certain he probably killed Fiona, because in Help 1 and 2 we specifically have the Fall Fist level, and then in one of the Fall Fist level where like the fire has already happened, and the only character
Springtrap is there. Yeah.
it's specifically Springtrap, which is really very suspect. So I could honestly see him killing Fiona when she went there. Like,
What memory plush do you get from that? Was it Foxy or Freddy?
Freddy.
You get Freddy.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think William may have I do think William burned down the Fall Fest with the intention of getting Fiona killed, just to like screw with Edwin.
Yeah, because
I wouldn't be surprised. He has his grubby little hands on everything now, it seems, and Henry's just a little puppet, like the lizard.
yeah, it's an interesting thing because the thing about
I'm pretty sure lizards are a what was it? I'm pretty sure they're prey for snakes.
are they?
Huh. Didn't think of that.
But because the thing about him, because here's the thing about it is like him killing Fiona would be a really good from a standpoint of him wanting to take everything Edwin had and whatnot and ruin Edwin. Because Afton, he wants everything. Because Afton wants to be the genius. He wants to be the guy who's like, oh, look at me, I'm so great.
His ego.
Edwin's a genuine genius. He's a smart guy. So, but Fiona was, even Edwin himself says in the game, she is the heart of MCM. It wouldn't be successful without her. So Afton literally getting Fiona out of the picture, that perfectly paves the way for MCM to start to fail. And he swoops in and he's like, oh, here's my cool deal, and it'll give you all your money back if you just do it for me.
Oh my gosh, and it does seem like it like starts failing once Fiona's dead.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I think it does,
downhill.
yeah. Well, actually, no, there was some little bit of complaints from workers about like the new stuff being changed around compared to the old things that his father had, because there was an audio tape about that. Some murmurs about like the change in things or whatever.
Well, that for you, I know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about the warehouse one, where
Yes.
Fiona talks about grumbling on the workforce. To me,
Yeah, it
it
was something like that. So there was still little seed, I guess, to the failure.
Well, the thing about it was, it seemed like Edwin always had trouble like with the employees. Like there was always just some kind of tension between them because of like how much changes he made, and he was like overdoing it. And Fiona brings that up. But the thing about that is that Fiona even helped with that because she was she was the voice of reason with the company. Like she kept things level between Edwin and the employees, because she would you hear it in the executive office. There's a recording of her saying, "Employees, please tell us what you want to change, and it'll happen." And then she's specifically the one to she's the mediator between Edwin and the employees.
Well, she's also the second in command.
And without her, now those tensions rise. And now that she's out of the picture, now those tensions rise, and then they start leaving. And William comes in, as we see in the messages, and he swoops in and he starts planting a seeds of betrayal. And he's like, "Hey, give me Edwin's secrets, and you can come work for me. I'll give you a managerial position and all this, just to give me his work." So that was like if William was responsible, that would be the perfect thing, because now he's got the mediator between Edwin's employees and himself, and now he can just swoop in and like get in their ear and kind of whisper in their ear like a snake, like, "Hey, like, do
spinning their
me.
venom in their ear to get them to
do
convince.
This for me, and you can have this and this and betray Edwin, and you can be a manager and etc. etc. No, like just get other employees to jump ship. Give me the contact list, all that stuff." So.
Yes.
Honestly, I feel like if he is responsible for Fiona, because either he was responsible for Fiona's death, or things just worked out for him in the most coincidental but also best way possible.
There's a possibility of evidence that we just don't know about if William caused it. I mean, we know he most likely manipulated everything, but we don't know for sure if he was still like no, because he said never mind. Basically, what I'm trying to say is like this has to either be when Fazbear Entertainment has not been with Edwin for a bit, or this is still like if they were with him when Fall Fest Fire happened, I guess.
Yeah, because
sorry for the confusion.
I think if I remember correctly, Edwin starts the big new Fazbear project.
I thought you were going to say Fazburger.
The Fazburger.
He starts the Fazburger.
He starts the Fazburger.
Please hold the Fazbear fright. No, but so in Secret of the Mimic, if I remember correctly, based on the timeline, Edwin starts working on the big Fazbear Entertainment project after Fiona's already dead. Because in one of the audio tapes in the executive office, he mentions that this new Fazbear project will get everyone back, everything will be brought back to normal. Because he's already mentioned that his employees are leaving. He's like, I just need to finish this new Fazbear project and everything will go back to normal. Like, we can have our lives back, etc. But it's clear Fiona's dead in that tape by the time he's recording it. Because he says in the beginning, he's like, I don't know, if I feel stupid for recording this, I don't even know if you can hear me, but I hope you can. He's like, I can't do this without you. So Fiona's already dead by that point, but he's working on the Fazbear project, and it's like his last hope.
Then there's also the fact that Fiona mentions that the spring locks, especially in the message, that something, or no, Edwin told Fiona about like how he'll warn Hen about the other conditions on the spring locks.
Yeah.
Okay, so never mind. It might be possible, actually, yes. We just need to find more evidence if it does end up being the case.
Yeah.
Also, one more thing before we continue on, I guess. So, you know how, like, a lot of folks have been talking about Midnight Motorist and everything?
Don't bring up Midnight Motorist.
I'm just going to explain something real quick.
Don't bring it up. I'm not going to bring it up either if you don't bring it up.
Am I missing something?
I made a Midnight Motorist theory, and I will not speak of it.
No. I'm not talking about the theory. I'm just explaining something. The building, Edwin's Costume Manor, that is actually where the juniors area is.
No, you're bringing it up. Don't remind me of my MM theory, please.
We talking about Midnight Motorist?
Uh-oh.
I think the only person who has seen my Midnight Motorist theory in this entire call is Draz, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I think I saw it, and I was like, okay, everyone's talking about the building and how it could be like the Costume Manor. Yes, that is true, but Juniors is rebuilt underneath it. Above it.
The thing is, Terminal, you actually made a Midnight Motorist theory about Secret of the Mimic before I did, but I didn't know that. So I made another. I made one after. But the thing is, yours is actually logical. Mine is unhinged. So
I don't want to see what yours is now because I haven't seen it.
Uh-oh.
Don't watch it.
That's why I just wanted to point that out. We can continue on. I just wanted to point that out because I know people will say like, "Oh, it's something else." But if you actually look at the layout and everything, the house is straight to the left, and the building is actually somewhat near where Juniors is. It even has like the little parking lot section thing.
Yeah.
See,
just wanted to point that out. That's all.
That's another detail why I don't think MCM is a part of the Fazbear. Because if Juniors is supposed to be MCM in
put the flies in the bag,
way,
you're fired.
Listen, it doesn't have to be in Arizona. Okay, I could say that I'm wrong about it being Arizona, but like, there's just like details to me that aren't lining up, right?
Wait, where did Arizona
Juniors
come from?
So there's a
in the game.
Yes, there's a stock newspaper that specifies Arizona, and going off of that, plus the voice lines, plus cut voice lines, I made a theory that it took place somewhere in Arizona, and literally like 2 days after, somebody was like, hey, this is a stock asset that's also in Indigo Park.
Oh.
Wasn't it also? I think
that one. You mean Dead by Daylight?
I saw that it was in
something else. Dead by Daylight. Oops.
Oh.
Yeah. Somebody sent me a Reddit thing that said it was in Indigo Park, and I was like, God, I can't have anything.
Was it like a 1970 calendar or something?
Arizona's theory will live on in our hearts.
There is. I need to explain Midnight Motorist still a little bit. Now that we have some context clues and everything, but other than that, like I don't know, like I guess the only thing I'm confused about is what the mound is. But then I thought about it a little bit, and the mound might be near where the David's playground is.
No, you're going. No,
David's body.
It's all coming back.
here's what my interpretation was going to be in my video, and then I thought it was too insane. Because I thought that Juniors was an early draft of MCM, I thought that maybe the clearing was also going to be an early draft of Fall Fest, and the dirt pile would have been Fiona. But that didn't work because that didn't work with the rest of the theory, because Fiona specifically says that she has to go somewhere in order to be at Fall Fest, and that's why she has to get the babysitter and everything. So it was too close for it to work, and that's why I completely scrapped that part of the theory. But if we're still looking at it from this is Scott's early version of like the early draft of Secret of the Mimic, it could work, and just it's a detail that he changed, like changing Juniors to MCM. But
yeah, it's kind of like I said, with those stuff in mind, like there's just some things that add up, but also some things that's just like, okay, what now?
The thing is, like, Pizza Sim was like supposed to tie up loose ends of everything we saw before, so I don't think it would have stuff relating to like Murray's costume manner and stuff like that, since that would have been a completely unheard of thing for us.
Yeah, exactly.
It just wouldn't really be tying up loose ends, I don't think.
Yeah, there's just some things that don't add up, I guess.
Tied up loose ends in the series, and then there's enough loose ends for him to make another game.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, guess... what else is there to discuss?
We
already
talk
have,
about
like,
what ending we think is
Oh,
canon.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, yes, the titular endings.
I think it's probably going to be the take the data diver ending.
The
parachute, you mean?
The parachute.exe ending, yep.
Yeah. Okay, I agree then. I agree.
Yeah, because I feel like the normal ending wouldn't be canon just because, well, it's called the silly ending in the files, which implies it's like...
Is it?
Is it?
No.
But
the silly ending?
Yeah, it's literally called that in the files.
Oh my god.
But more than that, the regular ending, like, for me, it's like, I don't know if that was canon. I feel like that's a very weak story decision, because like nothing gets resolved in the normal ending at all. Like, Arnold just dies and he doesn't complete his mission, really. If Fazbear doesn't get their hands on it, Arnold just kind of dies, and Fazbear will just send another person to go and collect the Mimic schematics. Like,
yeah, they just say like Fazbear will send another.
Just exactly where we started, pretty much, in that ending. Like, we just die. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yo.
So for me, it's like, I don't think that's what they're going with. If I had to guess, it's either... I would say parachutes, just because I feel like it leads into Ruin very well with us collecting Cradle.
Yeah,
flip side.
Well, we don't we activate Cradle, but we don't get it because the thing is still inside, so someone else is going to grab it. And the Mimic is most likely either in the forest or even walking back to MCM, because there's one little thing I should probably mention that everyone should know by now. In the silly ending, the Mimic kills Arnold, but he goes back to the location.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I don't think the Mimic ever wants to leave MCM. Like, it never expresses a desire to do so. If it wanted to, it could. Like, there's literally... Oh, we lost someone. It has access to Edwin's house, and there's like a giant hole in the side of the house. If it wanted to leave MCM, or there's like other places too. Like, if it wanted to leave MCM, it could. Like, but it specifically stays in MCM.
Yes.
So.
Hello, Asgore. Hello, Firewings, and hello, Sweaty Trash.
Hey, flip side though. Speaking of parachute ending, something I don't know if I said to you before about, or if it's just to other people, but you know how like the Help Wanted 2 story mentions a witch, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the witch is a witch and had dark wards. Well, Moon EXE kind of tells you who that is, because you have a dark wards, you have the sun in there, who is depicted much like a witch, even has a oven that is cooking things.
Right.
So she is the witch. But so what that means is, right, is that story, because the stories always pertain usually in some way to the game you're playing. So in Help Wanted 2, you're playing as someone who was scarred by M1 some point far in the past and is coming back, and she gets her meal in this game. Now, that can take that in multiple different ways, but like obviously it pertains to the story of Help Wanted 2. And Fast Entertainment brought this up, but like the only other time you see like the Mr. Kippo cards is in Arnold's van.
Yeah.
And Mr. Kippo talks to you in that game, even says, "When are you?" So if that's true, that seems to all fit. M1 is scars Arnold some point. Arnold's the player Help Wanted 2. He gets scarred by Arnold. She gets scarred by M1 in Secret of the Mimic, and they meet up again in Help Wanted 2 when he's way older. And
Wait a minute.
We know what happens. Wait.
Okay.
Let me finish. Is that it's what that means is though, so M1 is the one who scarred Arnold. The only ending that could have happened is the ending where we know he dies when he gets put into the suit, or the one where he gets flipped with the van and left in the fire. But if that's the case, that would show, and it would have to be that is actually M1 in that ending.
You brought up something that got me thinking a little bit. But what you're saying sounds like the simple note that you find in the what is the deja vu one.
Oh yeah, the one. Oh,
The
Secret of the
corrupt
Mimic
memory.
loop theory. I guess we're going to the Secret of the Mimic loop theory.
Well,
No.
it sounds familiar. I'm not saying it happened over and over again, but when he was saying like something happened to Arnold, it made me think of that immediately.
Well, because Withered Circle made this theory because in Secret of the Mimic, in Returns, you find that deja vu note, and right next to it is Arnold's clipboard. Another one of Arnold's clipboards. And if you think that we were playing as Arnold in Help Wanted 2, and there's the line of "When are you?" then
What isn't established that we play as Jeremy or something? Or not Jeremy, excuse me. Cassie's dad.
It's not established.
It was heavily theorized when the game
It's
came out.
pretty likely, I feel like.
Yeah.
But then you also have the witch story, which directly correlates to Moon.exe and Secret of the Mimic.
That is true, because M1 is the
Which
son
makes
and the
people
witch.
think that
Or
we're
the old
playing
woman. Huh. I do gotta get going soon at 5 o'clock, so let's see. Can't stay too long for work.
Okay.
Yeah, but like, what I was saying overall there is that if Arnold is Help Wanted 2 player, and it's saying that he was scarred by M1 in the past, the witch, that would mean M1 is the one who flips the van and leaves him in the fire, leaving him scarred.
I suppose. It depends if he survived, I guess.
I mean, the insinuation there would be, if Mr. Kippo cards, the only place to see him is in his van, and you have the dialogue in Help Wanted to kind of indicates, hey, I've seen you before. It would have to be him, so it would insinuate he did survive.
That is the
But we
weird thing.
also have the
Arnold
poster.
is Cassie's dad.
We also have a poster in the showroom area when you go up the stairs.
Yeah, there's Mr. Kippo, yeah. Well, actually, Libra, some people have theorized that because you have the Spring Bonnie bobblehead in Secret of the Mimic belonging to Arnold, and then in Escape the Pizzaplex, there actually was that similar bobblehead that apparently belonged to Cassie's dad.
I guess
they don't specify it as Spring Bonnie, so I don't think it is.
Yeah, didn't they
directly
just
Spring
say that
Bonnie.
was normal Bonnie? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, they don't say what color it was. They just say it's Bonnie, which is like, it could technically be Spring Bonnie, but I feel like they would specify it was yellow if it was like meant to be. Also, it's like on a chain. I don't know.
There were some cut lines about Arnold having a kid.
That is definitely not Cassie.
Yeah, if it was Cassie, it would.
No, I'm not saying that. So let's go with the theory that Bonnie Boley is Cassie's dad.
Yeah.
Could it be Bonnie Boley?
Oh, I have seen like some other people say where like
canonically
Arnold's
has
is
a
like
kid,
her
I
like
would say
granddad.
it's Bonnie Bully. I feel like that age would match up.
Yeah, I mean, I
Actually,
have
that
to
could-
check it. Yeah.
That could even if let's say he does have a kid, and one of the endings happens where he either dies or gets scarred or whatnot, and he kind of like if he's somehow out of his kid's life, that could explain why Bonnie Bully becomes like a freaking bully. Character development 101, but I don't know. It's just, I think it's interesting. Then again, though, children are just kind of evil in general, so.
Freddy Prosper just said Cassie was a kid in 1979 as a robot in 2035.
No! Cassie
Let's ban that guy.
Banned.
I'm not doing
What the
Cassie.
ban
Freddy
button on
Prosper, you're banned!
I can barely like live with Gregbot. Dude, I am never.
I'm
doing
sorry, but
Cassie.
Gregbot's canon.
It's not canon in your face, all right?
Oh dear.
There's a Mystic Hippo poster in the Big Top showroom showing that Mystic Hippo is probably an MCM creation.
He was. There was
Yeah, it
actually
most
some-
likely is. Yeah.
There was in like some concepts for the game. There was supposed to be a Mystic Hippo like showroom with like Jackie at a showroom and Big Top as a showroom and stuff in the game. Mystic Hippo was supposed to have her own showroom originally.
Also, there was from what I heard, there was a coming soon for Freddy Fazbear's poster. Now we know why it was coming soon, because it was supposed to be made by that time, but it got delayed because of Mimic Gold.
That is something. Is like if the parachute ending is canon, then that whole R&D thing burned down, so the Fazbear project would be severely behind. That's why
exactly.
it opens 4 years later in 1983 instead of like.
And that's why they had to use the faulty spring locks rather than the somewhat safer ones.
Yeah.
I still can't
Dang,
believe
honestly,
they
that's
called
actually
it a
evidence
silly
of that
ending.
All the
It's
extra
silly.
characters in FNAF are shown to be creations of MCM, aren't they? Like the mediocre melodies.
Alrighty, guys.
I mean-
I'm gonna get going, and I just want to end on the note. Please, please, please look into that little thing. I know I said it multiple times, but it's important in my opinion. And if you find something I don't, let me know. But I'm gonna get going. But just remember that. I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
See you, Terminal, and everyone.
See ya. I do want to say, even though like we see pretty much every future character at MCM, I don't think that necessarily means Edwin or Fiona or like MCM necessarily created all all of those characters. He does say he has some original creations, but they're also still
You can see the argument being made for like Chica and Foxy potentially, but like they didn't make Freddy. Freddy has been around since Fredbear and Friends Singing Show, which is seemingly not Fredbear. Fredbear's Singing Show, which is even before Fredbear's Family Diner. And Fredbear's Family Diner has been around since like at least 1973. So Freddy was a creation. Freddy was a creation all the way. Actually, I figured. You know how I know that, Libra?
Yeah. What's up?
Because in one of David's birthday tapes, the third one, there is a Fredbear's Pizza box, and it's theorized that David's third birthday is in 1973, so that would make Fredbear's open at that time. Yeah. But they definitely didn't create Freddy at the very least, because Freddy was already a thing in Fredbear's Singing Show, and they said that was their favorite restaurant, which means it was already a separate restaurant from MCM, from like the location of MCM and whatnot. So they didn't create Freddy at the very least.
Yeah.
They probably didn't. I don't think they created Bonnie either, to be perfectly honest, because Spring Bonnie was like always kind of implied to be Edwin's creation, or not Edwin's creation, Williams kind of thing. But who knows?
Where I was going is that, since MCM is still like mostly a commission-based company, I don't think seeing like a lot of the future characters at MCM necessarily means that's where their origin comes from.
Yeah, they definitely are more of a commission company. So
yeah. So I even like, honestly, the main four I still think were all Henry's ideas.
Well, the thing is, like, at the very least, in FNAF 6, Henry built them, is what we're told.
Yeah. Small souls trapped in prisons of my own making.
Yeah. So Henry, like, built the classics, at the very least.
Yeah.
even if the characters like themselves might have come from somewhere else. But anyways.
What have we not talked about?
We haven't. I mean, we've talked about F10's like role in the future. Like, we haven't talked about like what's going on. Like, how about this? Do we think? Do you? I have an opinion on this, but do you guys think F10 is possibly possessed by Fiona Murray?
I go back and forth.
I don't really think so, but
yeah, I don't either. But the primary reason for that is just because I feel like narratively, like it's pretty obvious. The narrative itself is definitely pointing away from that. Because here's the thing. The whole thing about F10-4 is that she's like a extremely hollow shell of what Fiona actually was as a person.
Yeah.
Because she, unlike Fiona, who was really outgoing and always made sure employees' voices were heard and seen, and she was like a peacekeeper between Edwin and the employees, and she was like keeping him grounded. And like, so like, for example, I'll give a good example. Like in the game, like F10 is like, don't tell anybody about me and yada yada yada, and it's like and she's like, keep it a secret, don't tell anybody, keep it between us. But more than that, it's like and specifically, I'm gonna talk about the second birthday tape where she's like, come out, you're missing it, and he's like, David's 2 years old, he won't matter. And she's like, that's not the point. She's adamant. She's like, she's like getting on his case because he's like ignoring his child's birthday party. But then later on in the tapes, when we know it's F10-N4 speaking, they're like then it's like F10-N4 is just like, oh yeah, of course, honey, you can go and work. I'll watch David. It's like on his birthday, like you go work. It's like that's like such a polar opposite thing.
Yeah.
If it was the real Fiona, she would like give him the business about it because she's a good mom and a good wife. So it's like. Just a good person in general. So it's just like, that's so backwards for me. That's definitely showing a distinction between the two and how they interact with people. Like F10's half of who the real Fiona was, because she's not the full woman. She's just the sort of idealized version of what Edwin thinks Fiona was like.
Yeah, she's just kind of like, mainly just like programmed to be like basically just a replacement for Fiona.
Yeah, pretty much. But like, she only really cares about being a mother, and that's like a very hollow shell of who Fiona was. That was part of her, but that wasn't her whole.
That wasn't her whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, she was her own person with her own, and like F10-N4 really doesn't carry that along. Even that, it's like the second thing people point out with it's like her being possessed is the basement recording with the 4625 frequency, and I get why, because the 4625 frequency is a ghost frequency, like it's a ghost radio frequency, where people like thought that you could speak to ghosts.
Yeah.
In real life. Now, but the thing is though, is that. Here's the thing. Where that recording is found is in the Tiger basement.
Yep.
Inside the Mimic's workshop. And chronologically, we as the player would have encountered, like, if you're playing the game for the first time, you as the player would have chronologically, if you came across the area, you would have chronologically encountered that area first and listened to that recording, and so you as a player would think, oh, it's her ghost. But then later on, it's revealed in the parachute ending where you go to the house and listen to the birthday reels. The thing that voice over the radio is saying, that's not Fiona herself speaking. That's a repeat of something she already said when she was alive.
Someone's already like mimicking her.
Yeah, it's mimicking and copying something she already said when she was alive, which wouldn't make sense that's actually Fiona's ghost. Because why would she be doing that? Yeah. You know what I mean?
I also want to point out, like, with when the tiger is around, like, you hear the voice sometimes while playing the game at random, but it's mostly like prominent when the tiger is around. You hear like you're not him, and a lot of just like David and Edwin lines.
Yeah, it's a David. Some of them are Fiona's lines too.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's like it's all spoken in David's voice. But it's just like if that was Fiona's ghost, why is she repeating something she said when she was alive, which has no and she doesn't answer Edwin's question, like, are you there? She just repeats that line. So if that was her ghost, why would she not actually like answer his question? She's not answering his question. She's just
why would she just repeat stuff?
Now, if it's the mimic, who we know copies what people say word for word, like he did with Gregory, and also like we've been shown in the books and Ruin, and in this game too with Dispatch, the Mimic can just intercept radio frequencies. Like, to me, it's pretty obvious that that's like not her ghost. Like, that's just the Mimic picking that up and being like, oh. And to me, it's even like it could even be a Charlie scenario, because this game really reminds a lot of people of the books version where Charlie, Henry builds a robot to replace, Charlie and whatnot.
Yeah.
And he thinks it's the real Charlie for a long time, because narratively he thinks that because she seemingly remembers, but it's just because his memories of Charlie have literally influenced the bot, and so now she believes she's Charlie because he believed it. I think it could be a similar thing with the Mimic, where it's just it begins thinking that it's Fiona because his memories and his energy somehow went into that robot, and now it's you know what I mean?
I had a theory that when Edwin destroys M2, that could release some sort of agony thing that is the thing repeating all of Edwin, Fiona, and David's lines. And I was thinking that also could have be what manifests into the Tiger as well.
Yeah, that could be as well.
Because I don't think the Tiger's David's ghost, only because we hear a lot of lines getting repeated, and it's mostly happens when the Tiger's around.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm a little iffy, but anyways.
Yeah, which that just makes me think it's more something Mimic related.
So I kind of want to talk about
M2. Sorry, Terminal, you go ahead.
You're good. I just kind of wanted to say, because I did say earlier I go back and forth, but I do want to say why I think that F10 might be possessed. Now, this is kind of going off of an old idea that I heard from I have no idea who, but it's talking about how the sister location electronics, they constantly are in character, even though they are supposed to be possessed. They don't break the character of the animatronic they are possessing, which made me think that maybe what is happening is because these animatronics are being powered constantly, the programming is taking over rather than the soul is. But in the case of F10 or / the Mimic, because it's powered, we will always see the Mimic, except for after we drain the power from the doors, and that's whenever we finally see a glimpse of the true Fiona. Because after the doors, we close all the doors and the power's drained, she not only loses the dispatch voice, but she also starts acting different. She even says things like, even though this is a weird case, it's I'm glad that I could finally meet you, or something like that. I forget her exact, but she's more sympathetic. She's more sympathetic towards Arnold, which makes me think that while not having full spiritual control over the F10 machine that she's stuck in, she is still in there, just has less control because something else is taking over. So you guys are right in the fact that whenever she's in the Mimic body, she's very pulled, calculated, listens to everything that Edwin says, doesn't care that he goes and works instead of
she's also
David.
She's also very emotionally deaf, emotionally deaf too, because
yes,
Edwin loses David, and then she's like, oh, just make another one, it's easy.
Yes, but the moment she loses power and she starts talking straight to Arnold, or even through the elevator, she seems to have more emotional maturity, I guess would be the term, because she's like, oh, I'm glad to finally meet you. Please, I need you to go save M2, and is begging Edwin, she wants her child back. She's only seen him grow up from the machine, but she still wants him back. To me, she's acting differently after the power was drained, which makes me think that she's in there somewhere.
I could see that. I could see that change.
which maybe I'm just coping because of the theory that I'm working on. Because it's a complicated theory.
It's a good perspective. I didn't really think about it that much.
Yeah, that is an interesting way to look at it.
Let's go. I'm getting people to agree.
I'm not sold on it, but I do see your point though.
Yeah,
that is definitely like something I'm gonna have in mind now.
because it definitely seems like that we have a similar situation with M2 as well, where the animatronic has been chasing us and trying to kill us all night because it's been programmed. Well, it hasn't been physically programmed. It's mimicking rage. And then the moment that we like use the
story time,
the story time data diver on it like changes its personality. And even like says the words "I love you."
Like, as soon as it starts hearing both of its parents' voices, it morphs back into David.
Yes.
And then as soon as it stops, like it starts getting violent again and tries to kill you.
Yes.
And then when we use the glitch permission, it like locks it into the David persona.
Yes. So I think both of these spirits are still in play. I just am not 100% sure how much, you know?
Yeah.
No, it's interesting though.
I'm gonna. Freddy Prosper said, I think this is also how Glitch Trap is made. It's the agony and memories of William and Faster Entertainment that locks M2 into a William Afton persona.
I don't think it's M2 necessarily, but I made that exact theory like a week ago, and a lot of people really seem to agree, which is good. Libra, I don't know if you've seen my Glitch Trap theory.
I have not yet, but I saw that it did really well.
I recommend watching it because I kind of go over all the candidates for Glitch Trap, and then I kind of explain like why I think it's not like directly any single one. Like I don't think it's like just William Afton or just F10N4 or just like M2. I'm not completely done with the theory because I already made a part 2, and I'm going on a vacation after today. But when I get back, I'm gonna make like a mega theory that combines those 2 parts and a 3rd part together, and that's gonna be like my full theory. And it goes into like how I think Glitch Trap is, like what version of the Mimic he is and whatnot and all that jazz. But yeah, I agree. The idea of that, it's the reason Glitch Trap is so like locked into the Afton persona, like no matter what, is because he specifically got Afton's agony inside of him, which would explain, because in my theory, part of it is that Glitch Trap, like in order to exist, he needs the memory plushes. Like those are his memories, and then when you free those, it allows him to be destroyed. Like he's vulnerable without those, implying that those like literally make him what he is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just recommend going and watching the theory because I explain it in better detail. But I agree with Frostbear. I think that's what's going on with Glitch Trap.
I'll be right back. I want to talk about this too when I get back though.
Okay.
Okay, guys, let's talk about how Flipside is a little bit.
It was Terminal Error who left, just so you know, so he heard you say that.
I know, that's the intention.
Oh!
You know what, Drazarus? I've had enough of you. I've had enough of your complaining.
I've had enough of you too.
Okay, guys, better stop streaming. I'm about to take down Libra's channel.
Alright, do it then.
Okay. What words can get a streamer banned on YouTube ChatGPT?
No, you're supposed to ask Braun.
I have an easy solution to this, but
So, it's all for the bit. So.
Yeah.
I'm back.
that was fast.
Back to
Draz is trying to get my stream banned.
He's trying to cancel you?
He's trying to cancel me.
I'm canceling the cancellation.
Anyways, Terminal, you said you wanted to talk about something. What do you got, Pat?
Yes, I wanted to talk about who I think Glitch Trap is because I need to get this out of my body. This is what I'm trying to make a video on, and I'm never happy with what I'm making.
You sound like you've been like holding this in for forever.
I've been keeping this in for like
Bro's talking like he's
very
constipated.
soul
Bro's
tormenting.
talking like he's constipated.
So,
He has agony.
I think Glitch Trap is a branch off of M2 currently.
Yes.
Because I think or not M2, M1, sorry.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Changes
Branch off of
moods.
Because I think Fiona has been plugged into like basically every Freddy's location that we have seen in the games, and because of that, she has been watching everything, including the Afton killing people. She doesn't learn from it, but she still has that data in her.
She has the knowledge.
Yes, but she never changes to Glitch Trap. What happens is because she's plugged into the FNAF 6 building, and she... Draz, you're not going to like this next part, so you might want to stop agreeing. She becomes the vengeful spirit.
Okay.
Whoa, what?
I got it. Hey, for the next charity challenge, terminal error, you should do the Tide Pod challenge.
Hear me out. So I realized that a lot of...
I'm gonna get T-Dreads to make a song about this one. Fiona is the vengeful spirit.
Okay. I'd love to hear it. Anyway, so I realized that the one you should not have killed in UCN is referred to with he, him pronouns. And I think that the vengeful spirit and the one you should not have killed are two separate entities. Fiona is vengeful towards Afton because Afton kills David. David is the one you should not have killed because all the voice lines referring to the one you should not have killed are referring to them as a separate person than the speaker. Because of that, Afton is pulled into whatever Fiona has made, like the UCN. She basically makes a digital place for Afton to be tortured in. But because he's not giving up, he's constantly trying to work his way through UCN, he eventually beats it and becomes Glitch Trap. He basically uses her data that she's been holding on to for years, along with his own agony, to create Glitch Trap.
Colonel, I do not want to step on your parade, but I do want to mention this. The voice listing of the vengeful spirit is specifically specified by Scott to be a child. It's supposed to be a child.
And also,
does he say that?
I think with that terminal is a lot of like some of that in UCN. What was it?
Mm-hmm.
Can I lose track what I was gonna say? Oh dang it. Well, I'm trying to think. What was I gonna say?
Here's the thing that got me on this insane theory.
That terminal just dropped.
The two things that got me on this whole thing was Wither Chica and Jacko Chica from UCN. Okay, I'll let you go first.
It's what will be the point of what the man with A is trying to tell you? Because that book, while it might not be game line, Scott did say they are meant to clear up clear up questions. And the Ultimate Guy says they give windows and concepts and characters and technology. And there, logically, if the story's not directly game line, what we're trying to tell you is what UCN is and how it works, at the very least. And what depicts there is a nightmare inside Dylan's brain that is being induced by the vengeful spirit. And you have that backed in UCN with all the, not all the soundtracks, but many of the soundtracks having this dream aesthetic, like Sleep No More. There's some other ones that were like Hibernation something.
I saw that in the chat, Libra.
It's like Hibernation something. You have multiple ones that allude to dreams, sleeping. Hibernation also implies that William is hibernating and he's going to wake up in the future. He's going to wake up in the future. And you have some dialogue in the game that also refers to, like, just a nightmare you never wake from yet.
You know that, actually, Terminal, you know what your idea really, really goes well with?
Yes?
M1 being Nightmare on.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was leading.
There's only like 3 other people. I only made a video on that. Like, technically, I made half a video on that. And there's like 4 other people making a video on that.
Whether it's Circle is doing it, John Fnaf is doing it.
Because, yeah, part of the reason, because my glitch trap video, Shizu is actually, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but he's going to be making a video talking about my glitch trap theory. And I think he might go over that. So we'll see.
Who?
We'll see. Shizu.
Oh.
Yeah, Libra, I'd recommend watching both parts of my video. But just know the theory is not done yet. People have had a lot of questions in the comments. It's not done yet. It's a big theory.
Got it. I am planning to watch some theory videos after all the discussions anyway, so.
I am extremely, though, after Secret of the Mimic, I'm extremely confident in Glitch Both. I think it makes it the only logical outcome. Because it
being logical. Don't make me laugh.
Dude, it tells you how mimics work. It's the way they work is while they do mimic, they do learn. Only way they hyperfixate on identity is when you lock them into that profile, like you see in the storytime ending and the cut Edwin ending, where it says lock him to the profile of the inventor. And you see how it's done. It's through this memories type mechanism where you get some memories represented on like a plush and you put it in there. That never happens in M2, and you get no insinuation at any point in the timeline it could have ever happened with M2. And the way M2 is characterized is polar opposite to how Glitch Trap is characterized. It just doesn't really align there. M1 does fit more of a characterization, how like intelligence, more calculating, but M1 also has no reason to directly lock into an acting persona, especially when it's already locked to Fiona's persona by that point in the timeline. So what that does is you definitely have mimic technology that's involved with Glitch Trap, but you also have the distinct fact that the games go out of their way to try and keep telling you this is Afton Spirit, from the fact that that's the way it's presented in how it wanted. You have the like let me out, I always come back. You have AR having this thing where Springtrap isn't supposed to exist, but Springtrap is back and he's citing UCN lines, which would indicate Afton Spirit escaped UCN, hence where the spiders knows that the lines from. How else would a mimic know this? You also have in AR, they did a marketing campaign or a marketing ARG, which if you do it, you get Afton AR. Like it's literally like a capitalization ARG. You get Afton AR from it. And you get those hints all throughout the game, and Help 1 and 2, you have Afton's memories being associated with Glitch Trap. So, it has to be Afton, but the mimic has to be involved. So there's 2 ways of going about it. Either maybe Afton made it M3, locked into his identity, and that's what Glitch Trap is, or it's Afton's spirit alongside mimic technology or a mimic, which I would like to parallel.
The Fiona UCN.
I think
Well, get this, right? Get this. I think Glitch Trap is a parallel to the Agony from Frights, where in Frights, the idea was that Eleanor and Afton were a tag duo. They were working together to do everything. But Eleanor was always using Afton to get what she wants. She never intended to really stick with him to the very end. So what happens is that the Agony has the appearance, by all means, you think it's just Afton. But the real power behind the Agony is Eleanor. And when Afton serves no use or he's cooked, she ditches and betrays him. She gets what she wants and leaves him for dust. I think it's similar with Glitch Trap, where by all means it seems to just be Afton, but the real power behind Glitch Trap is, in my opinion, M1, who would want to free M2, who is trapped beneath the PizzaPlex and MCM.
I think Afton used the mimic to create Glitch Trap.
You see, but I talked more and mine's longer and more elaborate, therefore the longer one yaps, the more right it is.
Okay, fair enough. I'm Glitch Both now.
Really, Dress? Because actually mine is, look at that. Mine is actually about 3 or so minutes more than yours, longer than yours. That makes me correct.
Incorrect. My 2 Glitch Both videos are like almost an hour long.
about to have 3 glitch trap videos all in one 1-hour video. So
That's
boom.
crazy, man. I'm gonna make a third one too, and then make a 2-hour plus version.
No, we're gonna differ. It's fine.
I'm gonna steal your views.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh my
Just wait until my
god.
Fiona use the end video comes out, then you'll all be wrong. It'll be so
Yeah.
long. And
Journal Ayers gonna then outdo us with Fiona.
A 5-hour video talking about Fiona being the vengeful spirit.
listen, the main thing that got me on that was Withered Chica and Jacko Chica's voice line. Because Withered Chica says the things of like, I was the first, blah, 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 which normally is associated with Susie, but like now could possibly be just associated with Fiona. And then you look at Jacko Chica, who says, I am a burning reminder of deeds. Afton quite literally burnt Fiona. Well, theoretically, burnt Fiona at Fall Fest. Like, that to me feels like it's
I guess you could say that Afton cooked Fiona.
Jacko Chica's Fiona confirmed.
correct.
She is a Fall Fest and Curse of Dreadbear. I'm just saying. You could add that to your evidence list terminal.
I just need to get through part 1 of the video first.
We're all doing parts. It's all a thing.
It's because I was doing too much in just one video. I was trying to prove that the silly ending apparently is the canon one. I hate that it's called that now. I'm not changing what I have recorded.
Sorry.
It's
I dropped that
so
on you.
silly that they made it canon because they knew that'd be silly.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I'm gonna show my screen as to why I think the silly ending is the canon one. Okay.
Okay.
And you're gonna think it's good evidence. Okay. I trust. This this is the parachute ending. Okay. Did you say question?
Oh, just Jazz is being dressed. Don't worry about him.
Oh,
It's being Draz.
This is the parachute ending. I have slowed this down to, 0.25 speed because you cannot see this otherwise. But after this whole crash thing, you're going to see something pop up over here. A lot of something. Mycelium men. And the mice that you throw in the MCM factory. These things are not in the van before this moment. Like, you can check the van at the beginning of the game. The mycelium men and the mice are not a part of it. This is like, this to me is like supposed to be showing in like a very blink and you miss it moment that this is not the true ending. Like, this is like I don't know, maybe Arnold fell asleep or something and he is dreaming this, but these showing up out of nowhere for no reason. And like, they're all different sizes. Like, this little mouse over here is not the same size as.
Chucked a bunch of mycelium men in there.
Like, that was like one of the things that, like, oh yeah, something ridiculous. Like, the proto mimics could have brought something, or maybe, you know, Arnold stuffed his pockets with a ton of mycelium men and the mice for whatever reason. But like,
Distraction.
I don't know.
I think I'm having the mice on him, but the mycelium men are interesting.
Like, look at this one. This mycelium man, these are arms to a very small one. I don't care how. Hello?
Fazbear Entertainment.
Fazbear Entertainment?
Uh-oh. I
Kick
must
this
have
guy
angered
ban from the
Fazbear
server.
Entertainment.
Ban from the server.
What the hell's going on in here?
He's about to drop mid.
But the fact that all of these are different sizes leads me to think that, like, he is completely, like, you know, seeing that he's hallucinating these. So that's it. That's why I thought this ending was not canon.
Okay.
I also don't think that ending is canon.
Let's go!
He thinks the secret
The
ending is
parachute.
canon.
Why would you think the secret ending is canon?
Because of Fazburger.
Look at that.
Wait.
That doesn't help
The secret-
Fastburger. The
you
place
mean,
is
like-
wait, what?
You mean like the one with like the FNAF 4 room?
Yeah.
Why? That ending goes against Fastburger because the place doesn't collapse in that ending.
No, I don't think it does collapse.
It doesn't though. What?
I think that the little model house that Edwin has. You know, the little model Murray's costume manor.
I think that looks like
The one that we see in Help 1 and 2.
In Help 1 and 2. That's in his attic.
Yeah, the little one he has in his attic. I think that Fazbear takes that design and uses it to build it into a Fredbear's instead of Murray's costume manor.
Ah, that would make sense because of the window that we see in Help 1 and 2, because we don't see that in the puzzle that we make in Help 1 and 2 or the model.
But
it's
it's the MCM that is beneath the PizzaPlex, though.
No, MCM is not under the PizzaPlex.
I'm sorry, Terminal.
It is.
It is simply
it is
can't.
not. It is not.
Fazbear.
It doesn't line up.
If MCM beneath the PizzaPlex,
I mean,
the place fell apart and was able to be built upon.
There's a
I don't
sinkhole.
think, and plus there's a sinkhole, and also, it's like, I know you probably made something to explain this, but the mimic is not fixed in Ruin. So, and he even tore out the part that you would fix him with. So,
Look, I was of the mind that MCM did burn down until me and we looked back at Ruin, and inside the broken down like buildings that would be MCM, they have
the cave.
huh?
What you're talking about, I just want to make sure they know what area you're talking about. The one where you walk through the cave and you walk across the water, and then you're in that one like storage looking room.
Yeah, I can pull it up here. But in that building area, assuming that building is MCM because the present boxes have the MCM carpet pattern on them in that area, the walls now have checkers on them like Fazbear walls, which implies that Fazbear took over the building afterwards and turned it into a Fazbear location.
I feel like when you see that, though, that doesn't necessarily imply that, because we know if it's anything like the books, like the Tales books, they did go down there to try to make it turn into a museum. So it could just be like, and we always see like Fazbear stuff like in the Mimic area, right?
I guess that could be the case, but it would be weird for the first thing for them to do is to start messing with the walls instead of like creating a natural pathway down there, because you get down there through the blob.
Well, think about this, right? If the place fell apart in a fire and it's in a sinkhole, one of the first things you actually want to do is create like stabilize the area so things don't fall on you. And like if everything's like old and burnt, that would probably be a problem.
To be honest, because Jazz, you brought up the museum thing they say about in Tales. Honestly, I feel like Help 1 and 2 kind of supports that, because like obviously we're looking through AR, but I think it's kind of showing what it could have been, because we see like now it has a kitchen, and there's a poster for FNAF 1 on the walls and like Fall Fest and stuff, which like
when you're in the FNAF 6 location.
Yeah, and the FNAF 6 location was under the PizzaPlex, so it's like, to me, that's like that could imply that they were going to turn it into a museum.
Yeah, also, again, like regardless of what's canonicity, they are meant to try and fill in some blanks, and that would be a blank. Like, what would Fazbear doing down there?
If this is MCM, presumably based on the
architecture,
these present boxes having the MCM pattern on them, the little like carpet pattern you can see, like we saw in the teaser. These present boxes in this area all have that pattern, which would imply to me that this is meant to be MCM. If that's the case, these are the Fazbear walls. Like all the Fazbear walls have the checker pattern along the line like this. But MCM did not have that.
Yeah, guys, everybody else, do you guys remember the hallway the main hallway we're always in, where the security office is located?
The one where you walk in the building with?
After you leave the power room and you walk through that big like storage area with like all those costumes and we first encounter the Mimic. So Fazbear is basically theorizing that is the same area we're looking at right here in Room.
Yeah, I thought that before.
You look.
I know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's
they look similar.
They do look similar.
I think it may just for one. We do know, like, it just could be, like, the way the games are made, where they didn't have all the MCM assets, but they had, like, concepts. But I think it also could just be, like, what it kind of was in the Tales books, where...
Puzzle theorist.
where they're trying to renovate the area, but they have to like stabilize the foundation, so they're trying to replace the walls.
Also, I want to say in Moon.exe, you enter a cave, and then when you come out the other side of the cave, you're inside Murray's costume manor.
Yeah, isn't it like described similar to the cave in Ruin too?
Yeah, it has
body of water.
Has these little crystal things in the cave, the waterfalls. And in Moon.exe, you go into the cave and you come out inside Murray's costume manor.
Moon.exe is one of the best things in this franchise.
I definitely think that like the costume manor is under the PizzaPlex.
Yeah, if nothing else, MCM is definitely under the PizzaPlex.
Terminal will be like, I'm alone.
Sorry, Terminal. I'm
I
sorry.
am very alone. Listen,
No,
I still
I'm
just
gonna be
don't
so
understand
for real.
why.
I think freaking everything besides like the first 3 games are under the PizzaPlex.
I still just don't see why Mexus would get moved then in Help 1 and 2, or why Fall Fest in Curse of Dreadbear has like the same layout to the MCM like parking lot area when Fiona had to leave for Fall Fest.
Wait though.
Well, it depends if
It's just a different Fall Fest, I think.
Area.
Wait though.
I think once Fazbear gets their hands on it, they make that their...
Prosper
like
said
this
in the
is
chat.
This is MCM, right? And then it perfectly matches Fall Fest. I think this is because this is what it looks like when Fazbear gets their hands on it. I also don't think this is an accurate representation of what that Fall Fest 83 actually looked like. I think this is a VR representation of it.
Prosper just mentioned that the Cave in the Twisted Ones is under Henry's house.
It's also very similar.
Game Edwin is based on Book Henry, as he has a Proto Freddy's under his house. Yeah. Both Edwin and Henry have like Proto Freddy's under their places.
I also think
Edwin really is a Henry parallel, isn't he? But wait, Frederick. Quick thing about the ending stuff too. You obviously believe that Arnold is Help 1 and 2's player.
Yeah.
So if that ending happened,
not actually. Like I don't think he's alive doing this. I think it's his ghost.
Yeah, but why? Okay, but how did M1 scar him? If that's the ending that occurred, because in that ending, not only does he disobey dispatch, he does exactly everything she could have wanted, and then like, I don't think she would kill him at that point, or do anything to him.
I don't know. I think that we're gonna get a lot of our answers with the DLC. But
do you think there'll be a DLC?
Yeah, there's a DLC file in the game.
Oh, okay, so there will be that.
In all fairness, the things in there are just the suits from Ruin, and it's copy pasted from the file path in Ruin, but they changed the file names for the suits.
Oh, what is it? What did they change them to?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I just remember like Mamikado was going through it, and it was like they changed the names.
The lion costume that was supposed to be in Ruin actually ends up being in Secret of the Mimic, which is really cool. And Mimic actually wears it, which is nice.
I'm just saying, man.
Wait, what do you guys think of this timeline we sussed out the other day?
I've already seen it. I think it's peak.
I keep seeing people say because game theory was like, David Murray was born in 1969, and so people are like, you should correct this to David being born in 69 instead. And I'm like, no, David is not
where do you get
born in
69?
Because fucking the goddamn Fall Fest thing, when you go in Moon.exe up to the Fall Fest thing, it's like we all attended the first Fall Fest we all attended. And so Tom was like, oh, this is the first Fall Fest, which the earliest one we see is 1970, so it's the first. And if we're all there, that means David has to have been there too, so he was born in 69. And that we're just missing one of the birthday tapes.
Rather than just it being a Fall Fest that they all attended at the same time, and that being the first one where they all...
Yeah.
I still think that really large peak that you have that's on the chart has to be Klenovac.
See, I thought that too, but if, like, no matter what, the Klenovac has to have existed before David's second birthday. Because on his second birthday tape, Edwin Murray says, this will be even bigger than the Klenovac. So the Cleanovac already exists before his second birthday. That's the thing that was throwing me. That's the whole reason I wanted to do this, because I was like, oh, this is. I was on the same boat. I was like, oh, this has to be the Cleanovac because that's their biggest thing. But that can't be the case. So
it doesn't make
I think it still could be.
It doesn't make sense for it to be the start of the Fazbear project because they're not. Wait, what do you have? Oh, products fall and are returned. Start conceptualizing the mimic.
Yeah, so our idea is that this was like the reason why it was Edwin's biggest thing was because this was the Cleanovac. It's what got them out of the red. It's what put MCM at like a stable grounds. And then you get all the return letters be like, all your shit's broken. We're sending it all back. And that's when this happens. And then I think Edwin was like, okay, well, if everything individually didn't work, how can I combine all of them? Because the Mimic is like the combination of all the tech together. So I think that after he gets all the returns, he recycles the ideas he starts conceptualizing the Mimic, like the endoskeleton. And then Fazbear gets involved in 73 because in the birthday tapes, because the other thing too is that Fiona has to have died before the Fazbear, or after the Fazbear project starts. Right. Because her designs are what Edwin didn't want to change, presumably because it's the last thing she worked on before she died. So the Fazbear project has to come before her death, which I think this fits nicely with that. I think my interpretation of this is that Fazbear gave Edwin a large chunk of money to make the Proto Freddys, and start working on the Fazbear project, and that's what this spike is, because this is just net earnings. It's just it's just income. Like this is just raw income that Edwin got. This isn't necessarily sales because it's just earnings. So this is just income for the project, I would assume. And then Fiona dies and then Fazbear starts their takeover. Edwin owes them more and more because he's falling further and further behind schedule, and then David dies.
See, how does this help me understand the Amazing Digital Circus?
Bruh.
Let me see.
I think
the other interesting thing, Fredbear's Family Diner has to at least exist by 73, which means that it was around for 10 years.
I told him about it.
It was around for at least 10 years before
that tape.
Yeah, because this tape right here, his third birthday tape.
It's going to show up right here. We'll see it. There.
Oh, I saw it.
That's a Fredbear's Family Diner pizza box, which means Fredbear's Family Diner exists by his third birthday, which presumably would be 73. And it's also the start of the Fazbear project, so I would assume, because the Fazbear project was starting Freddy's, I would assume that Fredbear's existed even before that. That's the whole reason I wanted to do this, is because I wanted to get a timeline for Fredbear's, because I think that there are multiple. I think it was a chain restaurant, and so it existing by 73 at the earliest, but probably before that, because 73 is when they started conceptualizing Freddy's. I think is telling that Fredbear's was around before that. So I would guess, I don't even know when, at least before. I would guess at 70, the earliest, or at the latest, because of the Fall Fest 1970 and in Help 1 and 2. I could just be a general Fall Fest thing, but I feel like Fazbear wouldn't want that unless they were involved with that.
Maybe I'm just stupid or something. Nothing in the Steel Wool series is lining up for me. Everyone's like, it's Fazburger, and I'm like, no, things aren't lining up.
Train Terminal, to be fair, the timeline, it took like a whole stream for them to figure this out.
I know. I was like in and out of it because I was at work and stuff, but I was so confused. Things aren't lining up. Puzzle Theorist sent something in the chat.
They retracted it. I think we were very close, but Secret of the Mimic moved us to another direction. Hold on. Edwin is mimicking Henry, according to Puzzle Theorist.
Edwin mimic.
No wonder that's
And
what. No wonder that's
and-
what his main creation is.
You know, what's crazy to me is that if Fredbear's was, around since at least 1970, that means that the Fredbear's Family Diner was around for 13 years before the Bite of 83, before Freddy's opened.
13 years.
That's what we all.
Yeah,
Talk
because
about,
83, 70 to 83.
Well, dude, I've been saying that for ages. I've been saying they've been around since the early 70s. I've been saying that for years.
Well, we do have that black and white Fredbear poster, Fredbear Singing Show poster in Secret of the
Yeah.
Mimic. So that could mean that Edwin Sr. worked with them at some point.
I
think
think
could be
that's
why they're in
case,
the
yeah.
red. That could be why they're in the red in the first
That is-
place.
That is their favorite restaurant, according when we find the record in moon.exe. That means they've been there.
Yeah, I don't think Fredbear's Family Diner Fredbear's Singing Show is its own restaurant. I've seen people say that. I think that Fredbear's Singing Show was just the Fredbear attraction at Fall Fest.
Well, here's the thing, Frederick. They specifically say that it's a Fredbear Singing Show record, and they say that was their favorite restaurant, which implies that. Fredbear
Yeah, but
Singing
like if you went to, I don't know, like if there was like some Fall Fest equivalent and Chuck E. Cheese was there, and it was like, oh, come check out Chuck E. Cheese's, Charles Entertainment Cheese's Fun Emporium, and you'd be like, oh, I love that place. You wouldn't be talking about.
Here's the thing too, Frederick. Here's the thing too, is that Singing Show's the ticket specifically just specifies Freddy as the animatronic, but obviously Fredbear's Family Diner at the 70s, it has both Fredbear and Bonnie, which implies that it's separate.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw that Steel Wool post. Apparently, I don't know if that was real or not, but
You mean the one from yesterday by Cosmic?
yeah, I think so.
No, that was fake. He made that up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was joking.
Got that.
He's a dirty liar.
That's a hella good hoax then.
I know. Yeah, I was like.
I don't think it's. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'll send you it. He made a fan made image, and then he made like a fake tweet, and he tried to goad us. He wasn't like doing it out of maliciousness. He was just joking around. But
Yeah. I mean, Cosmic is that account that like usually does that kind of thing, right?
yeah, here I'll send you the image. DM it to you. Oh wait, no, that's Chuck E. Cheese one. It was based off of a Chuck E. Cheese ad. I'll find it. Here we go.
Because my thought was that, like, obviously, Fall Fest is not at a Freddy's, so if they bring Freddy's characters to Fall Fest, you would see them and go, oh, I love that place. That's like, you're not talking about whatever they have at Fall Fest, you'd be talking about Freddy's.
Would the
That
Fazbear project?
That is well made.
Would the Fazbear project be considered a loan?
I think so. I don't know. I know.
Okay.
So the weird thing is that R&D was only started in 75. But the Fazbear project should have been started sooner.
Because I looked it up. Because I'm not happy with it. I looked it up. It seems like loans aren't accounted for in like a net earnings, according to Google AI. So like if Fazbear was giving them a loan in order to try and finish a project, I don't think that would show up on a net earnings graph.
It's possible. It's also possible that it's not necessarily from that specifically, but it could be from, like, say if Fazbear was like, "Oh, you're going to start making Springlock suits for us," then they would still get that regardless, that big income spike.
Yeah, because people were like, "They're working with Fazbear." Oh.
Yeah, so I think regardless of whether or not it's when our like the Fazbear project started, although I would assume it would have to be if Fiona dies in 73. But it might have been like the Fazbear project developed over time, and initially it was just like Springlocks and stuff, and then it evolved.
See, I think the fact that we could find this in the Chica's Party world thing says a lot, right? If we
You think it'd be related to Chica?
Yes, and because Fiona was involved with Chica, I think you just need to shift your timeline over. So Fiona's death is at the end of 75, somewhere in 75.
Well, but that's because David dies December 6th on a Saturday, which only lines up with 75. I mean, it lines up with 69 and 80 as well, but 75 is when David dies. And we know that Fiona died 2 birthdays before David died.
Right. Damn you, Still Wool.
Because this is his 3rd birthday. It's the one where, mommy's gone, buddy. So if she died in fall of 73, that would make sense if David's birthday is in December of 73. That this would be his 3rd birthday, which we know it's his 3rd because this is his 2nd, and this birthday cake has 3 candles.
3 candles. And
so this is his.
Sure, he dies on his birthday in the last one. Because it's supposed to be a surprise party, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
because Terminal, there's a log that specifically says they canceled that party due to tragic events, which would have been his death.
Yeah, I can pull them up here. So
And that's why when you go in that room in the game, all the birthday stuff is still there, and they never took it down. If that party happened, none of that would still be there.
So this is December 1st, 8 a.m. The party's on Saturday in the admin conference. Don't tell David, it's a surprise. And then you have December 6th. I think this is the one. December 6th. So the party has been canceled due to the recent tragic events. Please do not enter the conference room until further notice.
Got it.
So if the party...
So no one goes in the conference room, and then when we go in there in the game, all the birthday stuff is still there. So that party never happened.
Yeah, so the fact that it's a Saturday and it's December 6th means it lines up with 75 for David's death. Or 69 or 80, but since the game likely takes place in 79, the only other time that would work is 69, but that's like crazy. So if David dies 75, we know that 2 birthdays before Fiona's dead, which would line up with 73, which then you see that, stuff start falling because Fiona was like the heart of the company and Edwin was treating his employees bad and everything. Alongside Fazbear, being shitty.
Fiona is the heart of the company. F10 is the heart of MCM, and she's below the PizzaPlex. Hold on. Almost as if she's the heart of everything.
True.
She's the heart of the earth.
Also, I think this is interesting. This is directed towards someone in admin. Based on environmental storytelling.
The sooner the better.
Because this is found up in the admin wing.
Yeah.
Afton's trying to take over the company or something, it seems like.
Yeah, and the thing that makes me think this is somebody we're supposed to know and it's supposed to be a mystery, which is why I think it's Henry, is because if we assume this is meant to be someone in admin because it's in the admin wing, it's like one of the first areas in the admin wing. Every single person in admin has their name attached to their things. Bob, Edwin Murray, Milton again, Bob, Wally, Penny, Milton again, Bob again, Penny again with Bev as well, Amy, Milton again. Oh, this is getting into the binary stuff. Yeah, so every single admin, one of these has a name attached to it, which makes me think that since we find the staff contact's email in the admin wing, and yet it doesn't have a name attached to it, means that it's supposed to be like a puzzle we're supposed to solve. It's supposed to try to figure out who this is. And to me, I think it makes the most sense for it to be towards Henry. because that's like one of the only other named characters that we know that's important that ends up managing the franchise location.
Unless this is Steel Wool trying to make more story for them to tell in the future.
I could see that being the case too if this is like a new character.
The new Fazbear we're going back to CEO theories, baby.
It's Mr. Burrows Sr.
Imagine.
Delete your channel.
It's Elizabeth.
No.
True.
Okay, let's make up some lies and
here's the other thing that makes me think it's Henry, because obviously you have the audio logs about, Edwin talking to Henry about the diner. If we look at the Chica's Party World one, where's that? We know that Milton is somebody
saying Afton.
Puzzle theory. We know Afton wrote this. They're trying to figure out who he's writing to. I'm pretty sure.
Who was the receiver?
Yeah, who's he writing to?
The email receiver instead of the Happiest Day receiver.
I was thinking the same thing.
So this we know is Milton is somebody in admin, right? To all admin staff, it's from Milton. Milton is somebody who's in admin, right? And if we look at Chica's Party World, dear Mr. Murray, Fiona's amazing. The client is happy with their chicken designs. The sales are through the roof. I just wish the costume looked a little bit more like Fiona's art. I'm worried about how it'll work with the kids. It gives me nightmares. Milton. So Milton is a person in admin who is the point of contact between MCM and Chica's Party World. He's the one receiving the information and orders from Chica's Party World to give to Edwin, and we know that he's a person in admin. So then if we look at the staff context, we know that this is for admin, and we know for a fact that Henry is somebody who is giving orders from Fazbear to Edwin. I think that that's saying that Edwin is the Milton for Fazbear as Milton is for Chica's Party World.
Milton CEO.
True.
Here's Nuke. No, I'm actually Sammy Emily, of course.
Yeah.
I'm actually considering Milton CEO.
Yes, Drazarus, I'll tell you a computer is the CEO.
No, Fiona's the CEO.
Yeah, a computer is the CEO.
Oh yeah, true.
It's literally what I just said.
Maybe I should boot back up.
I thought you said my computer was the CEO.
Your computer is Fiona. It's the truth. Your computer runs on Fiona.
Axe.
Not true.
I love the retail logs because they, or not the retail, the return logs. Where are they?
There are some really funny CEO theories, like Phone Dude CEO. Really funny. Shadow Freddy CEO is crazy.
I love the return logs because they spell out bear, B, E, A, and then
A
R.
dumbass.
Bear.
That's really funny.
A dumbass.
Bullshit, dumbass.
A dumbass. I think they're also initials of like wrestlers or something. Yeah, also this Secret of the Mimic goes against your Elizabeth theory terminal.
Yeah, I can't have anything in this series. Literally half of my theories get disproven in like a week, and the other half they wait like months. And I've been like going off of the wrong assumption for so long. Like, what do you mean? I went through the effort of trying to figure out when the first Bring Your Child to Work Day is, and now you're just gonna say it happens in 1974? God.
Yeah, and it doesn't even seem like this is the first because it's
such is the curse of being a theorist.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, my very first theory video was about Andrew, and that's most likely proven wrong.
Here's what I think is crazy. This order was placed.
15. Wait, what?
Yeah, 12/15/75.
Oh my gosh!
December
I read that as 15.
1950.
I was like 2015, 2016. What the frick?
Time travel.
That,
Have you seen one of the boxes in MCM that has a freaking
QR
code?
How?
Edwin Murray's inventing
People
QR
made a
codes.
mistake. Or they made, or Murray's made QR codes.
How?
Although honestly, I could just see it being a mistake because Steve actually didn't remove a stock copyright thing off of one of the spider webs in the game. Somebody found. So,
Bruh.
It's a copy paste asset from the shipments in the PizzaPlex.
Yeah.
The QR codes. But this right here, this order was placed 9 days after David's death.
Yeah.
Do you
So
think
Murray's still doing stuff.
Do you think the placement of the Fredbear Singing Show poster means something, since it's like on a back wall that almost nobody's going to see?
It's right directly when you go to the showrooms. It's right. It's framed, so I'm assuming it's like. I think it's like.
There was
framed. Yeah.
See, my thing is the Spring Bonnie in the Fredbear's advertisements is called Retro Spring Bonnie, which implies that this is before they started using the newer Springlock suits. So to me, it says that the glitch trap suit was just a suit that was used. It was just a felt suit that was used before they started using animatronics.
Makes sense.
Is that way because Glitchtrap in that poster has the purple eyes like Spring Bonnie, and he looks like him. But Spring Bonnie, Fredbear's, at least by 1983, has green eyes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even by 79, apparently.
Oh yeah, even by 79, he has the green eyes on the bobblehead.
I also find it interesting. This is the only Fredbear's Family Diner poster in Murray's costume manner, despite the this one being underneath where Ruin is. And it's teased as 70s Freddy, but it's not in MCM, but this one is.
So they changed stuff from the trailer, Frederick, because in the trailer, both that poster and the 1983 phone call poster was also in the hallway.
You're right, isn't it? Yeah, where the elevator
that was in the demo,
right?
I'm pretty sure.
The demo, it was in the demo too.
Yeah, see on the side.
Yeah.
At least the 83 one was. But yeah, there's the Fredbear 70 thing in Ruin, next to Nick's Pizzeria, or where I guess MCM would be. Sorry, Terminal.
Yeah, because this is the Spring Bonnie one right here. You can see the ear.
Terminal
So
accepts the truth.
I will never. I will go down in a blaze of glory.
Just like FNAF 6.
And you are lost.
This also never happens.
Yeah.
Every costume the Mimic wears aside from the main ones.
Dude, look at the data diver in this trailer. It has like the Wi-Fi symbol on it. The symbols are even different on the data diver.
Yeah, dude. One thing that has been bugging me ever since the game released is this scene right here.
Everyone was talking about Edwin creating Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And they changed it from the trailer because the helper on the computer is different too.
They changed it from Wi-Fi to recycling.
This right here, everybody was trying to figure out what this stood for. This is not in the game.
Bruh.
Yeah, there was that
whole terminal thing got changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I realized though is that this does have the same number of letters as Welcome Show.
Terminal, at least you still have your Coke versus orange soda theory.
I really thought with the helper thing that was going to be that was like an early version of the Helpy AI, and that was how the Mimic was going to be connected to it, but they just didn't do that. It wasn't.
Well, it still is. It's implied helper is like a form of AI, like Mimic AI, because it's human education language protocol something.
I remember where I was going.
Let's see.
But I don't know how to get there.
Somebody's got. Open up that terminal. And don't have any errors.
Say that again?
Say it again?
Say that again.
Oh, wait, I can go this way.
Okay, Libra, you weren't there, but we had a stream where we were streaming FNAF World with T-Dreads, and I was there. And every time someone said the word flip side, just continuously, I was just say that again, say that again, say that again. Like the entire stream, that was the bit until I left. Like it didn't matter how many times someone said, I would be say that again, say that again, say that again. Like it was so bad.
Say that again.
Do it for the bit.
Yeah, see, this is Human Education and Language Protocol Element Router.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Which this sounds like this is something used to teach the Mimic, which makes sense with this running moon.exe.
Yeah, I can see that. Weird thing is that now it's like that is Mr. Helpful specifically on the terminal.
Yeah,
giving
instead of
giving us
what?
information in the trailer that's not. It doesn't say that's Mr. Helpful. It just shows the icon.
Yeah.
Just look at the computer terminal.
The computer what? Yeah, it just says helper.
Yeah, and then this when it says it's the helper, but then it says Mr. Helpful under the icon, and it's different. Does that look like Mr. Helpful, or does that look just like regular Helpy?
It looks like regular helpy.
Yeah, so that's why I thought. I was like, oh, I think Helpy, regular Helpy, and Mr. Helpful are separate. I think Helpy is like the child of like Mr. and Mrs. Helpful.
It's like this one. It's got the buck teeth and everything.
But that's what I thought. But then they changed it to Mr. Helpful, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, Gibby thinks that Helpy is representative of David because Mr. Helpful is Edwin and Mrs. Helpful is Fiona, so Helpy would be their kid.
That's kind of what I'm leaning towards.
That's pretty good, actually.
I'm gonna bring that up in my new theory video.
I used to think that, but I can't see Helpy being anyone other than M1 in Ruin.
Well, the thing is that, and there is credence to it, because like in Help Wanted 2, like Helpy takes the role of the child patient in.
Well, it's not necessarily that. That was the evidence I used in my video. It was that when you look at Sleep the Mimic, right, it's a game that's meant to make you retrospectively look at everything you've seen before. It's like, okay, with this big revelation, what is it trying to tell us? Well, we get the characterization of M1, and she at the beginning, while it is dispatch, she makes dispatch, and dispatch is mad at you, for example, when you delay or don't do what he asks, and then you see the same thing when you don't give M1 the data diver. She gets progressively mad at you and starts saying, being more demanding, more aggressive, and it insults you. And Helpy Top 1 or 2 literally does the one-to-one the exact same thing when you don't give him when you don't pick up the fast force figures. You literally see like the text on he gets mad at you visually on the projector, and the text becomes very angry, more demanding. And when you do what he asks, even has that same like passive aggressive like good job type thing.
Did you guys notice this?
What?
Mrs. Helpful, a death-defying dive because she's Fiona and she didn't die like in the books.
A death-defying dive.
I think that's some people actually.
Wait, I just remembered Libra. Do you still believe Tails is canon?
50-50.
I think you can still believe parts of Tales without having the Mimic story exactly be the same. Like
a lot of people are theorizing that Fiona's going to be the game's version of the storyteller, and like Gigi, it's absolutely like 100%.
There is a secondary canon option.
I shit you not. Flip side, me and Frederick came up with Fiona and one being the storyteller like a little over a day after Seek the Mimic launched.
To me it was pretty obvious because M1 is the one controlling all the aspects throughout Murray's costume manner, which is what the storyteller does.
Some version of GGY happened. Like that's fairly obvious in security.
Yeah. I think all of the general story beats probably happened. I mean, I don't think you have to say all of the beats in Tales happened because some of them are not relevant or necessary for the story in the games. I don't necessarily think those are, going to be looked at all. But
It's
some of the
basically
more
kind of
relevant
like
ones.
the kind of like the Tales reboot theory a little bit,
Yeah.
which I'm on board with. I could vibe with that. If it's
Also,
like a-
I do think it's interesting. M1 is explicitly the mimic controlling the storyteller in the books, which M1 is Fiona in the games. So,
Then again, in the books, at the same time, the M1 in that version of the books was more connected with David since it was the White Tiger.
yeah.
So that changed.
But you could also just say, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be. Although in the books, it wouldn't have ever met Fiona or learned to mimic her or anything.
Yeah.
So, but I honestly, I do think that the books were kind of like giving hints to things that are true in the games without actually being explicitly true themselves. So, like, I think the fact that we get an M1 in the books and it's called M1, but we never see an M2 is weird to me, because why would you call something 1 if there wasn't a 2? Like, it should just be mimic.
In the thing about the books is that in the books the program was specifically called M1, but the mimic itself was just called the mimic. Like,
Yeah. Which I think is still, you could still say that for the games, but like the fact that the books even introduce a program called M1, but they don't give an M2, I think was Scott, setting puzzle pieces to flip on their head whenever we get it in the game.
Technically there was, because there wasn't, because technically in the books there was 2 mimic models, one made by Edwin, the other was made by Fazbear Entertainment.
Yeah,
that was like a
presumably
whole
it would
line.
be the same program, right? Just different endos.
Yeah, well, that was like a whole line that they made for Freddy, for the Freddy's locations, but then they ended up deactivating all those because of something that happened with it beginning to mimic people. And then years later, they ended up using it for the PizzaPlex and all that.
What's fucked up about this segment here?
What?
Listen to this keep in mind that Fiona was a puppeteer for MCM.
Oh, I know where this is going.
He said, honey, you'll never have to work again.
Television entertainment space? Are the costs of writers, crew, and puppeteers holding you back? Then, boy, have we got some news for you. Welcome to the MCM television studio of the future. Here, there's no need for a cast or crew. Our patented Stage Manager software keeps your show on track and condensed to fit your broadcast time slot, including commercial breaks.
Yeah, bro's fucked up for that.
Yeah.
But that's literally
Yeah.
Fazbear. That actually is what Fazbear tried doing in the books.
Yeah. Well, guys, I've been here for a while, but my time has now come to an end.
I'm sorry, you're
It's been
not
great.
allowed to leave.
It's been great being on the stream, Libro. Thanks for having me. Been great discussing with you all.
You'll notice flip side that the leave button doesn't work. You're not able to leave.
Oh, really? Let me test it out right now.
See you, flip
doesn't
side.
work.
All right, see you.
He's a witch.
True.
I don't know if he noticed that he was not the one to end that.
I do not.
That's crazy.
I always thought when I first played the game that you fall through and land where you do, like where you wake up.
Wait, what was the reason for the building to just self-destruct during that
I think
part?
just because it hasn't been kept up and the mimic probably has been breaking shit.
Wasn't there a note saying that something was wrong with the showroom, and if it got played, then it would just kind of like self-destruct itself?
I know that was
Or am
the
I
case for the
imagining that?
Welcome show, but I don't know about the puppet show. See, I always thought that when you fall here, you fall and land here, but that's actually not the case. Oh, I forgot this dude doesn't look, but there's no hole above you. Dolly finds you and brings you to this spot. So like you fall somewhere else and then you pass out and Dolly grabs Captain Springlock and brings him to that location.
Interesting. I mean, it makes sense since she's like You're
Oh.
perfectly set up on that table. or
Also,
whatever.
she says there was a spring lock failure, but then you literally walk out like completely fine.
Well, according to Secret of the Mimic loop theory, Arnold would already be dead, so it wouldn't matter.
But what if you don't believe the Secret of the Mimic loop?
I think every character in FNAF loops their death after they die. That's my theory.
I think at least most of them do.
Also, I
A
think
good
this
chunk
is
of
crazy.
the Bright's protagonist still.
This is crazy considering God David.
What about it?
I take broken stuff and I turn it into new stuff. Fix what is
Yo.
broken. You are broken. I will put you back together. I sense you are broken with Gregory. And these are the balloons in David's birthday area in the conference room. And they're attached to a heart monitor in a hospital.
What if Arnold is supposed to be immortal, says the puzzle theorist?
Arnold is David. Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Wrap it up, guys. Wrap it up, guys. We figured it out.
Depression.
Where does this slice of cake come from? There's no round cake in this room. What?
Wait, what?
Sorry, I'm flying around in Secret of the Mimic right now. Let me... Boop. Nope, not that. So like, this makes sense. The uncut David cake, right? What is this from?
Hold on, let me see.
What do you mean?
This cake makes sense. This cake does not. If I look through the rest of this room, this is a round cake, but it's a cardboard cutout. Where did this cake come from?
Maybe there was another cake that was just already eaten.
Is there?
Also, somebody deadass brought a fall ticket to David's birthday where his mom died.
Yeah, I've never noticed that before.
Is your screen share broken for me? Or am I just not seeing the cake? Oh, Terminal's sharing a screen. That's probably it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was so confused when you were talking about cake. I was like, because I was still looking at Fast
Also,
Entertainment stream. I was like, what are
Look
you
at how
talking
many
about?
Fredbear's. Look at how many Fredbear's pizza boxes are here. I think William was 100% invited to this birthday, and I think that he pulled up and saw David outside and was like,
I got that child murder instinct.
So would he have brought the pizzas in after, or?
Yeah, I mean, it could have also been Henry, but I think that one of them was definitely invited to this birthday.
Henry would make sense if Henry was a worker here. Hello, Chica. I only really went through here because you were talking about the whole admin thing of getting numbers, and that's what this thing I think is supposed to be. It's like a contact thing. And I was wondering if there was any indication of who was using them.
Well, do you know where you get that email? I can show you. Like which computer you get it from.
Here, right?
It's wherever Mrs. Helpful is, like right in the entrance. Like when you first are like going into the admin wing, when you see Mrs. Helpful. It's in one of the admin areas. Oops. I don't remember where Mrs. Helpful is. It's where you get the logs of attention traders.
Oh, am I making noise? Is my character making noise over here? Shut up.
Yeah, he cries whenever the tiger's present.
Oh, that's weird, because the tiger's not present in this area.
When you're in David's room, there was giggling before. I think it showed up.
Yeah, the room right before this has the tiger.
Wait, really? Oh, not that button.
Well, I mean, technically, the crying is just part of a meter that's called a. It's like some kind of meter. I think it's like a awareness meter or something like that. I don't know. But it causes things to happen, like boxes fly around and lights are on and off and stuff like that. There's probably another entrance to the admin wing, right?
Not really. I mean, there's the exit on the other end, but that leads to that room.
Where is the...
You come from up there.
Yeah, isn't the tiger like up there right before? Or like in the room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea. It didn't load this room.
Well, never mind.
Look, it's wherever this is. What's on the side chat here?
Oh, that's right before... Yeah, that's right after the admin wing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Come on, swap me. There we go. I can go back to the admin wing. Yeah, because if we find that message after the admin wing, it would not game pause. There we go, camera.
Well, I assume you're taking the back entrance to the admin wing, right? Like, I feel like your character is taking not the normal route, especially since that door's, well, it does say entrance. Because I don't know, it just feels like the where Mrs. Helpful, like that, like desk area feels like where you would come in to admin, right? Like as a
that's leading up into Edwin's office, so that would be like Edwin's secretary, aka probably Fiona.
Fiona leak.
Because whoever pulled this out, this is definitely like contact information of employees.
What's on the wall behind? It was that picture. So it's just a don't be late picture.
Yeah. And like I don't think there's any name tags or anything in the to be like, yes, like we can't even like narrow it down by being like, Milton worked on this one. Is this the only time this poster is ever seen? I don't think I've ever seen this poster before.
Maybe. What's that big top one? Big Top's
the
Carnival.
Yeah, see, that makes me think, like, obviously, like, Big Top in the future becomes, like, Music Man, but that alone makes me think he wasn't originally a Fazbear thing, but for, like, something else.
Well, I've seen the theory that he is what, Fall Fest is. Like, he's Big Top's Carnival is what Fall Fest is. Or at least one of the main attractions.
Competitor. I think he's a competitor to Fall Fest.
You think so? Why would Fiona go help the Fall Fest crew then?
I mean, they're not loyal to any specific company. I mean, they just take like commissions from other companies. So
it's true, I guess. TD's calling me for a stream. All right, see you later.
See
ya.
Okay. See ya.
I thought I got called. I was about to like.
I thought I was getting called. Well, I think this is a dead end for me to look at. Hello, lady. The bee one.
The bee is cute.
I hate the bee.
How dare you? Get out.
I am not a fan of the. I am not.
Get
a fan
out
of
of
the
here.
bee.
Hating on the bee. What makes you think you can hate on the bee?
I don't know. It's something with the smile. I don't like the smile.
Uh-huh.
Is this Mr. Hug?
Oh, your screen share ended because I removed you.
God.
My bad.
You're good. Continue.
Mr. Hugs!
Like, it's just a regular vacuum, but it has like the same little light beam thing here.
Yeah, Glitchstinger in the chat said you treat the bee with respect.
No.
Oh, okay.
White natural soap. Wait, what candy is this?
Huggy?
Huggies?
Huggy Wuggy? It's the Mr.
Alright, well,
Hugs candy.
I don't think flying around the admin wing is getting me anywhere. Hello, Mr. Cupcake. Unless I go into an area that I'm not supposed to go.
You're gonna find like a huge lore reveal in this area.
Can I brighten this?
Why are two of them green and then one of them yellow?
Bro, I don't know how to use this program. How do I make it bright?
I've never used any of these types of things, so I have no clue.
I'll figure it out next time because I want to know what this is. There's lights on it.
When did Bite Victim move on under Cassidy receiver? I do think there's more spirits in the Happiest Day besides just the MCI and Charlotte.
What was the question? What are we answering?
Frostbear in the chat was asking when Bite Victim would move on under Cassidy receiver.
Oh.
I know that's not really related, I was just reading the chat.
I'm gonna find M3 by doing this. When would the Bite Victim?
I do think there's probably other spirits in Happiest Day besides like the main ones we see. Mainly because of the balloons.
You think the balloons represent some of the unseen kids?
Yeah, because the balloons are above the heads of the MCI kids and Charlotte, and they rise up at the same time as the masks fall. And then there's other balloons that are like on top of the extra mask kids' heads.
Sorry, but what if Secret of the Mimic was a cover-up game? No, we can't do another cover-up game. Not another one.
That would make me go insane if that was the case. 2 cover-up games. Now, Help Wanted 1 was very clear about being a cover-up.
Yeah. And I feel like they did it kind of well. Just like, oh, it's a cover-up, but actually it's all true.
But actually it's not.
Yeah.
I have been streaming for 5 hours.
Let's go.
And I've also not eaten anything. So I might end it here.
It's probably a good point. We went over, I'd say, most of the books. Escape to PizzaPlex got kind of shafted, but
in all fairness, there was like nothing to talk about with Escape to PizzaPlex.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining the stream, though. Thank you, Draz, as well, if you can hear me.
He's in the void. He's never coming back.
I always suck at ending things. Thank you to everyone in the chat as well.